Chapter 501 Geniuses are everywhere and their domineering becomes cabbage. Boom. The violent domineering, compressed by Rayleigh crazily, turned directly into a galloping horse and poured into Qin Yu's mind. Qin Yu only felt a roar in his mind, followed by an ethereal system prompt sound, which suddenly sounded. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for learning the Conqueror Haki. Do you want to reach the maximum level with one click? The long-lost voice made Qin Yu's face show a trace of joy. Without thinking too much, he immediately gave the order. Immediately reach the maximum level with one click. Ding dang, host, please wait. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the Conqueror Haki has reached the maximum level with one click. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the Armament Haki has been realized with one click. Two system prompts came out in succession, and a warm current poured into Qin Yu's mind like a tide. Boy, why don't you react? Have you become an idiot? Looking at Qin Yu, who didn't react at all, Rayleigh couldn't help but be startled. He has tried this method several times. Every time someone receives the impact of Conqueror Haki, they will have a headache. After all, this is to use the powerful domineering of outsiders to wash the spiritual level. That it feels like rubbing your face against the ground. Tearing pain. However, Qin Yu's indifferent attitude now made Rayleigh a little uneasy. However, just as this thought flashed through Rayleigh's mind, what came into his eyes was Qin Yu's suddenly opened eyes. A huge domineering aura exploded like a frenzy. It turned into a 12-level hurricane and swept away. Bonnie, who was the first to bear the brunt, was stagnant at first, and the next moment the whole person was directly overturned and rushed back. Rayleigh, who was standing close at hand, suddenly changed his expression and quickly used shaving to quickly rush back. However, he had just walked 7 or 8 meters away. A crisp cracking sound suddenly rang out. A series of shocking, spider-web-like cracks spread rapidly with Qin Yu's feet as the center. The walls and pillars around, whether wooden or concrete structures, cracked in response. The sudden scene made Rayleigh's face change drastically, and he shouted in a hurry, "You kid, why don't you wake up quickly? Are you planning to destroy this auction house?" Feeling this terrifying breath, the figure of red hair flashed in Rayleigh's mind. Originally, in Rayleigh's eyes, the most domineering person on this sea is probably Red Hair Shanks. However, now that he saw Qin Yu's domineering side, this view might have changed. Ahem, sorry, I'm a little unsure about awakening. Qin Yu coughed dryly, and came back to his senses. It's a good opportunity to show you how to materialize the Armament Haki. Armament Haki materialization. Rayleigh was stunned, and then laughed dryly and said, "Boy, you may be lucky to be able to awaken the Conqueror Haki. But Armament Haki materialization, want to master it all at once, do you really think it's a cabbage on the street?" Thinking back to the past, it took the old man 4 or 5 years to figure it out on his own. As for you. At this point, Rayleigh's dry bark-like cheeks showed a smile, and when he took out the bottle and took a sip of wine, the scene he saw made his pupils shrink suddenly. He was addicted to alcohol, and he sprayed the strong liquor far away. However, facing this scene, he was in no mood to care about it. He took a step and used the shaving skill. He crossed more than 10 meters to Qin Yu's side. When he saw the black and ink-like domineering blade in his hand, his face was full of disbelief. He wanted to slap himself in the face now. He could awaken the domineering in an instant and materialize the armed domineering. Is he too stupid, or is there so many geniuses that domineering has become cheap? When he thought of this, Rayleigh couldn't help but look back at Bonnie. The scene he saw made him feel relieved. Bonnie was obviously shocked by Qin Yu's behavior. Looking at her slender hand, her face turned red, and she couldn't even hold back the slightest bit of armed domineering. Finally, after Rayleigh stared at Qin Yu for more than half a minute, he finally uttered 2 words. "Monster." However, before Qin Yu could respond, a series of hurried footsteps spread wildly outside the door. Judging from the footsteps alone, there must be thousands of people. The time is just right, but it's time to make a name for yourself. Qin Yu smiled warmly, casually dusted off his body, and looked at the 3 tian-long people lying on the ground. Outside, the huge Sabayati archipelago was already in chaos. The attack on the largest human auction house on island number 1 spread quickly throughout the island. The attack on the world's noble Tianlong people was a way to their own death in their eyes. However, what made them most nervous was that 2 generals happened to appear on the Sabayati archipelago. When they thought of this, many people had a mentality of watching the show in their hearts, and they rushed to the human auction house. For a while, in addition to the Navy soldiers who blocked the front and back doors of the human auction house, there were also spies from various forces hiding in the distance. Even some reporters stationed in the Sabayati archipelago to capture the latest news rushed to the scene. Seeing this scene, Hua Xiaoshan and Bastiyu's faces turned a little pale. The current situation means that the attack on the celestial dragons can no longer be covered up. The general is coming. Someone exclaimed, and everyone's nerves were instantly tense. Everyone's eyes turned and saw that in front of Hua Xiaoshan and Bastiyu, endless golden light appeared out of thin air without any warning. The next moment it quickly condensed into a burly figure. The yellow and white suit, the robe representing justice, and the wretched face, surprisingly, were a pair of small glasses. However, compared with usual days, Kizaru's wretched face had a hint of coldness. As soon as he appeared, he cast his eyes towards the locked auction house and said, "Is that guy inside?" As soon as he said this, Bastiyu and Hua Xiaoshan quickly reacted and responded in a hurry, "General Kizaru, the skeleton demon is inside. But he has 3 celestial dragons hostage, and I'm afraid he will ask for some conditions for negotiation." Celestial dragons? Kizaru raised his eyebrows, thinking of the celestial dragon ship on the dock, and then snorted coldly, saying, "Those trash really came at the wrong time and hindered us from catching people." Trash? Seeing Kizaru, who was cynical and played soy sauce every day, actually said such words, which obviously subverted their perception of Kizaru. However, before Hua Xiaoshan and Bastiyu could open their mouths to remind them, a low voice came from behind. "Kizaru, I know you're upset, but don't forget, those guys are celestial dragons, and our admiral's first duty is to ensure their safety. Please be careful with your words." Chapter 502 The Death Army is here. For Kizaru, when he thought about the last time, he went all the way to the impel-down prison to intercept them, but was blasted into the water. That was a very frustrating feeling. If it weren't for the famous rear admiral who had been knocked down and thrown into the water before him, I'm afraid he would have to find someone to sweep his grave now. However, as Akainu said, the identity of the celestial dragons was clear before him, and he was upset, but he also had to be careful with his words. Most importantly, he couldn't ruin his own personality in front of his subordinates. When he thought of this, Kizaru's face was filled with his usual teasing expression, and he said obscenely with a crooked mouth, "Yo, it's all a joke, Akainu brother, don't take it too seriously. However, this time we really can't let that kid escape, otherwise the 2 admirals of the Navy headquarters will come in person and let him slip away under their noses, which will be a big joke." Looking at Kizaru, who suddenly restored his original personality, when the people present were stunned, Bastiyu hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Admiral Kizaru, don't worry, the skeleton demon is still inside. However, according to the time I stayed with him, that guy seems to have intentionally come to the Sabayati archipelago, and give us time to specially notify the 2 admirals. It seems that he has some intention." At this point, Bastiyu suddenly remembered an important thing and said in a hurry, "By the way, the former deputy of the Pirate King, Pluto Rayleigh, is also inside. Will they join forces together? That old guy is here too." Akainu's face sank, and he said disdainfully, "Although there have been eyewitness reports that Pluto Rayleigh often appears in the Sabayati archipelago, I didn't expect him to be in collusion with the skeleton demon. However, if this is the skeleton demon, challenging the majesty of our Navy headquarters, I'm afraid he will be disappointed." After this, many people in the field nodded silently. In their eyes, the 2 admirals of the Navy represent the highest combat power. As long as one of them stops Rayleigh, the other can free up his hands and take down the skeleton demon. "Admiral Akainu, you are right, so should we take action now?" Hua Xiaoshan quickly agreed. This time he is responsible for protecting the safety of the celestial dragons. At this moment, the 3 celestial dragons are in Qinyu's hands and their lives are uncertain, so how can Hua Xiaoshan keep calm? "No, now is not the time. Let him out first. Otherwise, we cannot predict what will happen to him and the celestial dragons inside." Akainu refused calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Akainu's eyes fell on Bastiyu and said, "Go and make a call." "Me?" Bastiyu was stunned for a moment, but the higher the rank, the more powerful it is. Facing Akainu's order, he could only bite the bullet. Taking the loudspeaker handed over by his subordinates, Bastiyu hurriedly opened his voice and shouted, "Ans, skeleton demon, the 2 generals you want to see are here." Please release the 3 people from the Charles royal family quickly, otherwise we will attack. At this point, Bastiu couldn't help but look back at Akainu and Kizaru. Under the satisfied eyes of the two, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as he exhaled, the next moment, a dull collision sound suddenly came from the auction house, instantly tightening Bastiu's nerves. This is a dull sound of footsteps. As a Vice Admiral of the Navy, Bastiu may not be very powerful, but he has a lot of experience. A crazy picture flashed through his mind the moment he heard the footsteps. He is not going to release those monsters, right? Bastiu looked at the door of the auction house in panic. Faced with this inexplicable talk, everyone in the field was stunned for a moment. Akainu frowned and said in a deep voice, Bastiu, what kind of monster are you talking about? Is there something that even our Navy elite can't deal with? Admiral Akainu is right. Here are the elite of our Navy, and the most advanced rocket launchers. Even if it's me, we can kill it with one shot. Hua Shaishan hurriedly echoed. Yes, Vice Admiral Hua Shaishan is right. We are the strongest elite of the Navy. With 2 generals here, our combat power is doubled and invincible. What a monster, it can't withstand a mouthful of saliva from each of us. The rapid shouting became one at this moment. Bastiu, who witnessed this scene, hurriedly tried to explain. However, the scene he saw made him swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Bang! A dull collision sound came from behind the closed door. The huge impact force made the iron door shake first, and the next moment, it seemed to be hit by a giant beast and sank. Before everyone could react, a thunderous explosion sounded instantly. Boom! The heavy iron door, like a sandbag, was knocked away and smashed directly on the open space of dozens of meters. The huge impact force made the thick iron door, the square paved with heavy flooring, collapsed and cracked. The dust and debris were raised, and the scene in front of everyone's eyes suddenly shrank. Some Navy soldiers almost had their eyes popped out, and some couldn't hold back and screamed. What is this? Is it a monster? Bang! The dull footsteps suddenly came out, and hundreds of skeleton soldiers stepped out in a neat square formation. Every step down, the ground seemed to be beating a drum, and it shook violently. But this was just the beginning. The door of the auction house, which was only more than 3 meters high. It was suddenly grasped by a white big hand, and the next moment it was broken without any cost. The huge body like a door panel directly crushed the door at the moment of stepping out. Then, a skeleton warrior with a height of more than 3 meters, wearing armor and holding a black bone knife stepped out. Woo! The sound of a horse howling like ghosts and wolves suddenly came, and the horse hooves of Yuan stepped out from behind the door. The floor, which was already in danger, collapsed with a sound. The flames on the horse hooves were splashing like fireworks. The huge body, nearly 5 meters long, coupled with the skeleton warhorse under the crotch, the armored undead knight rode out. Sharp horns, rotten face, and flashing Yuan under the deep eye sockets. It gave people the feeling that the whole body exuded a dangerous smell that was permeating the mind. The heavy giant shield of nearly 3 meters, the big sword in his hand like a door panel, and the undead breath released with him. The ground along the way was corroded quickly, and the flowers and plants around were quickly killed and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at this scene, only one thought flashed through Bastiu's mind. The Death Legion is about to appear. Chapter 503 The King of Performance appears. On the huge square, only the heavy footsteps echoed. Whether it was the Navy or the people watching around, their expressions were completely stiff when they saw the scene in front of them. All this was completely beyond their expectations. The biting cold, the terrifying image and face made people feel numb. In particular, the body size that was far beyond that of humans brought a strong visual effect. If you have to use a word to describe it, it would be to take the lead. Bastiu, what's going on? You say something. Hua Shaishan's face sank and he roared in a hurry. These numerous skeleton soldiers in front of him may not have given him much pressure. However, the skeleton warriors and the undead knights who appeared later brought more than just visual impact. There was also the oppressive feeling of the death god. As a lieutenant general, he might just feel it was tricky. But for other Navy soldiers, this is a fight against the god of death. Hua Shaishan, calm down. Akainu's face sank, and he shouted, in the report sent by Magellan, we already knew that he had the ability to create unknown creatures, but we didn't expect that his ability could reach this level. However, if you intend to fight against our Navy headquarters with these means alone, it would be a pipe dream. For Akainu, these monsters have terrifying faces and a breathtaking aura. But with his status as an admiral and the power of the devil fruit, he can't resist his punch at all. If one punch can't solve something, then two punches. However, as soon as these words fell, Bastio, who looked terrified, stuttered and shouted in a hurry. No, these are just his facade skills, the real horror is still behind. Facade skills? Everyone present was stunned, even Akainu and Kizaru were no exception. In their eyes, this army of the dead was beyond their expectations. Now Bastio told them that there were more powerful ones behind. What could be more terrifying than the huge monster knight that was nearly 5 meters long? However, just as this thought came to mind, the next moment, a terrifying breath exploded like a tidal wave. Roar! The sound of the dragon roared, like piercing the clouds and cracking the rocks, and rushed straight into the sky. The huge sound waves surged in the auction house like a tide, crushing it. When everyone felt their eardrums being torn, the huge auction house suddenly made a low thunder-like impact sound. The huge roof was shattered at the moment. A huge figure of white bones broke out of it, rolled up a large piece of fishy wind, and rushed straight into the sky. The huge body of tens of meters, the moment when the rotten white bones flapped, gave people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. The hideous white skeleton, the blood-red eyes, the bloody mouth. The dragon power that he had in his lifetime swept out like a raging tide. What on earth is this? Is it a dragon? Oh my god, how can there be such a terrifying thing in this world? The terrified voices echoed in the field. However, before they could accept this fact, the trembling voice of Bastio came again. And, he has more than one bone dragon. And? The people present were shocked, even Akainu and Kizaru were no exception. After all, the moment this bone dragon appeared, it oppressed their breath. It was completely close to the lieutenant general. The appearance of a bone dragon may not be able to determine the outcome of the battle. But if there were a few more, the outcome would be different. Roar! 3 dragon roars seemed to be responding to Bastio's words. Like thunder, they exploded in unison. The huge body suddenly flapped its bone wings, creating a huge hurricane and rushed out of the auction house again. With the rolling of sand and dust, debris flew. Everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes, and then a dark mass was cast in the sky, giving people an inexplicable feeling of depression. It seemed that at this moment there was an invisible big hand that tightly grasped people's hearts, making people feel like they couldn't breathe. There was no time to think about it, and everyone looked up at the sky in unison. Quick, take a picture of this scene. 4 legendary bone dragons, the terrifying death army, today's front page. I think Editor-in-Chief Morgans will be very excited. What is the origin of this skeleton demon? He can actually control such an army. No wonder he dared to stay in the Sabayati archipelago after attacking the celestial dragons. The hurried voices rang out one after another in the field. Facing such a means that subverted the world view, it was beyond everyone's expectations. However, for the people in the Navy headquarters, all this made them look ugly. After all, the moment before, Hua Shaoshan boasted that their navy had the strongest elite troops. But compared with the death army in front of him, it was like a slap in the face, and his cheeks were burning. This slap in the face, damn, it came too fast. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that there is such a legion in this world? The skeleton demon is out. I don't know who exclaimed. Everyone's eyes turned to the dilapidated auction house. Bang! With a step, the Death Corps, which had already lined up, immediately formed a line to face each other, and slammed their weapons on the shields. There was a deafening roar. At the same time, a large skeleton figure wearing a cloak gradually lit up in the darkness. The suddenly surging soul flames in his eyes brought an inexplicable feeling of captivation. Seeing Qin Yu step out step by step, his outline gradually became clear, and holding a scepter, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. The scene in front of them gave them the feeling that he was not like a so-called pirate at all. Instead, he was a king with a high level, an elite army, and power over the world. No. It should be said that he was the dead. He was the king of the undead, performing the appearance of the king. The distance of more than 10 steps seemed very far and long at this moment. As the footsteps fell, everyone's nerves gradually tensed up to the extreme, as if being trampled. When Qin Yu took the last step, he stomped the scepter in his hand on the ground, and then a cold voice suddenly sounded. Welcome everyone, I am the supreme ruler of the Narasak Great Tomb, in Seoul Gaon. Today, I am staying here. In addition to meeting with the two admirals, there are more important things to announce. More important things? Bastiyu's tense nerves were plucked again. The moment he met Qin Yu's eyes, he couldn't help but shout loudly. Chapter 504 Someone wants their lives. Quick, stop him quickly, he intends to kill the celestial dragons. Bastiyu's urgent cry exploded like thunder. Everyone present, before they came to their senses in the grim death army, tensed their nerves again. According to the news they received, the celestial dragons were just attacked and unconscious. But being attacked and being killed are two completely different things. As long as the person is not dead, there is room for detours no matter how much trouble is done. However, if the celestial dragons die, the result will be completely different. For anyone, it is an unbelievable nightmare. Bastiyu, what are you talking about? Hua Shaishan grabbed Bastiyu's collar and shouted urgently, that's a celestial dragon, a world noble who has survived for 800 years. You are now saying that someone wants to kill the world nobles, are you crazy? The hysterical roar echoed between heaven and earth, as if it was infused with magic sound, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. After all, in the eyes of anyone, killing the celestial dragons would be regarded as the #1 enemy by the Navy headquarters and even the world government. That is equivalent to slapping them in the face and becoming a priority prisoner. Unless you are a madman, it is not worth killing at all. No, the purpose of the skeleton demon is to become famous. He wants to kill the celestial dragons, and this is the fastest way. Bastiyu roared. As soon as these words fell, Akainu and Kizaru's faces suddenly changed drastically. If Bastiyu's words were not wrong, it would mean that the seriousness of the matter would be raised to a higher level. Their eyes turned and locked on Qin Yu. The moment their eyes met, Qin Yu's soul flame suddenly surged in his deep eyes, and he smiled warmly and said, "You finally guessed it right. I am the supreme ruler of the Nalasak Great Tomb. What crime should the three ants deliberately offend?" The cold voice came out, like a magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. However, before everyone could react, the Death Legion lined up in the field, with the moment the weapons hit the bone shield, everyone shouted in unison. Kill! The word was uttered, stirring up the extremely oppressive atmosphere in the field. The moment everyone present suddenly tensed up, 3 burly skeletons wearing golden armor came out, carrying 3 celestial dragons who were chained and tied up like dogs. The arrogance and arrogant expression of the past were completely replaced by panic at this moment. Looking at Akainu and Kizaru in the field, Charles Marco was the first to ask for advice. "What are you doing in the navy? Hurry up and save us. We are the world's noble celestial dragons. If we lose a hair, you ants will die. Hurry up, come and save us. I will definitely report you in front of the 5 elders and make you lose your position as admiral." "No, my clothes, you rude monster, let me go quickly." Hysterical roars came from the mouths of Charles Marco and the other 2. However, before they could finish cursing, they were thrown heavily to the ground by 3 magic skeleton warriors wearing golden armor. Bang! Under the huge force, even the fish tank on the head was shattered. The scene made the pupils of the people present shrink suddenly, and some people couldn't help but gasp. Seeing the dignified celestial dragons being thrown to the ground and cut by the splashing glass with blood all over their faces, they couldn't help but rub their eyes red. This is a celestial dragon. In their eyes, it is a high and mighty existence. However, now it has become like a dead dog. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that this scene is real? Uchiha Qin Yu, stop it quickly. They are celestial dragons. You want to be famous all over the world. Now it is enough. Akainu was the first to shout. Now, as long as you release the people, we may still discuss it. We will just send you back to the prison in the city. Otherwise, this will be your burial place today. The stern voice echoed between heaven and earth, but more people rolled their eyes and their expressions were directly stiff. In their eyes, if this is also considered a negotiation. In the fucking world, no hostages will be killed. Haha, I'm sorry, there is an old saying in my hometown, accepting money from others and eliminating disasters for others. I'm sorry, someone has bought their lives. Qin Yu said lightly. Someone wants to kill them, who is it? Akainu's face sank, and he said, Uchiha Qin Yu, I don't know where you come from, but if you want money, our Navy headquarters can give you 10 times as much, as long as you release the person. If it was an ordinary person who was kidnapped, Akainu would definitely punch him without saying a word. But there were 3 celestial dragons in front of him, so he didn't dare to act rashly. How much? Qin Yu's deep eyes, the flame of his soul was leaping, and he suddenly raised his head and met Akainu's sight. The moment when everyone's nerves were tense, the words that fell into his ears were like thunder. 1 Bailey. The simple 3 words were uttered, and even the 3 celestial dragons who were usually high and mighty showed an expression of disbelief. In their eyes, if someone wants to kill the world's nobles, at least a sky-high price must be paid. Now Qin Yu told them 1 Bailey, which simply means that the lives of nobles are cheaper than ants. Akainu's face sank, and he and Kizaru looked at each other inconspicuously. The next moment, a roar of anger rose. Do it! Buzz! The vibration of the air suddenly sounded. Yellow Monkey, who was standing beside Akainu, disappeared from the spot like a ghost as the endless spots of light on his body dissipated. When he appeared again, he had taken a step ahead and came to the side of the 3 skeletons in golden armor. However, before Yellow Monkey could make a move, a cold voice suddenly fell into his ears. Yellow Monkey, have you forgotten the feeling of being struck by lightning? The crackling sound of lightning arcs sounded without any warning. A thunderbolt crossed the sky and appeared behind Yellow Monkey with an attitude that was no less than that. The white bone hand suddenly merged and turned into a hand knife, slashing down at Yellow Monkey. Before the attack came, a dignified sound of breaking through the air whistled. Huang Yuan's face darkened, and the golden light in his hands gathered, turning into a huge golden shield, which blocked directly behind him, and then roared angrily. Damn kid, you suffered a loss from the sea stone last time, you won't be so lucky this time. However, just as the roar started, the words that fell into his ears the next moment made Huang Yuan's expression stiffen. Looking at the dark lightning in Qin Yu's hand, his face was full of disbelief. Chapter 505 Breaking the Sky. Sorry, I have learned the armament haki. Boom. A hand knife slashed down, and the dark armament haki and the violent thunder were perfectly blended together. At the moment of the heavy smash, the seemingly indestructible shining giant shield, in full view of the public, shattered like paper. The next moment, the attack was still powerful, and it struck Kizaru's shoulder with lightning speed. Bang! With the dull sound of collision, Kizaru's body flew backwards like a sandbag. Finally, it hit a big tree dozens of meters away. The huge impact force broke the tree in half. Canine Tooth Red Lotus. A low voice suddenly sounded in the sky. Under the blazing air wave, Akainu appeared in the air, clenched his 5 fingers on his right hand, and then smashed out. The sky was full of magma, and he turned into a roaring magma dog, rushing towards Qin Yu's back with a speed as fast as thunder. Damn kid, let me see how you can dodge. Kizaru laughed teasingly. Although he was hit by Qin Yu's hand knife just now, looking at his expression, it was obviously a self-torture trick, in order to trick Qin Yu. However, a smile of success just appeared on his extremely wretched face. The next moment, when he looked into Qin Yu's eyes, he suddenly became stiff. The blood-red eyes, with 9 megatama turning over, pulled everyone's sight in like a black hole. A huge wave of pupil power rolled back with a crushing posture. The scarlet blood exploded like a volcanic eruption. The virtual ribs were constructed quickly and collided with the incoming molten giant dog. Boom! A low collision sound suddenly sounded, and the seemingly sharp molten giant dog exploded when it hit the scarlet ribs. Before Akainu could react, Susanoo, which had just condensed its skeleton, swept towards Akainu in the air the moment his right hand emerged. The sudden attack shook everyone's nerves. No one expected that Qin Yu was not at a disadvantage under the attack of the 2 generals. Moreover, without looking back, he was able to construct a virtual skeleton giant soldier that was more than 10 meters high and launch a counterattack. Bang! The unexpected attack made Akainu have no place to hide. The next moment, it was directly smashed and turned into a rain of molten lava all over the sky, splashing around. Watching the joint attack of the 2 generals, it was disintegrated in an instant. Charles Marco and the other 2 turned pale and bloodless. They didn't have time to say a word. When they raised their heads in a hurry, they met Qin Yu's cold gaze. The words that came out of his mouth hit the depths of their souls. Kill. The word fell, giving people a feeling of death urging their lives, and a bone-chilling chill ran down everyone's spine. Akainu just gathered his body back, his face sank, and he roared angrily. Uchiha Qin Yu, you dare! Kizaru, stop him quickly! Hysterical roars rang out one after another. Kizaru, who was originally planning to wait and see Qin Yu fall into the trap, suddenly woke up. With the golden light all over his body surging, he also roared angrily. Yashikyu Megatama! Bang bang bang! A series of golden lights shot out from Kizaru's hands like sharp arrows. The speed was so fast that the air along the way was directly torn apart. By the time everyone reacted, it had already appeared in front of Susanoo. In Kizaru's eyes, no matter how huge the skeleton in front of him was, as long as he relied on the power of the flash fruit and the saturation attack suppression, he could definitely smash the skeleton directly. However, just as this idea emerged in his mind, the scene that came into his eyes shook his nerves. The black armed color domineering spread rapidly as if taking stimulants. The next moment, before everyone could react, it directly covered the Susanoo, which was more than 10 meters tall, as if it had turned into a dark and powerful armor. The originally scarlet illusory posture completely turned into a dark red color, giving people a feeling of becoming more and more fierce. Bang bang bang! The dense flashes poured on Susanoo like a torrent. Unfortunately, apart from a series of collisions of rain hitting banana leaves, there was no way to break Uchiha Chinyu's defense in a short time, let alone rescue the 3 Tianlong people from the butcher's knife. Kill! 3 voices without any emotion came out of the mouth of the magic skeleton warrior. The suddenly drawn big knife was as cold as the tide, and the cold light of the sharp blade rolled back, reflecting the terrified expressions of the 3 Tianlong people. Facing those begging, helpless, and unbelievable expressions, the 3 magic puppet warriors without any emotion were obviously the best executioners. Don't! Hua Shaishan and Bastiyu, as well as the 3 Tianlong people, exclaimed in unison. However, waiting for Hua Shaishan and Bastiyu was the covetous undead knight. As soon as the two took a few steps, they were faced with the hell charge. Facing this sudden scene, the only thing they could do was to watch 3 skeleton warriors in golden armor holding sharp blades in their hands, falling towards the neck of the helpless Tianlong man. Puff! A low splashing sound suddenly sounded, and scarlet blood splashed. 3 heads with wide eyes and faces full of disbelief fell to the ground with a gurgle. Finally rolled 4 or 5 meters away. The aorta and neck were cut off at the waist, and the splashing blood was like a spring, spraying 7 or 8 meters away. The hot blood and scarlet blood directly dyed the ground red. Perhaps many people were mentally prepared for this sudden scene. However, at the moment of witnessing it with their own eyes, their pupils were shrinking, their eye sockets were cracking, and their faces were even more unbelievable. There were even many people who couldn't hold back and even rubbed their eyes until they bled. Oh my god, what did I see? This is big news. Has the world gone crazy? The celestial dragons were killed. Quick, tell Editor Morgans, the world is about to change. The hurried exclamation they rang out one after another. Gathered here, many were spies from various forces, as well as pirates who were watching the show. However, at this moment, they no longer had the heart to continue watching. Now that the celestial dragons were killed in public, it meant that the skeleton demon had broken the sky. Not to mention the Navy headquarters, I'm afraid even the world government will go crazy. If this matter is not handled properly, then what awaits them may be the demon-killing order. Chapter 506 Untying the Dog Leash. The huge square fell into a dead silence. The actions of the Navy such as Hua Shaishan and Bastiyu in the melee suddenly stopped. Staring at the scene in front of them, they were all in disbelief. Crazy, the celestial dragons were killed, and we all have to die. Hua Shaishan's eyes suddenly turned red, and he roared in a hurry. Shut up! Akainu roared, his face was already gloomy. Looking at the 3 bodies of the celestial dragons lying at Chinyu's feet, his finger bones were almost crushed by him. After staring at them for 3 or 5 seconds, he said sternly, Uchiha Chinyu, do you know how stupid you have done? Killing the celestial dragons means a fight to the death with the world government. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you will definitely die. The stern voice echoed in the sky. At this moment, it seemed to be infused with magic sound and could not be dispersed for a long time. Akainu, do you say a fight to the death? The cold voice came out of Chinyu's mouth and said, do you think we have a chance to negotiate from the beginning? Stop talking nonsense, fight! Ding dang, congratulations to the host for obtaining 5,000 world shock value points and reaching the random limit unlocking opportunity. Do you want to unlock it immediately? The ethereal prompt of the system suddenly echoed in Chinyu's mind. The sudden scene made Qin Feng startled. 5,000 points of world turbulence value, that was completely beyond Chinyu's expectation. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he would have suspected that he was dreaming. However, it was no wonder that Qin Yu was like this. After all, in the past 800 years, it was rare to attack the celestial dragons. In the past 100 years, no one had heard of it. At present, the Den Den Mushi was being broadcast live, and there were many journalists waiting here. It can be said that at the moment when Qin Yu publicly beheaded the celestial dragons, what happened here was spread all over the sea in a short time under the eyes of various forces. However, in this situation, what was waiting was the madness from the two generals. These 5,000 points of world turbulence value were simply timely rain for Qin Yu. Ding dang, host, do you want to remove the random restrictions immediately? The system prompt sounded again. Qin Yu came back to his senses, and with his mind turning, he directly issued an order, randomly release immediately. Ding dang, host, please wait. Ding dang, 4,000 turbulence points are being deducted, and the current balance is 1,503 points. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for unlocking the S-level ninjutsu, the wind escape raise Nan is successful. The system prompts that sounded one after another made Qin Yu stagnate for a while, and then he was a little puzzled. It took a lot of effort to get 4,000 turbulence points. Although it seems that turbulence points come easily, as Qin Yu's reputation grows, his impact on the world will decrease. Unless he can do something big that shocks the entire sea, it is obviously difficult to get more turbulence points at one time. However, what was unlocked this time is a little different from Qin Yu's expectations, but in terms of plasticity, the wind escape raise Nan is obviously more extensible. After all, in the original work, that is the basic starting point of the multiple meatballs set. Roar! A low roar suddenly sounded. The hot air wave attacked Qin Yu head-on, causing him to retreat from his consciousness. The first thing that caught his eye was a giant dog covered in molten lava. The huge body was 50 or 60 meters long, and it rushed towards Susanoo with a crushing posture. The sudden scene made Qin Yu raise his eyebrows. The death of the three celestial dragons obviously freed Akainu from the shackles. However, facing the attacking molten lava giant dog, Qin Yu obviously did not hesitate at all, and suddenly grabbed it with his right hand in the air. The skeleton hand covered with armed color domineering suddenly grabbed the attacking molten lava giant dog. Bang! The giant dog of dozens of meters was stopped abruptly. The next moment, without any fancy, it was thrown to the ground. Boom! The dull thunder-like collision sound echoed between heaven and earth, and it could not be dispersed for a long time. Under the huge impact, the huge magma dog exploded and turned into a large piece of magma splashing out. Some of them even shot directly at the Navy and the Death Army in the melee. The sudden scene made many Navy faces change drastically. In their eyes, the two generals should be able to end the battle in an instant. However, Qin Yu's endless means now overturned their cognition. The most important thing is that these death armies in front of them are not afraid of the invasion of magma compared to them. They are not afraid of death and pain at all, and they are forced to retreat step by step for a while. Mr. Rayleigh, do you think he can win? Bonnie, who had already escaped from the ruins of the auction house to watch the show, had a stream of light in her beautiful eyes and stared at the changes in the battle in the field. Seeing the thrilling moment, she was even more shocked. For her, Qin Yu's methods also overturned her cognition. Most importantly, he was able to suppress the troops led by the two generals and make them breathe. However, compared with Bonnie, Rayleigh was obviously an old hand with a more vicious vision. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of the strong liquor that came with him, and said, "No, it's just the beginning now, but looking at the boy's calmness, I'm afraid he has already expected it. It's just starting now." Bonnie's expression froze, and her face was full of disbelief. If she participated in the scale of the battle in front of her, it would be difficult for her to survive. However, Rayleigh now told her that it was just an appetizer, which was too much. The messy thoughts just emerged in Bonnie's mind, and the words that fell in her ears the next moment shook her nerves. "Okay, we should have finished warming up, and we should also be serious." Qin Yu's cold voice suddenly sounded, instantly arousing everyone's thoughts. It can be said that at this moment, everyone's thoughts are almost the same as Bonnie's. In this scale of battle, it is still considered a warm-up, so do you still want to let people live? However, just as Qin Yu said, Akainu and Kizaru's expressions suddenly became gloomy, and with a horn-like posture, they blocked all the retreat routes of Qin Yu in front and behind. "What an arrogant guy, you are a smart person, you should know your situation very well, I will give you another chance now," Die or surrender. Akainu's face was extremely gloomy, and he shouted angrily. Death. Qin Yu asked playfully, stomping the scepter in his hand on the ground, and said with a smile, I didn't expect that the general would joke, but it's funny. However, you should thank me. Killing the celestial dragons is like untying the dog rope for you, so that you can let go and fight. There's too much nonsense, let's get to the point. Chapter 507 just entered the range of my big move. The small voice echoed in the huge square like a hurricane at this moment. When everyone's expression changed drastically, their eyes were locked on Akainu and Kizaru. In their eyes, if it is really as the skeleton demon said, does it mean that they are still in the opponent's layout? As Qin Yu said, it is a dog being led away. Okay, very good, today I will show you what the general's strength is. All of you retreat, otherwise you will die. Akainu roared. Compared with before, his face was as gloomy as the tide, and the whole person's aura changed directly. Retreat, retreat quickly, this will become a battlefield, and the natural devil fruit ability users have the ability to fight in a large range. Hua Shaishan roared first. At the moment, the Tianlong people are dead, and it is inevitable to take responsibility. However, if Akainu can take down Uchiha Qin Yu, then their crimes will be offset accordingly. It can be said that this is their only chance. Moreover, as Vice Admirals of the Navy headquarters, they know clearly what it means that the general's anger will cause disasters thousands of miles away. Retreat, don't entangle with the Death Legion. The moment Bastiyu's shark-slashing sword slashed at the incoming undead knight. The huge impact force made him retreat, and he did not look back to perform the shaving, and retreated quickly. For a time, the Navy soldiers who were already overwhelmed were directly defeated. The elite troops that they boasted about just a moment ago now seemed pale and powerless, and it felt like a slap in the face came too suddenly. Seeing that even the Navy soldiers retreated, the spies and spectators who stayed around tensed their nerves and retreated without saying anything. Editor-in-Chief Morgan's urgent news report, that was just a warm-up, and now the decisive battle begins. Admiral Akainu has issued an order to retreat. Should we also retreat? A news practitioner couldn't help wiping the sweat from his forehead and asked anxiously. No, this is big news. We can't retreat. You must take a picture of him. I want to make a special feature for that guy. Not long ago, as the mastermind, he planned to escape from the prison in the city. Not long ago, he defeated the first supernova, Ace, snatched the gold in the sky, killed the celestial dragons, and confronted two generals head-on. This is super big news in any time period in the past. If this guy can walk out of the Sabayati archipelago alive, he will definitely become the legendary pirate. The hurried words were filled with unconcealed excitement. It can be said that to some extent, for news practitioners like Morgan's, explosive news is the sublimation of life. Well, then. The reporter's expression changed slightly, and finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Not to mention him, even people hiding in other places also have a question in their hearts. How will the skeleton demon, who has caused so many major events, deal with the two generals who are known as the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters in the world? At the same time, whether he can walk out of the Sabayati archipelago alive. For a moment, countless eyes were fixed on Qin Yu, who was covered in the armament Haki Suzano, and there was an inexplicable urgency on his face. The field is almost cleared, you can fight with peace of mind, otherwise I will not leave in a cool way. Qin Yu's cold voice sounded again. In the deep eye sockets, the jumping soul flame flashed and met Akainu's sight. Everything he did now was to raise the foundation of the world shock caused by killing the celestial dragons. Rise to a higher altitude. Let's fight. Qin Yu spoke again. The moment the two simple words came out, an inexplicable solemn atmosphere was brought up. The next moment, a roar like thunder sounded. Arrogant man! Akainu roared like an angry lion. The hot air wave exploded quickly with him as the center. Countless rolling hot magma gushed out like a frenzy. It can be said that at this moment, Akainu gave people the feeling of a volcanic eruption. Boy, today I will see how strong your tortoise shell is. Bang! Akainu stomped the ground suddenly, and endless magma exploded under his feet. Like a volcanic eruption, the whole person suddenly increased his speed to the extreme with the help of such a powerful impact force. The whole person appeared directly in the sky dozens of meters away from Qin Yu like a ghost. Without any fancy moves, he clenched his 5 fingers and punched Uchiha Qin Yu in the air. Big fire! Boom! The roaring sound of the gas explosion tore up, and the hot magma exploded instantly. Like a raging tide, it went straight to Qin Yu across the sky. Wherever it passed, the air was burning and crackling, and in the eyes of the crowd, it was like a molten sky curtain falling from the sky, giving people a terrifying sense of copyright JAVU. Yo, kid, what are you looking at? Facing two generals at the same time, I don't know if you are arrogant or ignorant, but you are one step away from death. Huang Yuan's obscene voice suddenly sounded. Everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes, and Huang Yuan, who was originally standing hundreds of meters away, appeared like a ghost, dozens of meters behind Qin Yu. With his hands slightly raised, endless golden light appeared in all directions of Susanoo, turning into a mirror. Yashikani no Megatama, slaughterhouse. Bang, bang, bang. A series of low explosions sounded, and endless golden light bloomed, instantly turning Kizaru into a luminous body. However, as soon as the golden light appeared, it fell on the countless golden mirrors that trapped Qin Yu, and was instantly reflected and amplified. In just half a breath, it turned into an impenetrable saturation offensive, forming the most powerful joint impact with Akainu's big fire. The sudden scene made everyone's expression suddenly change. Even Bonnie, who was far away, suddenly changed her expression and said in a hurry, "Old Rayleigh, do you need to take action? The strength of this general is too terrifying." Looking at Bonnie, who suddenly showed concern, Rayleigh laughed dryly and said, "You girl, you won't be fascinated by this boy's prestige, right? But don't underestimate that boy. With his calmness, I'm afraid he still has a trump card." Hidden trump card? Bonnie was slightly startled, but this time before she asked, the words that fell into her ears shook her nerves. "I say, two generals, this kind of tentative attack, is it that Zifa taught you? In a life and death battle, you must start with a big move. That is the correct way. For example, you just entered the range of my big move now." The cold voice sounded abruptly. At this moment, it gave people a feeling of death urging them to die. Chapter 508 A Big Move from the Sky. Boom! The thunderous explosion sounded instantly. The sky was filled with molten lava and golden light, which enveloped Susanoo. However, seeing Qin Yu being instantly submerged by the attack, Akainu and Kizaru could not be happy. The spine suddenly felt cold, as if they were being stared at by the god of death. Bang! The strange sound of the bell rang, and the light blue light bloomed like fireworks in the storm of the explosion. The next moment, before everyone could react, a mysterious magic circle quickly bloomed with Qin Yu as the center. The illusory form, with endless light flowing, gave people a feeling like the stars in the night sky. An inexplicable sense of crisis was generated from the heart. The bone-chilling voice rang out. Super-level magic skyfall. Buzz. The vibration of the air suddenly sounded. The next moment, before everyone could react, the leaden clouds accumulated in the sky seemed to be directly pushed away by a pair of invisible big hands. Boom! A beam of light with a diameter of hundreds of meters, with a speed as fast as thunder, pierced through and dived down from the 9-day cloud. The speed was so fast that Akainu and Kizaru, who were in the center of the attack range, could not react in time. The two of them just felt a flash in front of their eyes, and when they reacted, the attack had already poured on their bodies. Bang! The violent impact force instantly shattered the entire square. The blast wave gave people a feeling of rolling back like a 12-level hurricane. The big tree that several people hugged was directly cut off in the middle, and the thick rock ground broke and spread like a spider web. For a moment, it felt like the end of the world. Retreat quickly! Hua Shaishan and others who had already escaped 500 or 600 meters away roared in a hurry. Looking at the shattered ground, if this method landed on them, it would be enough to kill them in one blow. However, they never expected that Qin Yu would be so crazy that he would put himself and the Death Legion completely in the attack. After everyone escaped 1,000 meters away, Hua Shaishan and Bastille forced themselves to stop and hurriedly looked at the center of the explosion. However, the scene they saw made their pupils shrink suddenly. The trees collapsed and the rocky ground turned into a desert. All objects turned into ashes. Originally, there was only an unfathomable pit in the center where Qin Yu and the other two were. This kid is really too crazy. He used a killing move as soon as he made a move. I'm afraid that Akainu and Kizaru will be in trouble. Rayleigh took the pale-faced Bonnie and also pulled himself out and landed on a tree 1,000 meters away. Looking at the battlefield that turned into ruins, a smile appeared on his face. This kind of noisy character reminded Rayleigh of Roger's crazy behavior that day. He still remembered that Roger's persuasive words when he invited him to board the ship were to make trouble together in this sea. That guy is still alive! Bonnie suddenly shouted. The moment Rayleigh looked in the direction of the sound, he saw a broken Susanoo figure in the deep pit, breaking through the air first. However, before they could react, 2 sounds of breaking through the air followed. Boy, you are not the only one who knows armament haki, we can do it too! Akainu roared. However, this time he was different from before. Under the molten lava, his surface was covered with inky armament haki. However, compared with the superhuman and animal devil fruit users. As a natural devil fruit user, elementalization is the most important means. Unfortunately, unless the armament haki practice can reach the level of the devil's descendant Barret. Otherwise, the use of armament haki will obviously weaken the range and saturation attack capabilities of the natural devil fruit ability. So as Zifa said, Akainu and Kizaru are more focused on the development of devil fruit abilities, but ignore the practice of haki. However, facing Chinyu's killer move, they don't want to be blown to pieces for the sake of face. So they bit the bullet and used armament haki to take the super-level magic Skyfall. However, as soon as the two appeared, an unexpected figure emerged from the ruins. As for the Susanoo, it was just an empty shell. This is a trick to escape from the shell. Chaotic thoughts flashed through the minds of Akainu and Kizaru. The moment they looked at it hastily, they met the 9 Magatama Sharingan. The blood-red eyes and the 9 Magatama that rotated rapidly gave people a soul-stirring illusion. However, no matter how cool and creepy these eyes were, what they found most unbelievable was that the skeleton demon in front of them with a fierce face was so young. Buzz! The tearing sound of the air suddenly sounded, and the warm smile on the face, like a boy next door, was imprinted in the depths of their pupils. There was a feeling of death pressing on their lives. Akainu and Kizaru didn't have time to think about it. When they wanted to withdraw and retreat, Chinyu had wind and lightning rays Nan in his hands that were spinning like comets. At a speed faster than lightning, he slapped them head-on. Sorry, your late meatball set has arrived. Please sign for it if your armament haki shell is hard enough. As soon as the playful words fell, 2 balls hit Akainu and Kizaru with a double combo. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded suddenly. The violent hurricane and countless sharp lightning flashes exploded instantly under crazy compression. It felt like a nuclear bomb explosion, instantly submerging Akainu and Kizaru who had just escaped. For a moment, the wind blade was like a knife, and the lightning flash was like a needle. The dense saturation attack formed quickly poured down on Akainu and Kizaru. The armament haki covering the 2 people's bodies instantly shattered like a spider web. When everyone who witnessed this scene took a breath of cold air, Kizaru and Akainu roared angrily. The whole body exploded. The magma splashed, the golden light dissipated, and it was as dazzling as a volcano and fireworks. Under the endless explosion wave, the area of thousands of meters was submerged in it in an instant. Seeing that even the armed color domineering was crushed, a pair of horrified eyes suddenly locked on Chinyu, and the pupils suddenly shrank. Bang! A light blue magic circle bloomed again under Chinyu's feet. The moment the illusory and colorful magic circle was quickly constructed, a violent magic power surged out of Chinyu again. At this moment, everyone present clearly remembered the big move that fell from the sky. Looking at Chinyu, who used a big move with his hands and feet, and the big move had no CD and could be used in a combo. This is just comparing people to people, comparing to the dead. Goodbye everyone, we will play next time. A warm smile climbed up on Chinyu's face. Akainu and Kizaru, who were in the meatball combo set, removed their armed haki and transformed into elements in a hurry, but they didn't have time to get out. The light column that fell from the sky poured down again. Chapter 509 A huge wave was raised. Boom! The huge light column, like a raging tide, poured down from the sky. The speed was so fast that people couldn't react at all. By the time they came to their senses, Akainu and Kizaru, who were in the meatball set, had been baptized by the fall of the sky again. Bang! The thunder-like explosion sounded straight into the sky. The violent airwave swept back and swept across a radius of 5 or 6 kilometers, causing a large number of Navy soldiers who had barely escaped the first attack range towers overturned. All the trees, rocks, and other buildings along the way were shredded like paper. The dust and debris that rose into the sky filled the sky. This scene lasted for an unknown period of time. When the explosion subsided, the dust in the sky seemed to be moved by an invisible hand. Akainu's angry roar suddenly exploded. You bastard, come out and die, I will tear you apart. The angry voice was like thunder, and the hot magma pillars, like a unified streak, rushed straight into the sky. For a while, a magma rainstorm fell on the huge ruins. Performing the moon step, Akainu rushed out of the air, and many places on his clothes were torn, and even the cloak representing justice was torn several times. However, if eyes can kill, then Akainu can kill Chinyu tens of thousands of times now. Akainu's face was extremely gloomy. After looking around, Chinyu had already disappeared. Akainu, where did that guy go? Kizaru also rushed out quickly. Compared with Akainu, his image was obviously not much worse. When he looked at the situation where he had already disappeared, his face gradually became gloomy. Let's split up and look for him. Use the observation haki. Each of us can block half of the island. I don't believe that in just a few tens of seconds, that kid can escape from island no one. Akainu shouted in a deep voice. Now that the celestial dragons were killed, the two generals joined forces and were easily suppressed by the opponent. Although it seems a bit tricky, but the big move at the beginning, this fighting method obviously suppressed them and made them feel like they couldn't breathe. Once this matter spreads out, they still didn't catch Uchiha Chinyu. Then the so-called strongest combat power of the navy will become the strongest joke. Okay. Kizaru's face sank and he quickly agreed. With endless golden light on his body, he rushed to the other side like a ghost. On Akainu's body, the molten lava was also rolling, rushing to the opposite direction at an extreme speed. For a moment, the huge battlefield was only a ruin, telling that the battle just now was not simple. As for those so-called nobles, I'm afraid they have long been dead. In the Admiral's office in the Navy headquarters, Sengoku was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass, looking at the coast in the distance. As for Garp, he was still eating donuts like an old idler. What's wrong, Sengoku, are you nervous? Garp stuffed the donut into his mouth with his backhand, and then laughed and said, Akainu and Kizaru, those two old guys are very powerful. With their cooperation, it is not difficult to catch the skeleton demon. However, if someone knows the weaknesses of those two guys, it will be a headache. After all, that old guy Zifa often criticizes them for not training hard and always taking shortcuts like devil fruits. Now they have become shortcomings. The endless scolding echoed in the huge office. The vice admiral guarding here couldn't help but twitch his eyelids, and couldn't help it. In their eyes, only Vice Admiral Garp could say such words, and even the three admirals didn't dare to criticize each other like this. Zhangguo suddenly turned around and said, Garp, I'm not worried. I'm just afraid that those two guys will make too much noise and destroy the Shampoo Archipelago. I still have to explain to the five elders. Just now, Magellan sent intelligence that the skeleton demon is too young. Given his situation, no matter how many tricks he has, it's already good enough to cause a little ripple in the face of Akainu and Kizaru, the two veterans. At this point, Zhangguo looked at the bounty order in his hand and said, these people who walked out of the impel-down prison should also be sent back. Marshal Zhangguo is right. This sea is already chaotic enough. These prisoners who should have disappeared in the long river of history should not continue to walk this muddy water. We just need to wait for good news from the two generals. Ghost Spider, who was waiting on the side, also spoke in agreement. As soon as this was said, the other vice admirals nodded in agreement. However, before they could speak, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded. Bang! The door of the office was pushed open, and an unexpected figure was the first to enter the eyes. Looking at the hurried messenger, the faces of the generals present changed slightly. Ghost Spider was the first to lose his temper and shouted, "You are that company, what's the matter so urgent, without even the slightest rules? Big things are not good." On the first island of the Sabayati archipelago, Admiral Kizaru and Admiral Akainu met with the skeleton demon, and eventually evolved into a large-scale battle. The Den Mushi signal was affected by the battle and cut off. I just received a report that 3 members of the Celestial Dragon Charles family were beheaded in public by the Death Army led by the skeleton demon. The 2 generals fought with the skeleton demon and were eventually suppressed and defeated. The skeleton demon is now missing. Lieutenant General Bastiu and Lieutenant General Hua Shaishan jointly requested that warships be sent to block all ports immediately. The hurried report seemed to be infused with magic sounds at this moment, and it took a long time to dissipate. The huge office suddenly fell into an inexplicable silence. A moment ago, they were boasting that the two generals could send Uchiha Chinyu back to the prison in Pushing City. Zhang Guo even patted his chest and said that Chinyu was too young and not to be feared at all. Facing the two generals joining forces, they couldn't even make a wave. However, now someone told them that Chinyu not only made waves, but also a huge wave. Huge waves. Killing 3 celestial dragons in public, and escaping with the help of 2 generals, this kind of record can be called the most valuable battle in any battle. You, please explain clearly, 2 generals joined forces to use observation haki, did they still let the skeleton demon escape? Ghost Spider asked anxiously. In his eyes, even if Uchiha Chinyu could escape thousands of meters or even 10,000 meters in an instant. But as long as he used observation haki, he could lock on quickly. With Kizaru, the so-called fastest speed, no one can fly away. However, now the messenger said that the skeleton demon was lost and the coast was blocked, which was equivalent to telling outsiders that their navy headquarters was incompetent. Chapter 510 The harm is no less than any other era. This. Facing Ghost Spider's questioning, the messenger was speechless. No, don't embarrass him. Garp suddenly said, this skeleton demon is really capable. He is worthy of being the mastermind of the jailbreak in Impel Down. I'm afraid he has already thought of a countermeasure to restrain him after the first fight with Kizaru. The 2 admirals with the highest combat power in the navy joined forces, were suppressed and defeated, and then escaped from the detection range of their observation haki, and killed the celestial dragon in public. All of this seemed to be calculated. At this point, Garp patted the dust on his body and said, that kid is simply as smart as a demon. In terms of calculation, I'm afraid he can be on par with you, Sengoku. I heard that he also claimed to be the supreme ruler of the Nalasak Great Tomb. If there is really a force under his command, then this era will probably go out of control again, and the impact caused will be no less than the era of Rox and Roger. The slightly long voice echoed in the office and could not be dispersed for a long time. Facing Garp's praise, the faces of the generals present changed drastically. It was the first time that they saw Mr. Garp, who was always lazy, speak so seriously. Garp, this is not a calculation, but wisdom. Zhang Guo said in a deep voice, but you are right. This guy was able to plan and promote the prison break in the city prison. He can definitely be called a demon in mind. Moreover, I underestimated him from the beginning. If he is really the leader of a force, then his harm is indeed no less than any other force of the era. At least, we know the 4 emperors very well, and we have no information about him at all. Seeing Marshal Zhang Guo, who is known as the wise general of the navy headquarters, actually gave such an evaluation, all the generals' faces changed drastically. Come on, now is not the time to be afraid of embarrassment. If the skeleton demon escapes from the Sabayati archipelago, it will be a fatal blow to our navy headquarters. Zhang Guo said in a deep voice. Akainu and Kizaru are good at fighting, but as Garp said, they have a huge shortcoming in haki training. If Garp and I go out in person, we can cover all the islands of the Sabayati archipelago with our observation haki alone. So, don't follow in the footsteps of Akainu and Kizaru this time, and improve your haki training. There are many devil fruit users under the 4 emperors who have practiced haki to the extreme, and even made their observation haki able to foresee the future. This is the end point for you to reach the extreme. Foresee the future? The expressions of the vice admirals present changed slightly. Especially those who have devil fruit abilities. They may not have the strong natural devil fruit abilities like Akainu and Kizaru. But after seeing the power of devil fruit abilities, they obviously went astray. The fact that the 2 generals were suppressed and defeated was like a wake-up call, which made them wake up. After all, there is a true navy hero Garp in front of him, who is the strongest man who climbed to the top by relying solely on physical skills and domineering. At the same time, the navy headquarters mobilized to blockade the Sabayati archipelago. Hundreds of miles away from the Sabayati archipelago, on the deck of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard was sitting on a chair, receiving routine treatment and infusion. There were 7 or 8 beautiful female nurses in seductive uniforms around him, busying around. However, during this process, Whitebeard's hands were also dishonest. Dad, can't you drink less? Marco grabbed Whitebeard's dishonest arm and said helplessly, your body needs to quit drinking. As a mythical beast species and the user of the phoenix fruit, Marco is also the ship doctor of the Whitebeard pirates. However, Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard First Squadron, who is independent on the sea, is more helpless when facing Whitebeard. Haha, Marco, you still caught me, kid. Whitebeard laughed without any care. He immediately broke free from Marco's hand, raised the huge wine dish, and poured the wine into his mouth. After drinking the liquor, he wiped his mouth casually, and laughed and said, "As a pirate, if you don't drink, you are not as good as a woman. If there is a day I don't drink, it will be only when I die." The unbridled laughter echoed on the deck. Looking at the Whitebeard who didn't take the doctor's advice seriously, Marco was helpless, but the next moment his eyebrows suddenly raised. "Fire gun!" Puff puff puff. The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. The blazing flame, like a bullet, hit the cabin behind him. Marco's expression sank, and before he could think about it, the light blue flames on his body emerged, and he appeared behind Whitebeard like a ghost, and collided with the incoming dense flame bombs in an instant. Bang! The dull collision sound echoed. The seemingly sharp sniper was directly blocked by Marco without injury. However, this was just the beginning, and a roar of resentment, like thunder, echoed in the air. "Whitebeard, you die! Fire fist!" The roars sounded one after another, and the hot air waves fell from the sky like a tidal wave. Marco's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly looked up at the sky. The first thing he saw was the hot flaming fist. However, before Marco could make a move, Jinbei's low voice suddenly sounded. "The secret of Fishman Karate Sanbon Kanyuri." Boom! A wave of seawater compressed to the extreme rushed up into the sky and the sea below. Finally, in full view of everyone, it collided with the whistling fire fist. Bang! The water vapor evaporated and turned into a wave of air that rolled back, making the huge deck shrouded in mist. Seeing this scene, Jinbei's face changed drastically. Before he could react, he saw a ghostly figure appear in front of Whitebeard. The bright blade cut towards his neck. However, facing this attack, Whitebeard seemed to be completely unconcerned, just maintaining a teasing smile. Bang! The crisp sound of metal collision suddenly sounded. The bright blade chopped on Whitebeard's neck, as if colliding with a steel plate, splashing out sparks as dazzling as fireworks. When everyone in the field reacted, they saw the blade slashing on the black armament haki. "Brother Ace, stop it!" Jinbei's face changed drastically, and he hurried forward to grab Ace's arm. However, compared with him, the captains stationed around him were indifferent except for a smile. After all, since Fire Fist Ace was forcibly abducted to the ship, he has launched the 30th assassination. Chapter 511 The Most Feared Existence. "Jinbei, let me go quickly, I want to seek revenge on that guy." Ace shouted angrily with a flash of resentment on his face. As soon as these words fell, there was a burst of laughter in the field. They still remembered that Ace woke up 2 days ago and saw the photo of himself being stepped on the cheek by the skeleton demon. That feeling was so happy that he fainted. When he woke up again, he shouted frantically that he wanted to leave the Moby Dick and go to Chinyu for revenge. However, he was stopped by Whitebeard every time, which turned into assassination first and then leaving the Whitebeard pirates. "Brother Ace, you should know very well that at that time, in addition to being careless and underestimating the enemy, you really had shortcomings in strength." Jinbei explained helplessly. "He has endless means and also has high-level 2-color domineering. Your winning rate is less than 50%. Jinbei has said this hundreds of times, and even his lips have been worn out, but unfortunately the effect is not good every time. Perhaps, to persuade people, to persuade a person who is floating, it is most effective to pull the collar and slap him. No, I offer a bounty of 400 million, and he is only 350 million. I have the ability of a natural devil fruit. I have been at sea for only 1 year, and I can reach this height. It is just a piece of cake to defeat him." Ace's face sank and he roared angrily. He never thought that he would end up like this just to challenge Whitebeard. He never thought that because of Uchiha Chinyu who came out without saying a word and cleared the field with a big move, he would become a laughing stock in the Whitebeard pirates. When Ace thought of this, he almost crushed his finger bones. "Ace, put the knife away first." Marco appeared beside Ace and said, "That kid is really strong. Moreover, the bounty does not represent the strength." This sentence was said by Chinyu himself when he was sitting on the deck and facing Whitebeard. The short fight made them see the truth of this statement. When Marco brought up the old matter again, the captain present was obviously stiffened. "No, this is just something you said to force me to stay. I don't believe it." Ace's face sank, and he shouted urgently, "Let me leave, I will come back with that guy's head, I will definitely be able to do it, otherwise I will jump into the sea from this deck. Hysterical roars came out. However, before everyone could speak, the captain of the fifth team, Vista, rushed over. Dad, something bad has happened. According to the report from the spies left in the Sabayati archipelago, an attack on the celestial dragons occurred at the human auction house on Island No. 1. 3 celestial dragons were beheaded in public. Akainu and Kizaru led the elite to arrive and fought a fierce battle with the murderer. In the end, the 2 admirals were suppressed and defeated. The murderer's whereabouts are unknown. Now the Navy headquarters, led by Garp himself, has completely blocked the entire Sabayati archipelago. All the pirates who are still staying there have been caught in one fell swoop. The slightly long voice, at this moment, was like a magic sound, and it took a long time to dissipate. Even the white-bearded man sitting upright in the chair couldn't help but sit up straight and narrow his eyes slightly. He said in a deep voice, even the kid who lit the candles and the kid who played with the flash were defeated. This time, it was Kaido, the madman, or Charlotte Linlin, the crazy woman, who made the move. In Whitebeard's eyes, there are probably very few people who can defeat 2 admirals who are known as the highest combat power of the Navy, except for the 4 emperors. Of course, at their level, defeating is possible, but if they are determined to escape and take their lives, it is impossible. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned and locked on Vista, with a hint of urgency on their faces. They were eager to know who defeated their mortal enemy, which was also a relief for all the pirates. No, it's the skeleton demon, he defeated Akainu and Kizaru. Vista swallowed a mouthful of saliva and shouted in a hurry. It can be said that when he got this information, his expression was the same as everyone in front of him. His expression was stiff, his pupils were shrinking, and his eye sockets were almost cracked, his face was full of disbelief. Vista, are you kidding? Jaws was the first to ask. I also think it's a joke. Now the whole sea is full of this news, and your men should receive this information soon. Vista rolled his eyes helplessly. When they thought of what happened in the Moby Dick not long ago, their spines were still cold. If they really agreed to Chinyu's request of 1 against 10, they would still lose in the end. Then not to mention where their face would be put, I'm afraid even the Whitebeard pirates would be humiliated. No, it's impossible. He only offered a reward of 350 million, which is lower than mine. Ace shook his head and said to himself with a sullen look. A moment ago, he was full of anger and was going to find Chinyu unlucky. However, this kind of thing was like a basin of cold water, pouring on his head. Compared with Chinyu's ferocity, his so-called rookie king is nothing compared to him. Ace, that guy was able to escape from the impel-down prison as the mastermind of the jailbreak, which is enough to prove that he is very capable. Whitebeard spoke first. What's more, he stepped into the sea in this way, and at the same time there was no trace of his origin, as if he appeared out of thin air. It can be said that this is the most terrifying and most dreaded existence. At this point, Whitebeard patted Ace on the shoulder and said, but don't worry, as long as you stay on the Moby Dick, as my son, you will never fall behind in the training of the 3-color domineering. With your flame fruit, you will definitely be able to defeat that kid next time we meet. After all, I, Whitebeard, can't be wrong in my eyes. In the future, you will surpass me and become the strongest in this sea, and that kid will be your competitor. The stern voice echoed on the deck. The expressions of the captains in the field could not help but change slightly. It was the first time for them to see Whitebeard place such high hopes on a newcomer. However, when they thought of Ace's background and identity, and the domineering haki that they were born with, they did not have. These alone were enough to explain why Whitebeard valued him. Ace, Daddy is right. You are not that kid's opponent now, but it does not mean that you will not be in the future. As long as you learn the 3-color haki, you can win when you meet in the future. If you go now, you will only suffer a humiliating defeat. Jinbei took the opportunity to persuade him. For a moment, Ace fell into silence, and then he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth and said, okay, I am willing to be your subordinate, but Daddy, you have to personally guide me in the practice of the 3-color haki. I want that guy to be my stepping stone. Chapter 512 Don't worry, it's okay. At the same time, in the Sabayati Islands. Since the celestial dragons were beheaded on the spot, the 2 admirals of the navy were defeated, and the disappearance of the skeleton demon mobilized the entire navy headquarters. Led by Garp, the major vice admirals led a large force to block all ports of entry centered on the Sabayati archipelago. All the pirate ships and merchant ships with coatings were seized, The pirates staying in the Sabayati archipelago were caught in one fell swoop. This situation lasted for 3 days, but it gave people the feeling that the skeleton demon was like a stone sinking into the sea, without any sound. Island number 13, in the extortion tavern. Compared with usual days, the tavern seemed unusually deserted. Xiaoqi held a cigarette in her mouth and wiped the high-heeled glass in her hand. Looking at the messy shop, this was the 10th time it had been searched in 3 days. After the killing of the celestial dragons, even the targets that could be extorted on weekdays were gone. However, what puzzled her most was that even her intelligence system could not find out the whereabouts of Uchiha Chinyu. This made her, who always claimed to be an intelligence dealer, have the illusion of doubting her life. Ding dong. The sound of pushing the door suddenly rang out. Welcome light. Xiaoqi spoke subconsciously, but the moment she looked up, her pupils suddenly shrank. Boy, you are still on the island, those guys are digging deep to find you. During this period of time, even her small bar was almost turned upside down. Not to mention other places where people can hide. What's wrong, didn't I say that we will meet again? Chinyu smiled warmly, sat at the bar, and said, Old friend is here, don't you want to treat me to a drink? Old friend. Xiaoqi said helplessly. He rolled his eyes and said, Boy, we've only met once, and we've both been drinking together. However, the Chebayati archipelago is too dangerous now. You'd better find a way to leave quickly. Xiaoqi was not forgiving, but she still took out the wine glass, poured a glass of beer, and handed it to Chinyu. However, before Chinyu could taste it, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded in a hurry. Girl, you quickly hide inside, I'll lead these people away. Really? Xiaoqi's expression froze, and she quickly turned over on the bar and walked quickly towards the door. As soon as she approached the window, she saw many navy figures approaching from all directions outside. Rayleigh was rushing here with Bonnie. Boy, there is a tunnel behind the bar, which leads to an abandoned dock 5,000 meters away. There may be navy guards there, but at least it's better to be trapped here. Take that little girl and run away quickly. I believe you can escape. Xiaoqi said anxiously. The door was pushed open, and Rayleigh and Bonnie were the first to come into view. When they saw Chinyu, their expressions also changed drastically. After all, the search had been going on for 3 days, and the Navy headquarters had not found any trace of Chinyu. It can be said that the longer the time dragged on, the lower the probability of catching Chinyu would be. It was precisely because of this reason that Rayleigh became Chinyu's scapegoat and was directly targeted by the navy of the entire Sabayati archipelago. In Rayleigh's eyes, he thought Chinyu had already escaped from the Sabayati archipelago as soon as possible by other means. He never thought that he would appear in front of him again. You bastard boy, you have caused me so much trouble. Rayleigh was stunned for a moment, and then he complained bitterly, however, you were hiding well, how come you suddenly ran out? There are many navy outside, and they turned the Sabayati archipelago upside down to find you. Take this girl away quickly, the old man doesn't like to bring a burden, they are almost here, you should leave quickly. The hurried voice and the fast approaching footsteps outside made the atmosphere in the tavern suddenly become depressing. You bastard, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be labeled as your accomplice, and I wouldn't have to run around. Bonnie panted and punched Chinyu. However, Chinyu soon grabbed her wrist, and no matter how she struggled, she couldn't move at all. Don't worry, it's okay. Chinyu glanced at the window calmly, then looked at Bonnie and said, of course you are in the same group with me. Don't forget who bought you in the auction house. Now, sit aside and don't make any noise. Sit aside. Bonnie was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, you guy, I'm not your slave, I am. Before he finished speaking, Rayleigh's face suddenly changed, and he said, someone powerful is coming, get ready to fight. Bang! The door was kicked open, and then he saw Ghost Spider, who walked in quickly with a gloomy face and a saber hanging on his waist. Seeing this scene, Bonnie's expression changed drastically. When she was about to get up, Chinyu covered her mouth. The whole person was pulled to sit in his arms. The sudden scene made Bonnie's expression change drastically, and even Rayleigh and Xiaoqi's faces changed. Although Chinyu's strength is very good, Ghost Spider is a vice-admiral. With such a delay, even if other navy officers arrive, they may not be able to escape with the help of the tunnel. Just as Rayleigh and Xiaoqi were tense, the words that fell in their ears made their expressions suddenly stagnate. Where is the person? Just now, there was a spy who mentioned that a person who looked like Pluto Rayleigh had escaped to this place. Ghost Spider said to himself with a gloomy face. A pair of eyes full of haze looked around the narrow tavern. Unfortunately, no matter how carefully he looked, after his eyes briefly stayed on Rayleigh and others, he still seemed to not see their existence. The strange scene made Rayleigh, Xiaoqi, and others suspect that they were deliberately letting them go and delaying time. However, the rapid footsteps coming from all around and the Navy soldiers who rushed in immediately after, when looking at the tavern, gave them the feeling that they were as if they were invisible people. There was no clue at all, let alone the fight that Rayleigh imagined. The inexplicable scene made Rayleigh and Xiaoqi look at each other. When a trace of surprise flashed in the depths of their eyes, they subconsciously looked at Qin Yu. At this moment, they obviously related this strange thing to what Qin Yu said just now. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider, Rayleigh, and the girl's whereabouts have not been seen in all directions. We have searched this tavern for no less than 10 times just now, but we didn't expect that the old woman was also missing. A naval adjutant couldn't help but speak. It can be said that every naval soldier who rushed here at the moment had a tired look on his face. They gathered here 3 days ago. Except for a short rest in the middle, they didn't even have enough sleep time. It can be said that if this continues, they may fall down before they find the person. Chapter 513 Happy Enemies. Ghost Spider, didn't you find anything inside? A shout came from outside. I'm Flying Squirrel. I'm here to take over your team and search Island 13. You can go and rest now. The tired faces of the Navy soldiers present a hint of joy flashed across his cheek. After all, even a strong man cannot stand being sleepy. If he continues, he will probably be exhausted before he meets the skeleton demon. Once they really meet, in this state, he will face the death army led by the skeleton demon. That is even more of a dead end. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Ghost Spider's face sank, and after sweeping around the tavern with a gloomy look, he said, I know you have worked hard. Go back and rest for 5 hours, and then continue to search. No, I am harsh on you, but the situation this time is very serious. That madman was beheaded in public by the world's nobles, and the 2 generals were embarrassed in public because of underestimating the enemy. If you can't find that kid after digging 3 feet in the ground, then dig 10 feet in the ground to find him. Otherwise we will be in trouble. After leaving this scolding, Ghost Spider did not stay any longer, turned around and left first. After watching the figure go away, the Navy soldiers present secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly caught up. In their eyes, no matter what responsibility they had, it was not their turn as low-level Navy soldiers to take responsibility. There were also marshals, admirals, and lieutenant generals who took the blame. As the footsteps faded away and finally disappeared within the hearing range, Xiaoqi looked out the window, confirmed again and again, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She looked back at Qin Yu and said, Boy, I didn't expect that you would have such a method, and you look so confident. Is this also one of your devil fruit abilities? I heard that you can not only create a death army, but also have a super large-scale attack method. Now you have this kind of eye-covering method. No wonder no one can find you. Rayleigh also nodded in agreement with Xiaoqi's words. They finally knew why the Navy couldn't find Qin Yu even though he didn't leave the Sabayati archipelago. Haha, it's all a trick to cover your eyes. If you use your observation haki to investigate carefully, you will still be discovered. Qin Yu laughed dryly, and then slapped the girl sitting on his lap. Ah, you stinky hooligan! Bonnie screamed, and the whole person jumped up on Qin Yu's legs like a slingshot. Her pretty face turned red in an instant, biting her little tiger teeth and staring at Qin Yu angrily. If it weren't for Qin Yu's tricks, I'm afraid she would have exploded long ago. What's wrong? You obviously rely on me and don't want to leave, and you call me a hooligan. I also said that men and women should not be intimate. Qin Yu rolled his eyes and said, if I don't do this, let you scream, we will all be discovered. When entering the tavern, Qin Yu set up an illusion barrier around him. With his current ability of the Manjakaya Sharingan, this is just a piece of cake. However, this kind of illusion is just a trick. If you use the observation haki similar to mental exploration to search carefully, you will still find clues. However, this tavern has been searched many times, and those Navy soldiers are already exhausted and have obviously lost their patience. Looking at Qin Yu who bit back, Bonnie stamped her feet in anger and said, you are a playboy who doesn't even know how to cherish women. You deserve to be single for the rest of your life. There will never be anyone in this world who likes people like you. Even if there is, it must be an ugly old woman with pock-marked face and a pot-bellied waist. The hysterical roar echoed in the tavern and could not be dispersed for a long time. Looking at Bonnie, who was panting and seemed to have used up all her strength, Xiaoqi and Rayleigh looked at each other and couldn't help but chuckle. Qin Yu rolled his eyes and said, "You wouldn't say that we are a pair of bickering lovers." "Haha, you are really smart, you always fight and bicker, it's easy to get along with each other." Rayleigh laughed heartily. However, Bonnie glared at him soon and said, "Old man, anyone who is a bickering lover with him, the woman who looks at him is either blind or extremely ugly, a beautiful woman like me would not be attracted to him." The noisy noise made Rayleigh and Xiaoqi laugh and shake their heads. However, seeing that Bonnie was almost going berserk, the two of them couldn't stay on this topic. Rayleigh quickly changed the subject and said, "Boy, you came back to the tavern again. Are you going to ask me, an old man, to coat the ship and go to the new world? I tell you, now all the ships in the Sabayati archipelago have been detained by the Navy headquarters. No ship can leave this place." After hearing this, Bonnie's anger could not help but stagnate. During this period, she tried many times, but every port that could go out to sea was blocked. If she didn't get close, she would probably be discovered. Looking at Qin Yu, who looked indifferent, Bonnie glared at him and said, "You are still laughing. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to be trapped in this place and live in fear every day. Although you have great means, if you want to go out to sea, it's just a foolish dream." Bonnie's words were a bit unpleasant to hear, but Rayleigh and Xiaoqi obviously agreed. Their eyes turned and locked onto Qin Yu, saying, "Boy, if you really want to go out to sea, I'm afraid we can't help you." "Hehe, don't worry, it should be about time to go out to sea. This time I came to see this girl and you, old man Lei, whether you want to leave together." "Leave together?" Lei was startled, then shook his head and said, "Forget it, those guys can't find you and won't leave soon. I still like to drink here and gamble when I have time gambling. I was in a bad mood that day, so I auctioned myself off and saw that unlucky guy was cheated by me." "You old man, you still have the nerve to say such things, it's really disrespectful to the elderly. You are not afraid of embarrassment, I am afraid too." Xiaoqi glared and said, "However, brother, you have good intentions, but old man Lei has let you down. We are just curious about how you go out to sea at this time." In Xiaoqi intelligence, Qin Yu's whereabouts could not be found, but it did not mean that she did not know the situation of the Sabayati archipelago. It can be said that she can now easily know how many Navy officers are searching on island number 13. However, because she was afraid that she would leave and the Navy would come to find her, she would not meet her and would be labeled as an accomplice of Qin Yu in the end. That means she would not even have the Sabayati archipelago, a place for retirement. Now that Qin Yu said that there was a way to leave safely, how could Xiaoqi not be interested? Chapter 514, A Rescue with a Lot of Connections. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Qin Yu, with a little more curiosity. "Haha, don't you believe it? You will know when you get there." Qin Yu laughed dryly, raised his glass and drank the wine, then dusted himself off and walked out the door. Looking at Qin Yu's back as he left, Bonnie glared at him fiercely and said, "You are so mysterious. I don't believe you can go out to sea at this time. Okay, you silly girl, if you can, you should leave the Sabayati archipelago with that guy as soon as possible. If you keep hiding like this, it will be easy to find you." Xiaoqi exhaled a puff of cigarette and said with a smile. "Besides, this guy is also very responsible. He could sneak away, but he still came back to find you." "Find me?" Bonnie was stunned for a moment, then she curled her lips with disdain and said, "If I want to leave, there is no way I can't leave. I'm just a little hungry and don't have the strength. But I also want to see him unable to go out to sea and make a fool of himself in public." Looking at Bonnie with a stubborn face, Rayleigh laughed heartily and followed quickly. 15 minutes later, at the port closest to island number 13. Qin Yu and others were hiding in the woods, waiting for the patrolling navy to leave. Qin Yu led everyone out. After 3 days of uninterrupted search, covering such a large Sabayati archipelago and such a high-intensity workload, these navy soldiers have obviously become negligent. After all, they couldn't find it in the first 3 days. In their eyes, the people had already left. Now it's just a show for the world government to see. However, the navy was relaxed, but there was no sign of the ship at the estuary. "Humph, you said to take everyone away, there is no ship here in the Sabayati archipelago. You don't plan to let me swim away? Bonnie glared at Qin Yu and said. This sea is full of sea kings, and you are a devil fruit ability user. Rayleigh and Xiaoqi were a little troubled by Bonnie's carelessness, but this statement was not unreasonable. Regardless of whether Bonnie was a devil fruit user, the skeleton posture Qin Yu showed alone had been linked to the devil fruit user by them. Haha, how about a bet? If I win, you warm my bed. If I lose, you can do whatever you want. Qin Yu laughed dryly. Warm the bed? Bonnie was stunned at first, and then those pictures flashed through her mind. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she bit her small teeth and said, You rogue, let's bet. I don't believe you can leave. If I win, I want you to be my slave. Slave? Qin Yu smiled and pointed to the sea in the distance and said, I forgot that you were the slave I took a picture of. I bet with you, but I lost. But you must warm the bed tonight. The inexplicable words made the people in the field startled. When they followed Qin Yu's sight, the first scene they saw shook the nerves of Bonnie and the other two. Isn't this the 9 Snakes pirates led by Hancock, the so-called Empress of the 7 Warlords of the Sea? Bonnie was startled and said anxiously, What does this have to do with you? The 9 Snakes pirates hate men the most. For a female pirate, Hancock undoubtedly gave them a breath of air on the sea. Although no woman would admit that others are more beautiful than themselves, Hancock's ability to join the ranks of the 7 Warlords of the Sea with her identity as a woman is enough for many people to look up to. However, before Qin Yu could speak, Rayleigh took a sip of strong liquor and laughed dryly, saying, Haha, no wonder you were so confident that you could leave, it turned out that Hancock came to pick you up. However, you were able to ask her to go there in person, which shows that you have a close relationship with her. That girl has a bit of a willful temper, but she is also a good girl. At this point, Rayleigh looked at Bonnie and said, Of course, the girl next to you is not bad either. Rayleigh, you old man. Bonnie suddenly came to her senses and glared at Rayleigh. However, there was still a look of disbelief in her eyes. Looking at the fast approaching ship, her pupils contracted, and she almost cracked her eye sockets. The moment before, she still swore to belittle Qin Yu, saying that he was a hooligan that only blind and extremely ugly women would fall in love with. Now, suddenly there appeared a woman who had a close relationship with Qin Yu and was willing to offend the Navy headquarters and even the world government. It can be said that Bonnie asked herself if she looked good, and she was very good at the sea. She is also a top-notch beauty. But when she thought of the legendary Empress, her beauty could drive men and women crazy. She was immediately discouraged. This is really better than a dead person. This slap in the face came too quickly. When she thought of the bet just now, Bonnie wanted to slap herself twice. At the same time, on the 9-snake pirate ship. With 2 huge sea snakes and a favorable wind, Hancock's ship obviously docked quickly. Standing on the bow deck, Hancock's black silk fluttered in the wind, looking at the newspaper in her hand, she couldn't help but clench her hands. The degree of force was so strong that even the finger bones turned white. Sister, you should be happy, Charles Marco has finally been killed. Sonia walked quickly behind him. Following closely were Gadru and the grandmother with a cane. For Hancock, in order to make it easier to rule the 9-snake island, the spread of news has been cut off, and even the newsbird is rare. Only Grandma Jia could get the newspaper. The newspaper in her hand was the one Grandma Jia sent to her as soon as she got it. She still remembered the inexplicable feeling when she saw the front page news that day. Her eyes were red, and the hot tears slid down her cheeks uncontrollably. She knelt weakly on the ground, buried her head and cried bitterly. At that moment, Hancock gave people the feeling that she was no longer a proud king, but a weak and powerless little girl. After removing the shadow in her heart, she burst into tears. Haha, Hancock, I knew that the boy would never let go of the Tianlong who hurt you. I thought he would just teach you a lesson, but I didn't expect that he would behead you in public. Grandma Jia laughed dryly, and her face was still full of pride. When Qin Yu left that day, it was Grandma Jia who introduced him to the Tianlong, telling him the identity of the Tianlong who caught Hancock that day. Chapter 515 Second Character Template. Matchmaking? Hancock was startled at first, her cheeks slightly red, and she turned back with a gloomy face and said, Throw her into the water and feed the sea kings. I don't need any matchmaking, everyone will fall for my beauty. At this point, Hancock glanced at Sonia and Gadru, and said, Hurry up, throw her down, are you going to let me say it a second time? No. Sister, Qin Yu seems to have a woman next to him. Gaudreau couldn't help but say. What? Hancock's pretty face changed, and the moment she turned around, her high heels stepped heavily on the deck, and the huge force also stepped through the heavy deck. When she saw Bonnie, her pretty face sank, and she said sternly, "Don't let him get on the boat, otherwise I will kill him." The cold words echoed on the huge deck. Seeing Hancock's sudden change of temperament, the people present couldn't help but be stunned. On that day, after learning that Charles Marco and the other two were beheaded in public, he contacted Qin Yu through Den Den Mushi. He went against all odds and came to the Sabayati archipelago, risking his position as a seven warlord, just to pick up Qin Yu. However, now he refused to let Qin Yu get on board, which was a bit too much of a gap. "Mother-in-law, is the performance of my elder sister what you call jealousy?" Gaudreau couldn't help asking. However, he soon felt the murderous gaze coming. "I told you to throw this old woman off the boat, didn't you hear it?" Hancock said almost word by word. However, as soon as these words sounded, there was a crackling sound of space vibration behind him. He hurriedly looked back and saw a teleportation light gate being quickly constructed behind him. Soon he saw Qin Yu and Bonnie, who looked stunned, appearing in front of him. Before Hancock could speak, he saw Qin Yu with a warm smile on his face, reaching out to rub Hancock's head. "Thank you for your hard work. This is the slave I rescued from the auction house. Hancock, you won't mind, right?" The sudden scene made everyone on the deck change their faces drastically. Gaudreau and Sonia hurried forward and opened their mouths to say something, but the scene they saw once again overturned their cognition. No, I just want to repay your kindness, so I came to the Sabayati archipelago. Can you move your hand away?" Hancock lowered her head slightly and said weakly in a light voice. There was no domineering attitude just now, and the ferocity of killing Qin Yu. If you say that Hancock now gives them the feeling of a little girl. "Mother-in-law, is this jealousy?" Gaudreau couldn't help but turn around and ask. Grandma Jia glared at him and said, "You've been drugged. Go and clean up a room. There are 2 rooms. You old woman, why are you still on the boat?" Hancock suddenly shouted angrily, "Give it to me, throw her into the sea to feed the fish." Looking at the noisy Hancock, Qin Yu touched his nose helplessly and looked at Bonnie and said, "Stay in the room for a while, don't run around, wait until you leave the Sabayati archipelago before leaving." Looking at Qin Yu, who turned around and was about to leave after leaving these words, Bonnie still couldn't come back to her senses. If it were normal times, Bonnie would definitely not be able to take her eyes off Hancock. Compared with Hancock, who has the ability of the sweet fruit and has extremely seductive charm, she is obviously inferior in appearance, and gives people a feeling that she can only be seen from a distance and cannot be touched. However, she has a deep love for Hancock. Hancock, who exudes a sense of coldness and arrogance, is as docile as a kitten in front of Qin Yu. If they are not related, Bonnie will not believe it. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the first character template, In's Owl Gown, has reached 50% fidelity. The ethereal prompt of the system sounded. Qin Yu's eyebrows raised involuntarily, looking a little surprised. However, recalling the pretentious appearance on the Sabayati archipelago, if he can't reach 50% even with this, then I'm afraid Qin Yu will doubt his life. Moreover, Uchiha Qin Yu's strength has reached a bottleneck at the moment, and he also wants to know what rewards will be unlocked when he reaches 50%. Ding dang, randomly selected, the first host can further remove the ability of In's Owl Gown. Second, obtain a new character template. 2 system prompts sounded again. Qin Yu's expression changed slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. At present, he is using the identity of the Bone King to make a fuss in the city, and he is also a person who is the focus of everyone's attention. The pursuit of the Navy headquarters is inevitable. Moreover, after understanding for a period of time, Qin Yu clearly knows that the realism of the Bone King has reached a bottleneck. This time, perhaps, he can improve his own strength by increasing the realism by 50%. But it also means that he has reached the ceiling. If there is no specific means of pretending, it will not only be difficult but also take a long time to continue to improve. Under the combination of various factors, Qin Yu is interested in the second template. After all, the Bone King has become famous, and if he makes some small troubles, the shock to this world will not be too big. But if he uses a new character template to increase his influence in this world, this is undoubtedly a shortcut. When he thought of this, Qin Yu immediately gave an order. Second choice, unlock a new character template. Ding dang, host, please wait. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the second character template. The prompts of the system echoed in Chinyu's mind one after another. I just felt a dark in my sea of consciousness, and the next moment I reacted, and there was obviously a new attribute page in my consciousness. Looking at the character description above, and the unruly and cold expression, Chinyu's expression could not help but stagnate. The character unlocked this time can be said to be a king bomb. Sister, something bad has happened. Kikyo saw navy ships approaching from all directions, and the leaders are Akainu and Kizaru. Godru's urgent call suddenly sounded, completely breaking the silence on the ship. The deck suddenly became a commotion, and the hurried footsteps echoed endlessly. Although, when Hancock made such a risky decision, they had expected that they might encounter the pursuit of the navy. But in their eyes, this kind of thing can be fooled by the title of Shishibukai. However, now there are two admirals leading the team in person, whether the title of Shishibukai can be used is another matter. If they find out that the skeleton demon who caused a great disturbance in the Sabayati archipelago is on the ship, not only will the position of the 7 warlords of the sea be lost, but even the Amazon island occupied by the 9 snakes will be regarded as a thorn in their eyes. Chapter 516 A very simple warm bed. Sister, what should we do now? Godru was anxious. They are confident in Hancock's strength, but this time there are 2 generals. Unless they are willing to expose Chinyu's existence and fight together. Otherwise, it will be difficult for Hancock to escape alone. Humph, no matter what I do, I will not be blamed, because I am the most beautiful. Hancock snorted disdainfully and said, pass my order, everyone enters the combat state, and if the navy dares to force their way in, kill them for me. As for Akainu and Kizaru, leave them to me. Chinyu has done a lot for us. If I can't repay him now, I, Hancock, will not have the face to appear here. At the end, there was a hint of awe in the words. Lord Hancock, you are right. If we cannot even repay the favor, we women cannot hold our heads up. This time, Lord Chinyu, help Lord Hancock to get revenge, we must do our best to protect his safety. As long as Lord Hancock gives the order, we are willing to die. On the huge deck, all the crew members instantly fell into a state of mad love. The pink hearts in the eyes simply gave people a feeling of going through fire and water. Listening to the shouting, Chinyu frowned and exited the consciousness space, but the scene he saw made him pause, and said, why did you take off all your clothes and hide in my bed? If you are sleepy, then you are unlucky. A pestering guest has come. Sleepy. Bonnie looked at the clothes scattered on the ground, her expression paused, and she said with her teeth bitten, have you forgotten the bet just now? I, Bonnie, am willing to accept the loss. Didn't you say that you wanted me to warm your bed? Are you kidding? Looking at Bonnie with a face full of resentment, Chinyu touched his nose helplessly and said, actually, I was really kidding. Even if it is really warming the bed, it is just a very simple warming of the bed. Very simple warming of the bed. Bonnie was stunned, and then her cheeks flushed and roared angrily, are you saying that I am not simple? You men, I don't believe it, you will be simple. Hysterical words echoed in the room. However, before Chinyu could continue to quibble, a knock on the door came hurriedly, and then the door was pushed open directly. Looking at the sudden scene, Bonnie quickly clenched the quilt on her body. Ahem, it seems that I, an old woman, came at the wrong time, but you, kid, are really restless. Hancock is outside. Seeing this situation, Grandma Jia couldn't help coughing. However, I can't care so much about the affairs of you young people. You should have heard that Kizaru and Akainu are coming here. I hope you have a solution. Chinyu was obviously too lazy to explain the beautiful misunderstanding of Grandma Jia. Bonnie covered the quilt, wanting to say something but stopped, but met Chinyu's sight, her nerves suddenly tensed, and she said in a hurry, you, what do you want to do? What? Chinyu smiled playfully and said, you are so smart, you should know it without me saying it. Don't put on your clothes first, I have a way to get out. What, no clothes? You hooligan! The exclamation echoed in the cabin guest room. However, facing the tossing inside, people outside did not know, and had no time to pay attention. The atmosphere on the huge ship deck seemed extremely depressing. Hundreds of 9 snake female warriors were guarding the edge of the ship deck, and the 3 Hancock sisters were standing at the bow. For the navy fleet that was gradually coming over and forming an encirclement, their expressions became solemn. Admiral Akainu, our encirclement has been completed. Those who are good at observation haki have already spread out a net nearby. If the skeleton demon appears, it will definitely be impossible to escape. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel walked over quickly. He was exhausted after 3 days of searching. Just when they were looking for Chinyu and were stuck in a bottleneck, the ship of the 9 Snakes pirates suddenly entered the blockade of the Sabayati archipelago, giving them a glimmer of hope. Humph, Hancock has always been arrogant. According to Bastia's information, when the skeleton demon appeared that day, he also encountered the ship of the 9 Snakes pirates. Whether they are related or not, we must not miss any possibility. Akainu shouted coldly with a gloomy face. During this period, 3 celestial dragons were publicly beheaded in front of 2 admirals. The pressure exerted by the Navy headquarters and even the world government made Akainu feel a little overwhelmed. The appearance of the 9 Snakes pirates at the moment is undoubtedly his only chance. Haha, Akainu, I advise you to let them return to the cabin quickly. Hancock is in a lot of trouble. A crisp voice came from the cabin. Soon, Garp was seen walking out with a basin of donuts. Looking at Garp with a smile on his face, Akainu's face darkened and he said, "Hey, you are a semi-retired person, a mere pirate, is it worth our avoidance?" "Oh, I have already made that suggestion, don't say that I didn't do my best when you go back." Garp didn't take it to heart and stuffed 2 donuts into his mouth. Before the voice had faded, the scene became agitated. "Too beautiful, is this the pirate queen Boa Hancock? I heard that you will be fascinated by her at first sight, my god, my eyes are full of her. That cold and arrogant expression, the condescending gaze, is simply 1,000 times stronger than my yellow-faced woman, no, it should be said that it should be 10,000 times stronger. I can't do it anymore, I'm going to faint from happiness. No, if Lady Hancock lets me die, I am willing to die for her now." The crazy words that rang out one after another made Akainu's expression change slightly. For the invitation of the 7 warlords of the sea, there was no need for him, a general, to take action. In addition, Akainu, who believed in absolute justice, had no intention of getting to know a so-called 7 warlords of the sea. In his eyes, he wished that the so-called 7 warlords of the sea would make mistakes, and then punch them one by one. However, it was precisely for this reason that, looking at those subordinates with hearts in their eyes, who were like demons, his face suddenly changed drastically, and he shouted in a hurry. "All of you return to the cabin." However, facing these words, the Navy soldiers who were in a state of infatuation on the deck were obviously indifferent. A sudden and cold voice also sounded abruptly. "Tien Tien Ganfen." 4 simple words were uttered. At this moment, it was as if it was infused with magic sound. Akainu only saw Hancock slightly lift up her right foot and lean back. A light kiss on her red lips, a pink hurricane, with her as the center, quickly rolled back. Chapter 517. Have you ever tried to be struck by lightning? Bang bang bang. The pink hurricane, with Hancock as the center, quickly rolled back. Wherever it passed, the Navy soldiers with eyes staring at pink peach hearts, their hearts were like wild horses that were about to jump out. In an instant, they were quickly petrified. The beating heart, the eyes were filled with peach heart love. Facing this terrifying scene, these people seemed to be unaware. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, who was standing next to Akainu, also had a flash of fear on his face. Seeing that his body also showed signs of petrification, he panicked. "Try the pain." Garp suddenly spoke up to remind him. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel was startled at first, but before he could think about it, he quickly pulled out the dagger from his waist and stabbed it in the leg with gritted teeth. Puff! Blood splattered, and the hot blood splashed on the deck, stinging the seat. Wrapped the whole body. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel couldn't help but groan, but under the sting, the petrification on his body disappeared without a trace. "Mr. Garp, is this the ability of the devil fruit? Can everyone remove the petrification by this method?" Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel suddenly reacted. However, looking at the deck full of petrified Navy soldiers, he didn't have time to think too much, and endured the pain in his legs and rushed to meet them. However, just after taking a few steps, he was stopped by Garp. "Stop! This method can only be done by those who are strong and can keep their original intentions. Those who are weaker have already been confused like the soldiers on the ship. Now they are petrified. If you are a little stronger, they will be crushed. No one can save them at that time." At this point, Garp looked at Akainu and said, "You old boy, just like what Sengoku said, you don't think about things at all. Leave this matter to me. I was also the one who received Hancock when he joined the 7 warlords of the sea. Leave it to you." Akainu's face sank, and he shouted angrily, "You semi-retired person, don't forget that you are only responsible for cooperating with me and Kizaru to carry out the search mission this time. Don't forget that your identity is just an idle vice-general. Let a general give you the position of commander-in-chief. Is this telling others that I am not as good as you? Besides, I can easily solve this kind of thing." As soon as the voice fell, Akainu's observation haki rolled back like a raging tide. Instantly covered the 9 Snakes pirate ship. The next moment, Akainu's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, "Hancock, I give you 2 choices. First, immediately remove the power of the devil fruit and let the 3 people hiding in the cabin get out, otherwise don't blame me for taking action. Second, I will do it myself and sink you into the sea." The stern voice echoed in the sky, and the faces of the female warriors of 9 Snake Island changed instantly. "Asshole, I am a 7 warlords of the sea, a pirate who has signed an agreement with your world government. You dare to be so rude, aren't you afraid that it will be spread out and break the rules?" Hancock's face darkened, and then raised her right foot, leaned back to support her waist, pointed at Akainu and said, "What's more, I am so beautiful, no one will blame me. As for the people in the cabin, they are my secrets. If you dare to use force, our 9 snake pirates will not be manipulated by others, but will make your navy pay a sufficient price." The cry was like thunder, and there was an unquestionable taste between the words. However, this kind of confrontation that was no less than that made Sonia and Gadru sweat on their foreheads. One admiral might be able to fight, but now they are not only facing 2 admirals, but also many vice-admirals. Among them is Iron Fist Garp, who is known as the hero of the navy. Judging from this card alone, they are bound to lose. What's more, there are indeed unspeakable secrets in the cabin. "Hancock, this is my last chance for you, get out of here or I will sink you." Akainu's face sank and he roared angrily. However, before he could make a move, a very obscene voice suddenly sounded behind Hancock. "Yo, check it out, it seems that this situation is really lively, but brother Akainu, let me open the way." Endless golden light appeared behind Hancock. As a user of the Flash Fruit ability, Kizaru has the ultimate speed and is obviously best at surprise attacks. As soon as the light spots gathered into a human shape, the golden light in Kizaru's right hand surged wildly and quickly condensed into a golden blade. Sword of the Clouds. Without any fancy moves, he stabbed directly at Hancock's back. The sudden scene shook Sonia and Gadru's nerves. They had never expected that Kizaru would intervene at such a critical moment. Facing this close distance, Akainu also suddenly jumped up and rushed to the room locked by the observation haki. Bang! However, as soon as Akainu approached, a dull collision sound suddenly sounded. The cabin door that was originally closed was suddenly pushed open, and then a lightning flash passed Akainu like a snake, with a lightning-fast posture. He took the lead and appeared in front of Kizaru. The sudden scene made everyone's face change drastically. Especially Kizaru, the words that fell in his ears were like thunder, shaking his nerves. "Have you ever tried the feeling of being struck by lightning? Lightning fist." Boom! The golden lightning, like a raging tide, exploded directly when Chinyu clenched his 5 fingers. Without any fancy moves, he hit Kizaru head-on, so fast that he had no time to react. After all, in Kizaru's eyes, even if Chinyu really took action, he would definitely not escape Akainu's interception. Looking at the fist that was rapidly enlarged in his pupils, he had no time to think about it and hurriedly activated the armament haki. Bang! The thunder shook, and under the huge impact, there was even more violent lightning splashing. The deck under his feet was even more overwhelmed and cracked open. Wearing a cloak of justice and covered with armament haki, Kizaru flew backwards like a cannonball. Finally, it hit the warship hundreds of meters away. The huge impact force caused the guardrail to be shattered. However, with the help of the ship's cushioning, Kizaru quickly came to his senses and used elemental transformation to completely remove the impact. At the same time, he regained his form and appeared on the deck. With a pair of gloomy eyes, he hurriedly looked at the person who made the move and said sternly, "Arrogant guy, I finally waited for when you come out, this time it won't be as easy as the last time, letting you escape easily." The hysterical roar echoed over the sea. When he thought of that sentence, have you ever tried to be struck by lightning? The tone and shame were indelible in Huang Yuan's mind. However, just as this thought sprouted in Huang Yuan's mind, the figure that came into his sight the next moment made his pupils shrink suddenly. Chapter 518, One Punch Explosion. Who are you? Seeing the strange figure that suddenly appeared beside the Empress Hancock, Kizaru's pupils suddenly shrank. He had seen with his own eyes the true face of Qin Yu when he was performing the skeleton demon. He looked like a young man in his 20s. However, the man who hit him now was more than 2 meters tall and wore a black fur coat. He had a golden hedgehog head and a lightning-like scar that went through his left eye vertically. He was wearing a black sleeveless vest and headphones, and his face was full of coldness and arrogance. You ask who I am? Qin Yu snorted coldly, and said, I also want to ask, who are you, and how can you be so unscrupulous and unreasonable on someone else's ship? You. Hancock's expression changed slightly, and she was about to say something, but she saw a warm big hand, which quickly enlarged in her pupils. The playfulness in the depths of the eyes made her realize it instantly, and she let the big hand cover her head. Feeling the familiar warm feeling on the ends of her hair and listening to the soft words in her ears, Hancock knew that the person in front of her was Qin Yu. Although she didn't know what means he used to become like this, she thought of Uchiha Qin Yu, who had endless means and could even play with the navy. Hancock smiled, then snorted coldly and said, he is my man, Laxus Doles. Your man? The expressions of everyone present changed drastically. In their perception, the 9 Snakes pirates led by Empress Hancock hated men extremely. Now Hancock suddenly made an official announcement, saying that this was his man. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears, I'm afraid I would really doubt that Empress Hancock liked the beauty of the brokeback and the lesbian relationship. Humph, I don't care who you are, just come back with me today, blame you if you want to. You appeared in front of me at this critical moment. Akainu snorted coldly, and took a step forward under the endless molten lava rolling on his body. The next moment, with the help of shaving, he disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had come to Qin Yu's side. The sudden scene made Hancock's face change slightly, and he was about to make a move. But he saw Qin Yu suddenly raised his right hand up, and the moment the armed color domineering was covered, without any fancy, he directly clasped the shoulder of Akainu who was rolling in molten lava all over his body. The sizzling sound of burning suddenly sounded. Qin Yu's face showed a hint of playfulness, I caught you. The small voice shook Akainu's nerves instantly at this moment. After possessing the natural system, the molten fruit, the scorching heat was the best means of defense for Akainu. However, now there is someone who is so ferocious and unexpected that he dares to catch him with the defense of armed color domineering alone. However, before Akainu could react, a thunderous sound echoed. Boom! The golden lightning, like a thread, penetrated from the sky, and the speed was so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to capture. When he came to his senses, Qin Yu and Akainu were already covered in it. The huge impact force and the splashing lightning made Hancock and others subconsciously retreat 7 or 8 steps away. The deck under his feet was even more unbearable and cracked. However, before everyone could react, Akainu's roar suddenly sounded. Damn kid, dare to tease this general! Bang! Under the blazing air wave, the fist wrapped in molten lava blasted out in the lightning column. Puff! The lightning was like a streak of silk, not moving quickly in the void, and it took the lead to dodge the fist wrapped in molten lava and appeared on the deck of the Navy ship dozens of meters away. The ghost spider stationed on the warship suddenly changed his expression. Just as he was about to snipe, Akainu's roar sounded again. Canine Tooth Red Lotus. The sky of lightning dissipated, and Akainu stepped heavily on the deck in a slightly embarrassed step. Under the endless molten lava in his right hand, the blazing air wave rolled back, and suddenly punched in the direction of Qin Yu. Bang! Endless molten lava vented out crazily, and instantly turned into a huge molten lava dog of more than 10 meters, attacking Qin Yu across the sky. The attack has not yet arrived, and the indescribable oppressive atmosphere shrouds the deck of the ship. Seeing this sudden scene, not only Ghost Spider stationed on the deck, but even Garp's expression changed. Akainu, are you crazy? The petrified soldiers on that ship will be shattered once they are hit by the aftermath of the attack. Even the gods can't save them. Garp roared in a hurry. However, at this distance, he had no time to stop it. The only thing he could do was to lock his urgent eyes on Qin Yu. As soon as he looked at it, the scene he saw made Garp's pupil shrink. Facing the giant molten dog coming head-on, Qin was as crazy as before, without any chance of evasion. The thought of avoiding, the 5 fingers of the right hand suddenly clenched. The violent lightning exploded like a frenzy, and the crackling arcs of electricity splashed between the fingers. Without any fancy moves, he suddenly hit the magma giant dog. Thunder Fist. Boom. Endless lightning and the magma giant dog collided with each other. The moment they touched slightly, the violent current accumulated in the fist seemed to have found an outlet, turning into a raging tide, and directly detonated with a powerful posture. The lightning streaks pierced through the sky like a wild dragon. Bang! The attacking magma giant dog was instantly torn apart by the violent thunder, giving people a paper-like feeling. The hot magma splashed and turned into a rainstorm that fell on the sea. One punch blast. The sudden scene made the expressions of the Navy generals such as Ghost Spider and Flying Squirrel change drastically, and even their pupils suddenly shrank. If they were well prepared, they could have resisted the attack just now. But compared with the posture of a punch explosion in front of them, it was obviously far from it. Akainu, who witnessed this scene, instantly became extremely gloomy. His attacks were blocked again and again, and he lost face in the Sabayati archipelago, which made him completely unable to hold his temper. The molten lava flowing all over his body, at this moment, seemed to roll to the extreme with his anger, and even the deck under his feet, which was crackling due to the unbearable load, was burned and crackled. Seeing Akainu about to run away again, Hancock's face darkened and she shouted, "Akainu, if you dare to act wild on my ship again, don't blame me for tearing up the Treaty of the 7 Warlords of the Sea and letting the world know the style of your Navy headquarters and even the world government. We, the 7 Warlords of the Sea, are not just here to be summoned and dismissed. I'll see how you explain to the world government." Chapter 519 Future Admirals in 4 Seats. Explain to the world government. Akainu's face darkened and he roared, "This admiral is now helping the world government and will not tolerate your nonsense." Roaring, Akainu strode forward and wanted to rush out again. However, as soon as he moved, he was stopped by an unexpected figure. The right hand covered with the black and ink-like armed color domineering, like lightning, clasped Akainu's wrist where the molten lava was flowing. Seeing this sudden scene, Akainu was startled at first, and then he shouted in a hurry, "Garp, what are you doing? What are you doing?" Garp's face sank slightly, and he said, "I just told you not to make trouble. That kid is called Laxus, he is the user of the Thunder Devil Fruit, not the Skull Demon. If you continue to make trouble like this, it will not only destroy the 7 Warlords of the Sea Treaty, but also affect the lives and safety of other crew members. How will you explain to Sengoku when you go back?" At this point, Garp looked at Hancock and said, "What happened just now is the fault of our Navy headquarters. I hope you, little girl, don't take it to heart and remove the petrification." "The fault of the Navy headquarters?" Akainu's face sank, and he shouted angrily, "Garp, do you know what you are talking about? This is damaging the face of our Navy headquarters. I will report this matter to Sengoku in person." "You?" Garp's face sank, and he looked back at Akainu. He had said all the good things, especially seeing that Akainu almost attacked other soldiers just now. This behavior of disregarding the safety of his companions for personal gain undoubtedly touched his bottom line. For a moment, an inexplicably oppressive atmosphere enveloped the deck. Looking at this sudden scene, the expressions of Navy generals such as Ghost Spider and Flying Squirrel suddenly became solemn. The strength of the Admiral is the symbol of the top combat power of the Navy headquarters. However, Iron Fist Garp is a hero of the Navy. If they really fight, they don't trademark to know who is stronger. But if the Admiral and the Navy hero fight in such an occasion, it would be embarrassing. Moreover, it was the first time they saw Mr. Garp, who always liked to play soy sauce, so serious. "That's enough." A low voice came from the sea in the distance. Looking at the fast-approaching warship and the figure standing on the deck, Ghost Spider and others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Garp was startled at first, but when he saw who was coming, he laughed and said, "Zhangguo, I didn't expect you, a fool, to come out. I don't care about this kind of shit, I'll leave it to you." The tense atmosphere suddenly dissipated. Looking at Garp, who was dusting off his body and jumping to the next warship as if nothing had happened, Akainu snorted coldly, and the molten lava that was rolling rapidly on his body also converged. Just now, Akainu was furious, and Garp suddenly intervened, which made him lose his mind. However, facing the brief confrontation with Garp and the tense atmosphere, it was undoubtedly a cold water poured on his head, which calmed his mind. However, he was not King Z, and it was undoubtedly impossible for him to admit his mistakes in public and stop. Now the appearance of Zhang Guo undoubtedly provided a step for both sides to step down. Looking at the situation that was eased all of a sudden, Zhang Guo also breathed a sigh of relief. He was very clear about Garp's strength. If he really angered this old man, a punch to a mountain would be a piece of cake. However, facing the current situation, Zhang Guo quickly put aside his thoughts, jumped onto the nine-snake pirate ship, glanced at Qin Yu, and said, "Hancock, what happened just now? We, the Navy headquarters, are deeply sorry for what happened, but this is just a misunderstanding, so I hope you can restore the Navy that was petrified because of the fruit ability. As for the damage to the ship, our Navy headquarters is also willing to bear the compensation." Humph, concubine. Hancock's pretty face turned cold, and she was about to say something. However, she was soon interrupted by the lightning that descended beside her. Looking at Qin Yu who appeared beside her, Hancock shut up obediently, which gave people a feeling that you are my man, you are the boss. Hancock, since Marshal Zhang Guo has said this, just ask for 100 million Baileys casually. Qin Yu said with a dry laugh. This time, Hancock rushed from the comm belt to the Sabayati archipelago for Qin Yu, and this kindness was enough. If, because of his own affairs, the Nine-Snake Island was implicated again, even the amulet of the 7 warlords of the sea was lost. This was not what Qin Yu wanted to see. 100 million Baileys, this is too much. The flying squirrel's face changed, and he couldn't help but say. After all, the cost of warships in the Navy is only about 100 million. The battle just now affected the Nine-Snake pirate ship, but only the deck was affected. Even the most important keel was not damaged, and the 100 million was beyond the scope of compensation. Okay, this time it was our Navy headquarters that made the mistake first, and 100 million Baileys will be used as compensation. After taking a closer look at Qin Yu, Zhang Guo paused and said, "Boy, your method just now was good. It seems to be called laxus. I think you don't look like a pirate. Are you interested in joining the Navy?" The small voice, at this moment, was like thunder, echoing in the sky for a long time without being able to dissipate. Akainu's steps could not help but freeze in mid-air. After looking back with a gloomy face, he walked straight into the cabin without looking back. Now that Zhang Guo is here in person, Akainu is only a general, and the decision-making power obviously falls on Zhang Guo. As for Kizaru, he has obviously returned to his role of a bystander, and he is even more indifferent to such things. If he had not suffered at the hands of Qin Yu, he would not have worked so hard for this matter. "You invite me to join the Navy headquarters?" Qin Yu was stunned, obviously not expecting Zhang Guo to have such a plan. However, he quickly shook his head and said, "Forget it, I still like a free life, but I don't like serving you big guys." Rejected? Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider and other generals were stunned. It was a great honor for Zhang Guo, the marshal, to invite him personally. Once he joined the Navy, he could rise to high positions, not to mention promotion. He might not be able to reach the position of admiral, but he would definitely be able to reach the position of lieutenant general. Especially the strength Qin Yu showed just now, and in their eyes, the Thunder Devil fruit ability of the natural system. That is the symbol of the admiral. If he was not careful, he would make an exception and promote the future admiral of the Navy to the 4th seat. Now such a sweet thing was rejected in public, which was simply incomparable. Chapter 520 People walking out of the city of Push. Haha, Zhang Guo, it seems that your old face is still not enough. Garp came out of nowhere and brought out a large bowl of donuts, laughing unscrupulously. However, this kid is quite capable. If you are willing to join the Navy headquarters, I guarantee that you will become a brigadier general. Don't do that. The position of brigadier general is a bit low. Look at the Navy generals over there. Which one didn't start as a soldier? At this point, Garp dug his nose, flicked the huge booger away, and said in a sly voice, "You should have heard of the Admiral King Z. When the kid debuted, he was still a trainee on my ship. As long as you nod, I will take care of the Admiral in the future." Looking at Garp who suddenly became arrogant and full of nonsense. Sengoku rolled his eyes unhappily and said, "You old man, get out of here quickly. Boy, if you change your mind, you can come to the Navy headquarters to find me. I have things to deal with, so I'm leaving first." After saying this, Sengoku signaled the adjutant behind him to settle the compensation matters, and then dragged Garp away. In his eyes, if Garp continued to brag, he might even give up the position of the Navy Admiral. After all, the Navy also has its own system for promotion. If it is too much, that will cause dissatisfaction among others, at least those veteran vice admirals. The guy who has been waiting for a long time to be promoted may be the first to stand up and oppose it. No. It should be said that the old guy who was hiding in the recruit camp and training the recruits was the first to blow his beard and glare. After all, his students are all over the Navy headquarters, and even the current 3 admirals are all top students trained by him. If he knew that a latecomer was promoted to the rank of Commodore of the Navy headquarters without undergoing orthodox brainwashing training, it would be a disaster for Sengoku. Hancock, remove the fruit ability. Chin-Yu took the bank deposit ticket and said gesturingly. Facing Chin-Yu's words, Hancock's face turned red and said, "My husband, I will go now." Looking at Hancock, who was suddenly crazy and walked away with lotus steps, Chin-Yu touched his nose helplessly and looked at the man standing, the old lady standing in front of the cabin door and the baby standing beside her smiled playfully. "You, what do you want to do? Don't touch me." Bonnie's porcelain doll-like pink cheeks turned pale all of a sudden. Thinking of the time when she was naked and turned into a child on the bed, the hateful guy in front of her hugged her with his warm big hands. That feeling almost made her faint. However, Bonnie had just come into contact with this devil fruit ability. Once she turned back to youth, there was no way to get rid of it in a short time. Looking at Chin-Yu, who was walking quickly, Bonnie screamed first and turned around and rushed into the room. Chin-Yu, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but pursed a playful smile on the corner of his mouth and said, "Good little sister, brother will take you to see the goldfish." For a while, screams rang out one after another in the huge pirate ship. On the coast of the Sabayati archipelago, Rayleigh and Xiaoqi did not leave immediately. They watched the warships gradually leaving, and the 2 old faces that even he felt were difficult to deal with left, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After pouring a mouthful of strong liquor into his mouth, he smiled and said, "This kid's methods are endless. I thought he would fall into the hands of the 2 old guys, Garp and Sengoku, but I didn't expect that he would be fooled by him in the end. I knew long ago that this kid would not capsize in the gutter." At first, Rayleigh and Xiaoqi were also shocked that Chin-Yu could let Hancock come to greet and rescue him in person. At the same time, they also believed that with the 7 warlords of the sea coming forward, Chin-Yu and Bonnie could leave smoothly. But they never expected that not only the 2 generals Akainu and Kizaru, but also Garp and Sengoku came in person. Under such a lineup, even the Roger pirates in their heyday felt a headache. Not to mention Chin-Yu and Hancock. Tisk, who was so nervous just now that he even crushed 2 wine bottles. Xiaoqi exhaled a puff of cigarette, rolled his eyes and said, "If it weren't for that kid's tricks, things would have turned around. I think, you, an old man who has been in seclusion for a long time, probably couldn't hold back and took action a long time ago." At this point, Xiaoqi's face became more solemn, looking at Rayleigh and said, "Old man, is that kid really that important? More important than Roger's son? Ace's life experience may be a mystery to others, but it is not to Xiaoqi and Rayleigh. At least, they met before Roger died." Facing Xiaoqi questioning, Rayleigh's face showed a trace of desolation. After a brief silence, he shook his head and said, "I don't know either. Originally, I stayed in the Sabayati archipelago to see how far Captain Roger's son could go. When I heard that he became the Rookie King, offered a bounty of 400 million, and threatened to take Whitebeard's head, his madness made me very satisfied. After all, this kind of madness has not appeared in this sea for a long time, and I have only seen it in Captain Roger." Looking at Rayleigh, who was suddenly immersed in reminiscence, Xiaoqi couldn't help but fall silent. Imagine a pirate group in its prime and peak, disbanding at will. And watching their captain being beheaded in public with their own eyes, the feeling of frustration and loss is simply beyond words. The only thing you can do is to place your hope on the next generation. Now, after waiting for more than 10 years, I finally got a glimmer of hope. Unexpectedly, it was overturned all of a sudden. Old man, you probably didn't expect that there would be someone crazier than the Pirate King on this sea. After Xiaoqi put out the cigarette in her hand, she looked at Rayleigh and said, "But you don't have to worry. Ace has only been on the sea for a year, and he still needs time to grow. Besides, you have asked Whitebeard to personally guide Ace. In time, he will definitely become a great pirate who can stand on his own and inherit Captain Roger's will. Don't forget, no matter how young that kid is, he is an existence that walked out of the Impel Down. He can be imprisoned there, and there is no trace of his existence that can be found. The person who is so valued by the Navy headquarters and even the world government is definitely not an ordinary person. It can be said that the sea will not be peaceful in the future. After these words fell, Rayleigh nodded silently. As Xiaoqi said, although Ace grew up in Garp's training, compared with a person who walked out of the more terrifying Impel Down prison, it is already clear who is stronger and who is weaker. The only thing that can be compared next is who grows faster. Chapter 521 The Triple Jump Bounty skyrocketed. 3 days later, the Navy trademark S warships that blockaded the Sabayati archipelago dispersed. The beheading of the Celestial Dragons, which had been making a fuss for 7 days, finally came to an end. On this day, because the 2 generals were defeated and the Celestial Dragons were beheaded, it was praised by the gossipers as the shame of the Navy and spread throughout the sea. For a time, the head skull demon who escaped from the prison in the city of Impel Down became famous and became the new king among the supernovas. Even Fire Fist Ace, who threatened to behead Whitebeard not long ago, was suppressed and ranked second. At the same time, because Fire Fist Ace was recruited by Whitebeard and became the captain of the second team under the premise of assassination, it was considered a failure of assassination. Compared with the two, Fire Fist Ace fell into the inferior position. In the Navy headquarters, the huge conference room fell into silence. During these 7 days, all the people stationed at the Navy headquarters looked exhausted, and some were even more exhausted. He had 2 dark circles under his eyes and looked drowsy. However, facing the premise that the whereabouts of the skeleton demon could not be found even after digging 3 feet deep, no one dared to make a sound in such an occasion, let alone yawn. Okay, I know everyone is tired. Zhang Guo took the lead in looking around and said, this time we gathered everyone because of the incident in the Sabayati archipelago, which caused the reputation of our Navy headquarters to be damaged. Damaged? Garp suddenly rolled his eyes and said, why did I hear that many people in the Sabayati archipelago and even the nearby islands were celebrating the killing of the Celestial Dragons, so the world government unexpectedly remained silent. This is called doing evil and then killing oneself. The sudden words made the depressing atmosphere in the field collapse at once. However, the cheek muscles of the vice admiral present could not help but twitch several times. They all heard about this kind of thing. However, no matter what the occasion, their Navy headquarters is the gateway to the world government and even the Celestial Dragons. Only Garp, as a hero of the Navy, dared to express such a statement. Garp, shut up and say less. You won't die. Zhang Guo glared at Garp. He was very troubled by this outspoken old man. After a pause, he immediately picked up the brand new bounty order in his hand and said, this time, the world government did not pursue the fact that our Navy headquarters failed to protect the Celestial Dragons. So, next, Bastille and Huashaishan will resume their original positions. However, in order to restore the reputation of the Navy, Bastille has applied for a temporary transfer to the East China Sea for patrol. And, the brand new bounty order in my hand is the new bounty amount of the skeleton demon Uchiha Chinyu. Take a look. If there is no objection, it will be sent out immediately. As soon as these words fell, everyone's eyes fell on the bounty order. The numbers inside made their pupils shrink suddenly. A bounty of 1 billion. The faces of the naval generals present changed drastically. When Chinyu escaped from the big prison, he only offered a bounty of 350 million. Now, it has jumped to 1 billion at once, which is a triple jump. Feeling the shock and whispers of the crowd, Zhang Guo patted the table to signal silence and said, everyone, be quiet. I believe that everyone is shocked by the 1 billion, but I want to tell you that not long ago, the rookie King Ace was defeated by the skeleton demon. I believe everyone knows this. Yes, Marshal Zhang Guo, this matter has been spread through the big news morgans, and now the rookie king is the skeleton demon. Ghost Spider spoke first. However, according to the risk rating, the bounty for defeating Ace of the Fire Fist, who has a bounty of 400 million, and for the incident in the Sabayati archipelago, shouldn't the bounty be around 600 to 700 million at most? And our Navy headquarters hasn't issued a bounty of 1 billion for a pirate for a long time. In this situation, if a bounty of 1 billion is issued, it may further damage the dignity of our Navy headquarters. Many naval generals present nodded silently in agreement with Ghost Spider's words. The incident in the Sabayati archipelago had already made them speechless and unable to speak out their grievances. If a bounty of 1 billion is offered again, wouldn't it be a public announcement that this man is so strong, so powerful, and so mighty? It's simply a slap in the face of oneself. Looking at the situation that suddenly became a little noisy again, Sengoku frowned slightly and said, "Well, it seems that your intelligence network is still not mature enough, so you can't know yourself and the enemy, and win every battle." At this point, Kizaru and Akainu, who were sitting next to them, couldn't help but twitch their cheeks. However, no one spoke out to refute, and their faces only sank a degree. After a slightly satisfied look, Zhangguo said, if it was just the matter of defeating Ace of the Fire Fist and beheading the Celestial Dragon, he could indeed only offer a reward of 600 million, but if you know that he not only fought with Ace of the Fire Fist that day, but also the captain of the 7 warlords of the Sea Sun Pirates, Sea Knight Jinbei, was present. Afterwards, he boarded the Whitebeard pirate ship, met with Whitebeard, and finally escaped unscathed. What do you think based on these 2 points alone? Is it worth 1 billion Baileys? The low voice was simply resounding at this moment, echoing in the conference room, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. The expression of the spider demon, who had objections just now, changed drastically in an instant. Whitebeard is one of the 4 pirate kings on the sea of the New World. Being able to escape unscathed after meeting with him, the amount of information is really too much. Looking at the naval commanders who were looking at each other in bewilderment, Zhangguo snorted with satisfaction and said, "It seems that everyone has no objection, so this bounty order will be issued. If you think this will damage the face of the Navy headquarters, then I hope you can capture the skeleton demon as soon as possible. Also, the world government does not hold our Navy headquarters accountable for dereliction of duty, more because of this reason. From now on, immediately strengthen the search for pirate ships heading to the New World and get the whereabouts of that guy as soon as possible." As Zhangguo's order fell, a brand new bounty order spread to every corner of the New World. A terrifying existence with 1 billion Baileys that suddenly appeared officially entered the sight of the top forces on the sea. However, the direction they were looking for was contrary to the direction Qin Yu was going. In their eyes, the New World is a place that any pirate yearns for. But for Qin Yu, he is now poor and clean, let alone a ship. Even a record the pointer will not be able to read. Most importantly, Qin Yu also needs to enhance the realism of Bone King and Laxus. To enhance the turmoil of the world and restore his own strength. Chapter 522 Go to the East China Sea. At the same time, when the New World was shocked, a merchant ship passed the upside-down mountain and was heading to the East China Sea. "Captain, that madman has been sleeping there for 3 days and 3 nights. Is this really the escort mission? Is he dead?" On the deck, a sailor took a look and saw that he had been lying on the side since he got on the ship. He was like a dead body and had no intention of moving. He couldn't help but complain to the middle-aged man with a big belly beside him. This is a merchant ship that travels back and forth between the first half of the New World and the East China Sea. It only goes 3 times a year. Every time, for safety, a large number of bounty hunters are hired to act as escorts. And the man in front of him, who was more than 2 meters tall and had a head full of golden hair, slept on the side for 3 days and 3 nights. He was the man who had a cold and arrogant face and asked for 1 million Baileys in the tavern that day. However, he was finally declined due to his lack of reputation and could only take a ride on a boat. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for learning the Konoha-style Thunder Blade technique. Do you want to immediately reach the maximum level with 1 click? The voice of the system suddenly sounded in Qin Yu's mind, making him secretly relieved. During this period, in addition to recovering the power consumed in the Sabayati archipelago, he also needed to use the character template of Laxus and combine his own Konoha-style blade technique to improve his strength. After all, in the original work, Laxus was only good at thunder attribute magic when he first appeared in the guild. Later, he was shown to have the identity of the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic and belonged to the 2nd generation of Dragon Slayer magicians. Now Qin Yu is in contact with this character template for the first time, and the character's realism is only 10%. Even the power of the thunder magic he possesses is greatly reduced. Not to mention the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. According to Qin Yu's calculation, as long as the realism reaches 30%, Laxus template can awaken the Thunder Dragon killing magic. 60%, it can enter the Dragon Scale mode. 80%, it can reach the half-dragon form. 100%, it may be completely dragonized. However, it is different from the character of Bone King. Laxus looks cool on the outside, but his inner drama is a full character. In order to help the guild members to take revenge, he took on the entire guild elite of Raventail alone. He has the strength of a super S-level magician. After separating from Hancock and Bonnie, who escaped in the middle of the night, Qin Yu thought of several ways, but only raised the realism to 5%. Outside the Sabayati archipelago, he relied on the character of Laxus to catch Akainu temporarily at a disadvantage. But in the real fight, with Laxus's 5% realism, at best he can only give people a thunder and strike the heartless man. Once Akainu goes berserk, he may be lit on fire at any time. Therefore, in order to improve the realism as soon as possible, Qin Yu decided to imitate Fairy Tail and take some bounty missions. At the same time, through his own Konoha-style swordsmanship, combined with his own lightning attribute magic, he deduced the thunder-breathing swordsmanship similar to that in Demon Slayer. Agatsuma Zenitsu. This character is called Agatsuma, don't think the author typed it wrong. This is to enhance his own strength and confidence in pretending to be cool. And in this process, even Qin Yu did not expect that the time required to combine the template and the main body for innovation was far beyond his imagination. Perhaps this is the reason for the contradiction between the systems? Okay, don't worry about that guy. With Sister Dashiki here, we don't need to worry at all. The middle-aged man patted his big belly and said, on the previous routes, Sister Dashiki helped us repel several pirates with bounties of millions. Once, she was not at a disadvantage when facing a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions. I heard that this time Sister Dashiki went to Rogue Town because a new colonel came there and was recruiting soldiers. As long as the strength assessment is passed, she can be an exception and become a naval general. I think with Sister Dashiki's strength, she can definitely pass, at least she can become a sergeant, or even a sergeant. At that time, let alone a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions, even a pirate with a bounty of 50 million can be easily defeated. The slightly long voice echoed on the huge deck for a long time and could not be dispersed. The bounty hunters stationed on the ship also looked at the girl holding a katana, wearing maroon glasses, and blushing, showing a surprised expression. After all, in this sea where the weak are the prey of the strong, the symbol of strength is often a man. There are even fewer women who can reach this level. Haha, look, with Sister Dashiki here, the morale is so good. The middle-aged man laughed and said in a loud voice, Sister Dashiki, the next half-day journey to Rogue Town depends on you. I will never treat the 500,000 Baileys badly. Before he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly stiffened, and his eyes obviously passed Dashiki and fell on the farther sea. Looking at the pirate flag fluttering in the wind and becoming clearer, his pupils suddenly contracted. It's the pirate of the Grand Line, the Tiger Wolf Helis with a bounty of 50 million Baileys. How could he appear in this place? The exclamation sounded on the deck all of a sudden. The sudden scene made the bounty hunters on the scene want to pick up the middle-aged man and throw him a slap in the face. If he hadn't just been full of bragging, and his bragging had hit his feet, he wouldn't have been slapped so quickly. However, before they could react, a low horn sounded suddenly. Woo-woo. The pirate ship in the distance obviously set its sights on this huge merchant ship. The moment the horn sounded, it set sail and rushed over here quickly. This scene immediately changed the faces of the people on the ship. In the consensus of all bounty hunters, the East China Sea is the weakest among the four seas. The most are small pirates with bounties of hundreds of thousands or millions. Those who can offer tens of millions are as difficult as winning the first prize. Of course, this cannot be blamed on the East China Sea being the weakest. Don't forget that One Piece also rose in Rogue Town, just because a hero Garp appeared in the East China Sea. If you have time, come back for a hunt. Pirates who can grow up have already run to the Grand Line. Those who can't grow up have also been cut by Garp as leaks. Therefore, the title of the weakest sea is also understandable. However, when there is no ruthless person, this merchant ship can still be used as a free sightseeing tour. Once encountering this kind of pirates who escaped from the Grand Line to the East China Sea, the disadvantages will soon be revealed. At least, the deck was already in chaos before the pirate with a bounty of 50 million arrived. Captain, turn around quickly, let's run away quickly, this Tiger Wolf is a ruthless person, I heard that his sword skills can reach the level of vacuum slash. Vacuum slash, that is the symbol of the strong. Chapter 523 Evil Capitalism. Vacuum slash. Dashiki's face changed suddenly. As a swordsman, she is very clear about every strength watershed on the road to the Supreme Swordsman. According to Dashiki's understanding, there are several levels in the way of swordsmanship. Those who are familiar with swordsmanship are called swordsmen. Those who know how to slash in vacuum are called great swordsmen. Mastering the iron slasher is a swordsman who has reached a higher level. To learn the flying slasher, both the understanding of the sword and the development of one's own strength need to be greatly improved. When the two are combined, they will be praised as great swordsmen. Above the great swordsman, there are also the titles of the supreme great swordsman and the world's #1 swordsman. However, the current visitor, the tiger wolf with a bounty of 50 million, turned out to be a great swordsman, which undoubtedly exceeded Dashiki's expectations. Sister Dashiki, you should think of a way quickly, they are coming, and you are the strongest on this ship. The middle-aged captain was anxious. In his eyes, Dashiki has undoubtedly become a life-saving straw. For a while, on the huge deck, the eyes of hundreds of people were all locked on Dashiki. This made Dashiki, who was originally introverted, even more confused. However, when she thought that there were more than 100 lives on this ship, they could be buried in the hands of pirates at any time. Dashiki's nerves suddenly tensed up, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Captain, your ship is overloaded with cargo, so the speed is greatly reduced. If you sail for a long time, you will be caught up soon. You should throw away the cargo on the ship quickly now, try to reduce the weight of the ship, and try to increase the speed of the ship. I remember there is a reef not far ahead, not far from Rogue Town. If you are lucky enough, you should be able to wait for the support of the navy." The hurried voice echoed on the deck, making the people in the field look at each other in bewilderment. This kind of overloaded sailing is not uncommon. After all, sailing on the sea full of pirates is a matter of living with your head on your pants. A little carelessness is enough to lose your life. So as a businessman, the first premise is to maximize profits. In their eyes, whether it is overweight or not, and whether it is money or not, there is no need to choose at all. Now Dashiki actually asked him to throw away the goods that he brought back at the risk of his life. This is absolutely impossible. You want me to throw away the goods? The middle-aged man changed his previous friendly expression, his face flushed, and he shouted in a hurry, "You know, I spent so much money to buy this ship, and the goods transported this time are worth tens of millions. If you ask me to give up now, that means I want to die. If I had known it would be like this, why would I hire you bounty hunters, why would I give you 500,000 baileys?" At this point, the middle-aged man reached out to grab the sword in Psyche's hand, and roared angrily, "You are a coward, holding this sword is an insult." The hysterical roar echoed on the deck, making Dashiki look dazed. She and this kind-hearted middle-aged businessman have cooperated several times. They have always been at peace, and the other party respects her very much. But Dashiki never expected that her attitude would change so much all of a sudden. Looking at the big hand that quickly reached out, Dashiki was panicked and couldn't help but step back half a step to avoid it. Unfortunately, he leaned heavily on the railing of the ship, and there was no way to retreat. The only thing he could do was to look at the big hand that was reaching out and take the knife from his hand. As for fighting back, with Dashiki's personality, he didn't even think about it. Puff! A low sonic boom sounded suddenly. An unexpected tall figure appeared in front of Dashiki like a ghost. The muscles were prominent, full of rock. The explosive hand instantly clasped the middle-aged man's wrist. The next moment, it twisted suddenly without any warning. "Ah! My hand!" The screams rang out, but they still couldn't cover up the sound of the middle-aged man's arm bones breaking. Looking at the figure with a lightning-like scar on his face and a tall figure like an iron tower, the cold and arrogant look on his face made everyone on the deck have an idea in their minds instantly. This is a ruthless person. Why did you break my hand? Don't forget that I am your employer. Once your behavior gets out, your reputation will be ruined. Who will hire you in the future?" The middle-aged man covered the wrist that was broken at 90 degrees, his face was pale with pain, and he roared in a hurry. However, facing this so-called righteous rebuke, Chinyu's expression remained the same, and he said coldly, "You disturbed my sleep. There is one more thing, I didn't charge you any reward, so you didn't hire me, and I can only be regarded as a free trip. I was in a good mood, and I might help you get rid of them, but now you disturb my sleep." At this point, Chinyu met the middle-aged man's sight. The moment their eyes met, the middle-aged man immediately shuddered, and all the harsh words that just came to his mouth were swallowed back into his stomach, and he quickly changed his words, "Yes. I'm sorry, I was too panicked, so I disturbed your rest. As long as you can get rid of these pirates, I am willing to pay 1 million Baileys. This is the price we discussed before. 1 million. This is for a bounty hunter escort mission. This price is a sky-high price. Now the middle-aged man gave this price as soon as he opened his mouth, which undoubtedly exceeded many people's expectations. However, more people sneered secretly. As a veteran, a big reward must come with a big pay. Faced with this situation of certain death, the captain raised the price by 1 million, which was nothing more than the idea of letting people fight to the death. As for whether to exchange it at that time, it would only count if they really survived. At the moment, a man with no reputation looks extraordinary. But facing the big pirate who came from the Grand Line and offered a reward of 50 million. For them, this is a situation of certain death. The so-called 1 million is completely a blank check. Don't give it if you die, and don't give it if you are lucky enough to be half dead. This is the best way to treat newcomers. 1 million. Qin Yu certainly knew what the captain was up to. He smiled and said, "It's really evil capitalism. You don't even have the confidence to write a bad check. I heard that the cargo of your entire ship is worth tens of millions. That 1 million is just the price before going out to sea. Now my price is 10 million Baileys. Of course, you can say no, and I can also pat my butt and leave, but don't blame me for not telling you in advance. The magician of fairy tale does not accept default." Chapter 524. This nail clipper is pretty good. 10 million Baileys. The middle-aged man covered his broken hand and said in pain, You are robbing money. All the cargo on my ship is only worth 10 million Baileys. In the eyes of these little people, 10 million Baileys is an astronomical figure. Robbery. Qin Yu glanced at the middle-aged man and said, "This is faster than robbing money. If you are unhappy, you can ask who is unwilling." At this point, Qin Yu looked around the field. Wherever his eyes went, everyone present nodded in agreement. 10 million Baileys can save the lives of a shipload of people. This is worth it. Captain, you should understand what justice is. Everyone's life is in your hands. Yes, if you lose money, you can earn it back. Looking at the one-sided situation in an instant, Dashiki was stunned. This scene is very similar to her situation just now, except that the protagonist's identity has been completely switched. What's wrong? Are you feeling pity? Qin Yu looked back at Dashiki behind him. His big hand directly covered her head in shock. He rubbed it domineeringly and said, "Pity is the mentality of the weak. If I hadn't shown up, you would be the one being threatened now." At this point, Qin Yu looked back at the captain and said, "Let me tell you, this old guy is still thinking about killing me. The slaves hidden in the cabin alone are worth tens of millions. If you can fool a noble, you can sell them for a good price. Of course, you don't need to panic. You collect money and help others get rid of disasters. If you can get 10 million back from me, I will be very happy. At least you have added a little color to my boring days." As soon as these words fell, the captain's face suddenly changed drastically, and he hurriedly stepped back half a step and said, How do you know?" "Haha, how should I know? You don't need to think about it." Qin Yu laughed dryly and said, "There are guests coming. I have slept for 3 days. Give me a warm glass of wine to wake me up." As soon as these words fell, everyone's nerves suddenly tensed up. He hurriedly looked in the direction, and the first thing he saw was the Tiger Wolf pirate ship approaching rapidly. As soon as he approached, shouts of killing rose to the sky. The fierce smell of killing made the bounty hunters who were just hanging out on the deck of the merchant ship suddenly change their faces and couldn't help but take a half step back. "Oh, it turns out there is a little girl here. Look at what you have in your hand. The one holding the knife should be a swordsman, right?" A ferocious-looking figure with a burly body like an iron tower walked out of the crowd. He was holding a white-bladed saber in his right hand and looked at Dashiki with interest. "Little beauty, it's rare for us to meet, so let me teach you how to use the knife." Holang smiled grimly, and suddenly grasped the handle of the knife with his right hand, and instantly jumped towards Dashiki. "Girl, I'll let you taste what a vacuum slash is." Clang! The sound of the knife suddenly rose, and the cold light rolled back on the blade. The next moment, the sound of tearing through the air sounded, and the air seemed unable to bear this pressure. It exploded and turned into a translucent air slash of a meter in size, attacking Dashiki head-on. The sudden scene made Dashiki's face change drastically. However, when he thought of the other people behind him, he immediately gritted his teeth and drew his sword to face it head-on. Bang! The dull collision sound suddenly echoed, and the huge impact force made Dashiki's hands hurt, and the sword in his hand was thrown directly into the air. In the end, in full view of the public, it was inserted diagonally on the deck of the ship. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Looking at Dashiki, who was defeated in one move, they all looked unbelievable. After all, the captain had boasted to Dashiki just a moment ago that she could confront a pirate with a bounty of 10 million yuan and not fall behind. But now she was suppressed by a move and fell behind. The gap between the two was too big. Quick, run away quickly. It seems that a pirate with a bounty of 50 million yuan is not something we can fight against at all. The exclamation echoed on the huge deck of the ship. When the people, whose nerves were already under extreme pressure, heard the words, they all pulled away and retreated violently. Want to escape? That's just a foolish dream. Take this little girl down first and take her back to warm the bed. Holang smiled teasingly and jumped towards Dashiki again. The captain, who witnessed this scene, also changed his face drastically and shouted hurriedly, You really helped him warm up the wine. There is a spare boat in the cabin. Let's run away quickly. What are you still standing there for? Get out of here quickly. A hysterical roar echoed. However, the sailor who was warming the wine remained motionless like a sculpture. The next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes widened, and he screamed in shock. Block! Block! He blocked the attack with his fingernails. Dang! The crisp sound of metal collision suddenly echoed. At this moment, as if infused with magic sound, the sailor's words formed a huge auditory impact. Those who fled in a hurry, at this moment, seemed to be cast under a spell of immobilization, and suddenly froze in place. There was no time to think about it, and hurriedly turned around to look at Qin Yu. Facing life and death, at this moment, the strong curiosity in his heart could not be suppressed. Even Dashiki could not block it. The vacuum slash that was known as the Great Swordsman was actually blocked by a fingernail. In this world, what else is more exciting than these? Hundreds of eyes, at this moment, turned in unison, and instantly locked onto Qin Yu's body. The sharp blade with a cold light was blocked by a black little fingernail only half a foot away from Dashiki's forehead. Looking at that face with clear contours, everyone took a breath of cold air. Even the great swordsman Holang, who was offered a bounty of 50 million, was no exception. He could not help but gurgle and swallow his saliva, and then he cried out in surprise. This is armament Haki, you are from the New World. New World. That is the honorific title of the second half of the Grand Line. If we measure it by force, then it is difficult to have a bounty of billions in the four seas. However, in the first half of the Grand Line, there are billions of bounties, but there are very few who really understand Haki. After all, the practice of Haki is the basic symbol of the New World. A strong man who walked out of the New World is like Hawkeye in the original work who ran to the East China Sea and teased the Creek pirates. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Using a nail clipper is enough. This nail clipper is pretty good, but it's a little blunt. It should be Shijer. Qin Yu smiled playfully. The small sound completely broke the silence on the deck. Holang's face changed drastically. He didn't have time to think and quickly retreated. Chapter 525 Warm Wine Kills Holang. Bang! As soon as Holang landed on the deck, he roared in panic. Escape quickly, everyone set sail. As a pirate who has traveled in the Grand Line, he knows clearly that there is a watershed between those who have armament Haki and those who don trademark T, and they are also people from two different worlds. He doesn't trademark T believe that his knife can cut through the armament Haki that is as solid as steel. Looking at the pirate with a bounty of 50 million, he fled in panic. The pupils of the people present suddenly contracted, and they looked at Qin Yu with disbelief on their faces. In their eyes, Qin Yu was just a weirdo who slept for 3 consecutive days and 3 nights. He never thought that he had the means to scare away a pirate with a bounty of 50 million with just a fingernail. Why did you run away without even a knife? Qin Yu smiled playfully. His pretense just now made his realism a little higher. Although the amplitude was small, it at least allowed Qin Yu to find a direction to move forward in the dark. At the same time, with 2 eyes in the dark, he crossed the road by feeling the stones. Looking at Shi Yu, who was abandoned and fell to the ground, Qin Yu grabbed it with his right hand in the air and instantly took it into his hand. He looked up at the tiger and wolf pirates who turned around and fled quickly, and said with a warm smile, "Since you don't want the knife, then I will teach you how to play with the knife." This should be the pity of the seniors for the juniors. Just like what you said just now, it's the same as retreating. The small voice, at this moment, was like a magic sound, echoing in the four directions of the sky for a long time and could not dissipate. Qin Yu held the scabbard tightly with his left hand, and when the 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly clenched the handle of the knife, he closed his eyes in full view of everyone. The inexplicable scene made the people present look stagnant, and even made the fleeing tiger and wolf show a hint of surprise. In his eyes, he thought Qin Yu would chase him blindly. Then he had no escape on this sea. But if he was allowed to keep as much distance as possible on the sea, it would be impossible for Qin Yu to catch up with him. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Hulang's mind quickly. Looking at the pirate ship sailing away with the wind, he quickly distanced himself, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. 10 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. Seeing that the distance had reached hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, the fear on Hulang's face slightly dissipated, and a hint of a playful smile of surviving a disaster emerged. Just as he was about to say something, the figure that was locked in the pupil suddenly moved. The tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and the lazy eyes instantly became sharp. The next moment, the crackling sound of the arc splashed, like a flash of thunder, resounded through the 9-day cloud. Thunder breathing 1st form thunderbolt flash. Clang! The sword rang like thunder, and endless lightning gathered on the blade. The moment the clanging sound sounded, it turned into a golden light, like a silk thread across 100 meters. Wherever it passed along the way, the sea surface was instantly split in two, and the speed was so fast that the naked eye could not reach it at all. By the time everyone reacted, the golden light had passed the huge pirate ship and hit the huge reef 1,000 meters away. Boom! The violent lightning exploded, and the huge reef collapsed. Debris splashed all over the sky, and endless waves rushed up to the sky, pouring down like a rainstorm. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves, and the minions on the pirate ship were suddenly awakened. However, before they could react, a crisp click sound suddenly rang out. The huge pirate ship of more than 10 meters cracked at the position where the tiger and wolf stood. The shocking, unusually smooth slash marks, the moment they appeared, quickly spread to Hulang's body. Puff! A stream of blood spurted out without warning, and the scarlet blood stains spread directly from Hulang's forehead to his crotch. The next moment, before he could make any screams, he stared with wide eyes, and the two halves of his body fell to the left and right. Along with the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, the great pirate from the Grand Line with a reward of 50 million was directly cut in half. No. It should be said that it was not only Hulang, but also the huge pirate ship under his feet. At this moment, it was like paper, and even the strongest keel was cut in two. In full view of the public, it quickly tilted to the left and right and hit the sea surface. Those pirates who were unable to escape were swallowed by the sea before they could even make a scream. Some people who were lucky enough to surface were also swallowed alive by the sea kings attracted by the blood. For a moment, the pirates from the Grand Line who were still showing off their power a moment ago and claimed to have a reward of 50 million. Such a large pirate group was killed with a single sword. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe that all this was true. This sword is pretty good. Did anyone take a picture of the scene just now? Qin Yu put Shi Yu back into the sheath, looked at the stunned people, and said, "Is my wine warmed up?" The small voice instantly woke up the distracted people. The captain, who was paunchy, didn't care about the severe pain in his hand. He kicked the sailor beside him, hurriedly checked the temperature of the wine, and said flatteringly, "Sir, the wine has been warmed up just now, and it is still warm now. You killed tigers and wolves with warm wine. If such a big thing spreads, your reputation will definitely be greatly boosted. The scene just now has been monitored by the recording telephone bug on my ship. Here is my life savings, with 12 million Baileys in it. Please accept it." Looking at the captain who was still arrogant a moment ago, his attitude suddenly changed 360 degrees. When the people present were stunned, they looked at the black and gold card in his hand, and their faces became a little hot, and they couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. However, when they thought of Qin Yu's amazing flying slash just now, the idea that had just emerged was directly annihilated. They didn't dare to be stubborn and go head-to-head with this flying slash. You are a great swordsman. You just performed a flying slash. It's really cool. You killed tigers and wolves with warm wine. If this story gets out, your reputation will soar and you will become the strongest bounty hunter in the East China Sea." Dashiki stuttered and responded. Looking at the snow-white blade in the scabbard in Qin Yu's hand, he quickly raised his glasses and said, "The Shijir in your hand, if I remember correctly, is one of the 50 best swords. It is worth at least 1 million berries, and it is still in short supply. Can I touch it?" For Dashiki, a sword fanatic, it is a great honor to be able to see a famous sword. It made him ecstatic. Moreover, he could see that being able to perform flying slashes was a great blessing in life for a swordsman. Chapter 526 Playing with knives is my hobby. Do you like this knife? Qin Yu looked at Dashiki, who was eager. Dashiki was startled at first, a trace of shyness flashed across her face, and nodded weakly and said, "As a swordsman, being able to get a famous sword is the biggest dream and goal. However, many famous swords are now in the hands of pirates, just like this Shijir, in the hands of tigers and wolves. It is simply a waste." I seem to hear it wailing. When mentioning what happened just now, a trace of anger appeared on Dashiki's face. However, this trace of anger just appeared on Dashiki's pretty face, and the words that fell into her ears the next moment made Dashiki's nerves suddenly tense. "Since you like it, I'll give you this knife. It looks good, but it's too delicate to use. It's not suitable for me." Qin Yu directly stuffed Shiyu into Dashiki's hand and said, "Don't give me the knife back. Playing with knives is just my hobby. If you want to repay me, get me something to eat." Seeing that he casually gave away a famous knife worth millions, the bounty hunters and sailors present were all stunned. No. It should be said that even Dashiki is no exception. For someone who knows more about knives, 1 million is just the standard price of a famous knife. In the case of a price but no market, the price will rise. After all, there are only a few famous knives, but there are countless people who use knives. If you really want to distribute them, tens of thousands of people may not get one. Now Qin Yu gave it away casually. If you don't see it with your own eyes, no one is willing to believe it. The most fatal thing is that the great swordsman who just performed the lightning-fast flying slash, which was as powerful as a glimpse of a beauty, actually said that using a sword is just a hobby. Then how powerful can he be without a sword? If even the flying slash can be performed, it is still considered a hobby. Now, these dozens of bounty hunters in the field with swords on their waists, where is their face? Are you really going to give it to me? Dashiki was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly asked, "But, this is too precious, what do you mean by I? If you don't want it, I will throw it into the sea, so that there will be one less famous sword in this world." Qin Yu rolled his eyes, and was too lazy to talk to Dashiki, and said, "Also, if you really want to repay me, get me some food." Seeing Qin Yu's serious face, Dashiki shuddered, and quickly clenched Shiyu in his hand, and hurriedly said, "No, I want it, I want it. If you are hungry, then come with me quickly, I will give you something to eat." "Give me something to eat." Looking at Dashiki who ran into the cabin in a flash, Qin Yu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This is giving me something to eat. Why does it sound a bit annoying? It seems that there is some other meaning. However, feeling the gurgling sound on his belly, Qin Yu still put aside his thoughts and quickly followed. In a naval training camp in Rog Town, a man wearing a white fur coat and holding a cigar was looking at the new recruits queuing up for the test in front of him, frowning. Dao Li value 15, next. The adjutant holding the test form glanced at Smoker's expression and gestured. Watching the new recruits leave, the adjutant couldn't help but say, "Colonel Smoker, this is already the 130th person. If according to your test requirements, the Dao Li value must reach at least 50, then I'm afraid today will be in vain. In the Navy, Dao Li value is a standard for measuring a person's strength. Among them, an adult holding a weapon will have a Dao Li value of 10. Those who exceed this value are all outstanding among their peers. Among them, once the Dao Li value reaches 500, they will be called superhuman existence, and they are also rare strong people in the Navy. However, in the weakest East China Sea among the 4 seas, this is obviously very rare. Humph. Our rogue town is one of the most important gateways for the East China Sea to enter the Grand Line, and this is where the pirate King Roger was executed." Smoker exhaled a puff of cigarette, snorted coldly and said, "So, this place has extraordinary significance for our navy. I, Smoker, have decided to guard this place, so I need elite troops. I want to make it difficult for any pirate to escape here. 50 force points are already my bottom line. I, Smoker, don't need mediocre people under my command." The low voice, at this moment, did not hide the slightest. The queue, which was originally lined up, was dispersed by 8 or 9/10 of the people in an instant. The rest were some sturdy men with bodies like giant bears. They obviously relied on their physical advantages to pass the assessment. After all, in this chaotic era of pirates, the Navy undoubtedly has an additional identity as a talisman compared to civilians. At the same time, it is also a stable income business. However, Smoker looked at this scene, snorted coldly, and said, "A bunch of mediocre people, today we will stop here." After saying this, Smoker turned around and walked towards the headquarters. "Haha, brother Smoker, you are still the same." The strictness of recruiting new soldiers can be compared with the headquarters. A loud laugh suddenly sounded. Seeing the newcomer, Smoker couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Brother Bastiu, why don't you stay at the headquarters and come to such a remote place?" Generals of the headquarters? The expressions of the Navy soldiers present, and even the recruits who were being assessed, changed. After all, in their cognition, the generals who can be stationed at the headquarters of the Navy must be at least major generals. That is 2 ranks higher than Smoker's colonel. Feeling the eyes from all around, Bastiu patted Smoker on the shoulder and lowered his voice and said, "Don't make fun of me. You should also know what happened in the Sabayati archipelago. This time I left the headquarters, and I also plan to make up for my mistakes and hope to dig some fresh blood for the headquarters of the Navy." Sabayati archipelago? Smoker's expression changed slightly. After spitting out a puff of cigarette, he said, "I have also heard about this matter. I just received a new bounty order for the skeleton demon. I didn't expect that it has soared to 1 billion in such a short time. He dared to kill 2 celestial dragons in public. His means were indeed unexpected. But 1 billion seems a bit too much." "How much?" Bastiu laughed at himself and shook his head, saying, "Smoker, you were not there, you have no idea how sudden everything that happened that day was. If I were to define the bounty of the skeleton demon, it would definitely be more than 1 billion Baileys. I still don't know how deep he is. At least if he fights alone, he might be able to match the admirals." Chapter 527 Smoker. Naruto Chapter 524. Comparable to the admirals? Smoker's face changed slightly, and he looked at Bastiu solemnly, exhaled a puff of cigarette and said, "Brother, I didn't expect your evaluation to be so high. If there is a chance, I would also like to see the strength of the skeleton demon and see how strong the guy who is highly respected by my brother can be." After hearing this, Bastiu shook his head helplessly and said, "Brother Smoker's courage is indeed not comparable to us old guys. However, during this period of time, there have been many new faces with great means in the New World. I heard that when Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kizaru were searching the 9 Snakes pirates, a Thunder Devil Fruit ability user appeared. At that time, facing the 2 admirals, he was not much inferior, and even had the upper hand in Admiral Akainu. A natural Devil Fruit ability user? Smoker was stunned. In his cognition, Devil Fruit ability users are divided into 3 categories. They are natural, superhuman, and animal. To a certain extent, the natural Devil Fruit is known as the strongest of the 3 major systems. The second is the superhuman type, and the last is the animal type. Of course, if it is a rare species in the animal type, such as the fantasy beast species possessed by the warring states, there is also the ancient species. To a certain extent, it may be stronger than the superhuman type. However, if Chinyu were to evaluate, there is no weakest Devil Fruit, only the worst ability user. Yes, the natural Devil Fruit ability user with Thunder attribute. At that time, Mr. Garp threatened to invite him to join the Navy headquarters and make him a brigadier general. Bastiu nodded solemnly. As soon as this was said, the Navy soldiers in the field were in an uproar. As a member of the Navy, they knew clearly how much training and military merit they needed to go through to become a brigadier general. Moreover, which of the Navy soldiers present was not promoted step by step from the lowest level soldiers? Even Smoker, whom they respected the most, is only a captain now, and he still needs a lot of military merit to reach the brigadier general. However, now Bastiu opened his mouth and told them. Vice Admiral Garp, a naval hero, actually invited a guy with little reputation to become a brigadier general. This was completely beyond their expectations. Well, don't worry about it. Vice Admiral Garp's personality is well known to everyone. He likes to joke. I'm afraid he said this to ease the atmosphere. Bastiu saw that the atmosphere was not right and laughed dryly to smooth things over. Smoker's face sank, and he nodded in agreement. Brother Bastille is right. There is a good tavern nearby. It's rare to meet. Let's go and get together. Seeing Smoker's active invitation, Bastille did not intend to refuse. However, before he could say yes, a naval soldier rushed over. Captain Smoker, we just received a distress signal. Someone claimed that the ship was hijacked. According to the signal sent by the Den Den Mushi, they are close to the estuary of Rogue Town. Hijacking? The expressions of the people present could not help but change, and then the naval soldiers on the scene laughed unscrupulously. It's really interesting. Is it some big country boy coming into the city? I thought that the current Rogue Town is the same as before, a supply springboard to the Grand Line. The current Rogue Town is the end of crime, and no prisoner can leave alive. After hijacking the captain, you dare to come to Rogue Town openly. That's walking into the muzzle of a gun. It's been a long time since I saw Captain Smoker take action. The scene suddenly became noisy, and there was more mocking laughter. Faced with at this scene, Smoker, holding a cigar in his mouth, said with a hint of excitement, Brother Bastille, it seems that the drinking matter has to be postponed for a while. However, it is easy to solve this kind of thing, you just need to wait for a while. Looking at Smoker, who was eager to try, Bastille was also stunned and said, since Brother Smoker has official business, I have to join in the fun and see the methods of the smoker who has recently become famous in the East China Sea. Haha, brother, you flatter me, let's set off now. Smoker laughed dryly, and then took the lead in choosing the right direction and turned into smoke and rushed away. For Smoker, he was more or less unhappy that Garp had promoted a person of unknown reputation to brigadier general just now. After all, he had been stuck in the position of captain for too long. Now someone suddenly climbed over his head, and he couldn't swallow this breath more or less. Now he had the opportunity to show off in front of Bastille, the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, which undoubtedly aroused Smoker's enthusiasm. For a moment, the two of them quickly chased to the port one after the other. Behind them were a large group of Navy soldiers who were eager to watch the show. However, the closer they got to the port, the more Smoker and Bastille frowned. According to their experience, if a big pirate approached the port, the merchants, civilians, and coolies gathered at the dock should flee in all directions. However, what they saw now were people rushing in from all directions with excited faces. They looked like they were just going there to watch the fun. Smoker, it seems that this matter is not as simple as imagined. Don't act rashly later. Bastille hurriedly reminded. However, in the face of this persuasion, Smoker snorted disdainfully and said, "Humph, this is my territory. I will not allow any evil to grow in my territory, no matter who he is." Captain Smoker is right. We support Captain Smoker. A group of Navy soldiers, obviously not forgetting to join in the fun, quickly shouted and cheered. Looking at this scene, Bastille looked helpless. Just as he was about to say something, the scene he saw at the dock made his pupils suddenly shrink, and his eye sockets almost cracked. There were 3 or 4 layers of encirclement inside and outside, which seemed to be impenetrable. A sea king of tens of meters was being placed on the dock. The blazing flames, under the leaping, the burning sea king, similar to the sea snake, made a sizzling sound of burning oil. An unusual fragrance came towards them along the sea breeze. Looking at this posture, they finally knew why the dock was so lively. The person who can burn the sea king must be an extraordinary person. Thinking of this, Bastille opened his mouth to say something, but saw Smoker beside him, his face darkened, and he roared first. "You bastard, you dare to make trouble in Rogue Town. Today, the King of Heaven is here, and I will also take you down." Chapter 528. This is a fake fight. With the roar, the Navy soldiers present and even all the onlookers in the field were startled. Many people were stunned at first, and when they saw Smoker's appearance clearly, they immediately showed ecstasy on their faces. "It's Captain Smoker, this arrogant guy will definitely be taken down. Yuden, that guy dared to hijack you and burn your ship, it will definitely not be easy." A group of pot-bellied merchants, when they saw Smoker, hurriedly comforted Yuden, who was crying beside him. When he was returning, he thought he could report the robbery to Roach Town without anyone noticing. He never thought that Qin Yu would catch a sea king and smash his boat and burn it as soon as he got off the boat. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would believe that there were such crazy people in this world? Seeing Smoker appear, Yuden was like grabbing a life-saving straw. In his eyes, Smoker was the strongest navy in the East China Sea, and he would definitely capture this arrogant guy. White smoke ejector. Bang! The violent gas explosion sounded and exploded instantly. Endless white smoke, like a frenzy, gushed out from under Smoker. The whole person rushed towards Qin Yu like a rocket. A few hundred meters was just a blink of an eye. Before everyone could react, Smoker had already appeared behind Qin Yu. Looking at the back figure who seemed unable to react in time, Smoker's mouth corners holding a cigar slightly turned up, revealing a playful smile. No. It should be said that the Navy soldiers present, and even those businessmen, were no exception. Only one thought emerged in their minds. Success. White fist. Smoker shouted and hit Qin Yu's back of the head directly. The distance was so close that there was no way to hide. However, this idea just emerged in everyone's mind. The next moment, the scene in front of the eyes made people's pupils shrink suddenly. Whoosh! The fist wrapped in white mist with a mighty force just approached Qin Yu's back. Qin Yu's upper body seemed to have eyes, and he moved slightly to avoid the attack. But compared with the seemingly safe posture, the next scene was even more unacceptable. Dashiki, where are my spices? Qin Yu picked his nose and looked at the stunned Dashiki beside him. No answer yet. He saw the spices on the ground and leaned over to pick up the cumin. As a barbecued sea snake, cumin and coriander are indispensable. Seeing this nonchalant attitude, Smoker was stunned and embarrassed. He was willing to see the enemy show despair and fear in front of him. At the very least, he said something provocative and disdainful, so that he could pave the way for the next counterattack in public. However, the sudden attack was treated as air and barely avoided. This scene made him completely embarrassed. White fist machine gun. Smoker roared, his hands like machine guns, surrounded by white mist, and shot towards Qin Yu's back. The speed was so fast that the whole world was shrouded in smoke, and the fist shadows overlapped. However, facing all this, the dense and torch-like attacks, Qin Yu was like catkins, passing by the fist wind. Under the attack of the fist shadows, not even a corner of his clothes could be touched. Absolute power suppression. Seeing this scene, anyone who is not a fool can see the clues of the situation in front of him. In their eyes, he is known as the strongest naval general in the East China Sea. He can't even touch the corner of his opponent's clothes, and the difference in strength is obvious. Feeling the change in the atmosphere around him, Smoker's face was extremely gloomy. The endless smoke on his body rolled back and turned into 7 or 8 smoke fists in the void, attacking Qin Yu in a combined attack. Damn kid, don't hide if you have the guts, fight me openly. The hysterical roar echoed in the sky. However, before the attack approached, Bastille's scream sounded first. Smoker, withdraw the attack quickly. The sudden scream made Smoker startled. But the arrow had to be shot, and the only thing he could do was to stare at the figure in front of him with his back to him. However, before he could react, his eyes blurred in vain. At the moment when the fist shadows in the sky collided with each other, the hateful figure disappeared out of thin air. The crackling sound of lightning arcs sounded behind Smoker, and a chill in the spine swept through Smoker's body. He didn't have time to think about it and hurriedly turned back to look behind him. The first thing he saw was the light gaze overlooking him, and the words that fell in his ears shook Smoker's nerves. This is the first time I've heard that someone likes to be beaten. The moment the voice fell, Qin Yu clenched his 5 fingers suddenly. Under the crackling lightning, the black and ink-like armed color domineering was mixed in. Thunder fist. Bang! A punch hit. At a close distance, there was no way to hide. Everyone just had time to see a flash of lightning strike Smoker's back. Accompanied by the deafening sound of thunder, the whole person flew out like a cannonball. Boom! The huge impact force caused a 7 or 8 meter deep pit to be smashed on the merchant ship anchored hundreds of meters away. The heavy deck and keel cracked with spider web-like cracks, spreading to most of the hull. Watching Smoker, who they had high hopes for and admired as the strongest naval commander in the East China Sea, hit a combination of punches and missed. Then he was smashed away in a flash. This is a fake fight. A hopeful thought sprouted in the minds of many people. Especially the naval soldiers who followed Smoker, they were no exception. On the stiff cheek muscles, he forced a smile and said, "Captain Smoker, I was just joking. He hasn't fought anyone for a long time. This must be a warm-up. He is a natural devil fruit user. He is showing us how to deal with vicious enemies, so he deliberately threw a set of false punches. It must be like this." Look, Captain Smoker appeared again unscathed. A series of urgent calls came from the mouths of the Navy soldiers watching. In their eyes, Smoker may not have the strength of the Vice Admiral and Admiral of the Navy headquarters. However, Smoker is an undefeated record for them. Seeing Smoker stand up in the ruins, his face was ecstatic when his 5 fingers clenched. Captain Smoker is finally going to use this trick. Exclamations rang out one after another, and Bastio was completely brought into the rhythm, forgetting the words on his lips for a moment. However, when he saw what Smoker was holding, a hint of ecstasy appeared on his face. Chapter 529 Brigadier General is also underappreciated. 10 hands. This is Smoker's weapon against devil fruit users. As Smoker's predecessor, Bastio instantly recognized the origin of this weapon. The most important thing is that Bastio also recognized the origin of the man in front of him who looked arrogant and had a lightning scar on his face. If he guessed correctly, he was Vice Admiral Garp, who threatened to make an exception to recruit Laxus as a Brigadier General of the headquarters. Now he accidentally bumped into Smoker. If Smoker could defeat Qin Yu by surprise with 10 hands, he took this opportunity to come out and make peace. Maybe Smoker could be favored by the warring states and promoted to Brigadier General. He could also sell a good person and invite this Laxus to join the Navy headquarters. This is a plan that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. When he thought of this, Bastio showed a hint of ecstasy on his face and hurriedly looked at Smoker. Smoke field. Smoker roared. In the brief fight just now, the crackling sound of the lightning arc had already flashed through his mind, the natural devil fruit ability user mentioned by Bastio. Being knocked away by a punch now, and the unhappiness in his heart just now, it was completely a combination of new and old hatreds. With a roar in his mouth, the endless smoke dormant in his body exploded like a white snow frenzy. In an instant, the entire estuary was covered by endless white smoke, blocking everyone's sight. Before everyone could react, Smoker quickly passed through the endless white mist like a snake and appeared in front of Qin Yu, who was locked. When the 10 fingers of both hands suddenly clenched the 10 hands in his hands, he roared angrily. Boy, blame you for being too arrogant and revealing too many flaws. Although the 10 hands I used are sea stone, this is also part of the victory. Bang! The dull collision sound suddenly echoed. As soon as Smoker spoke, the 10 hands in his hand slammed into Qin Yu's chest. The huge force and the waves brought about by it even slightly dispersed the smoke covering the estuary. And Smoker wanted to let people see that the balance of victory was leaning towards him in time. Without thinking too much, he swallowed the smoke in the sky and rolled it back into his body like a whale. However, before everyone cheered for victory, a calm voice fell into his ears. Did you stab me with something just now? Qin Yu looked up suddenly and met Smoker's astonished eyes. Then, in full view of everyone, he looked down at the 10 hands against his chest. The black and ink-like armed color domineering covered his whole body, and now Qin Yu's posture was like a steel gorilla beast. It was so bright. Before Smoker could react, Qin Yu grabbed the 10 hands with his right hand. With the 5 fingers exerting force suddenly, a crisp snapping sound suddenly rang out. Seeing the 10 hands being broken like paper, Bastio's pupils suddenly shrank, and he shouted in a hurry, Smoker, run away quickly, you are not his opponent. His urgent shout was like thunder, shaking everyone's nerves. Smoker suddenly woke up, and at this close distance, when he wanted to withdraw suddenly, the words that fell into his ears made his pupils shrink again. I caught you, I don't like being penetrated, you should taste the taste of sea stone yourself. As soon as the voice fell, Smoker felt that his abdomen was hit by the hard 10 hands. The moment of slight contact, a feeling of weakness, like ecstasy, made Smoker lose strength all over. However, all this was just the beginning. When he met Qin Yu's light gaze, another hand had already clasped his shoulder. Violent volt. Boom. The violent thunder power dormant in Qin Yu's body was detonated. The lightning flashed like a thunder snake, directly covering the exhausted Smoker. It can be said that Smoker, who was countered by the 10 hands, is now like fish on a chopping board. Not to mention counterattack, there is no chance to transform into an element. Accompanied by a deafening thunder explosion. Under the violent air wave, most of the onlookers were directly overturned. The solid stone floor was the first to be overwhelmed and cracked like a spider web, which quickly spread to the surroundings. At the same time, even the sea snake that was being roasted was directly crushed. When everything calmed down, the huge estuary suddenly became a mess. In the center of the explosion, which was like a ruin, besides the figure who still looked cold and arrogant, Smoker, who was held in his hand like a dead dog, and whose life and death were uncertain, made people's pupils shrink suddenly, and their eye sockets almost burst. A horrified thought flashed through their minds first. The undefeated legend of the East China Sea has fallen. Smoker, who was known as the last stop of the East China Sea and the guardian of Rogue Town, was actually in full view of the public and couldn't even reach his backhand. He was defeated like a dead dog. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this was true? Do you want him? Qin Yu glanced at Bastille, who looked shocked, and threw Smoker over. Bang! Bastille subconsciously took Smoker, and looked at him who was still emitting white smoke and completely lost consciousness, and he couldn't come back to his senses. He heard from others in the Navy headquarters that Garp had invited a man named Laxus to become the Brigadier General of the headquarters. But in Bastille's eyes, Qin Yu's strength should be about the same as Smoker's. However, what is now presented in front of him is an overwhelming victory. Especially, the full body of armed color domineering. Looking at the Navy headquarters, only the Vice Admiral can barely do it. Qin Yu's attitude of being so calm and indifferent made Bastille think of the only Vice Admiral in his mind. Gizue Virgo. He is known as the one with the strongest defense among the Vice Admirals. To a certain extent, he is still stronger than Bastille. At this moment, Bastille finally understood why Vice Admiral Garp invited the person in front of him to join the Navy headquarters. It can be said that becoming a Brigadier General is a waste of talent. At least it needs to be a Major General. No. The identity of a Vice Admiral may be able to reflect the shocking feeling of the scene in front of him. Thinking of this, Bastille didn't care about Smoker in his hand, and threw him to the Navy soldiers around him like a dead dog. He said hurriedly, "Mr. Laxus, I am Vice Admiral Bastille of the Navy headquarters. I have something to discuss with you." Vice Admiral. They. Onlookers at the scene gasped. Yuden, who was in a state of panic, seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw at this moment, and shouted urgently, "Admiral, you have to help me. This man not only robbed me of more than 10 million Baileys, but also smashed my ship and burned the Sea Kings. You must help me, otherwise I would rather jump into the sea." Chapter 530 Creating Fairy Tale. Jump into the sea. Bastille glanced at Yuden, and then snorted coldly and shouted, "Come on, watch him jump into the sea. If he doesn't jump, throw him into the sea. If Smoker wakes up, let him thoroughly investigate this group of people to see if they have done anything illegal. And this is the Brigadier General that Vice Admiral Garp intends to recruit as an exception. How could he hijack your ship?" The hysterical roar echoed on the dock like thunder. Everyone in the field was stunned. Especially Yuden, who had just shouted that Qin Yu would be brought to justice. Now he wanted to slap himself dozens of times, and he even wanted to cry to death. However, looking at the Navy soldiers who quickly surrounded him, he had to die now. "Mr. Laxus, where are you going now?" Dashiki looked at this scene, raised his glasses, and followed him quickly with Shiyu in his hand. "Where are you going? Does it have anything to do with you? Aren't you coming to Rogue Town to take the Navy recruit assessment? The Smoker over there is the person in charge of Rogue Town." Qin Yu glanced at Dashiki and said bluntly. "At the moment, there is no way to eat this grilled salt and pepper sea snake, and his stomach is growling." "Him." Dashiki glanced at Smoker, who was unconscious like a dead dog, and shook her head quickly, I don't want to take the test for the time being." "Mr. Laxus, aren't you hungry? Why don't I go get you some food? I remember there's a nice hotel up ahead." "Down there." "Hotel?" Qin Yu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, really wondering if Dashiki was a typical naive person. Not only down there, but also a hotel. However, these messy thoughts were quickly thrown behind Qin Yu's mind. Looking at the noodle shop not far away, it would be better to go and get some noodles to fill his stomach. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the character's realism has reached 15%, unlocking a new skill Thunder Pressure Raging Wave. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have obtained 100 World Shock Points. The current Shock Point balance is 1103 points, and you need 6000 points to randomly unlock new restrictions. Two system prompts echoed in Qin Yu's mind. Qin Yu rolled his eyes helplessly as he looked at the improved attributes of the character panel. At this rate of progress, it is unknown when the strength can be improved. However, at least one thing can be confirmed, pretending to be cool is a shortcut to improve the realism. It's just that the improvement is slightly smaller. What Qin Yu needs to do is how to increase the realism. Mr. Laxus, I want to know what the fairy tale you mentioned is? Is it a group? Dashiki's voice suddenly sounded. Chinyu raised his eyebrows, put down the chopsticks in his hand, looked at Dashiki with an anxious face, and thought of a good way. The focus of Laxus's character setting is to become the president of Fairy Tale. For the guild, he has an eager heart. It can be said that if Fairy Tale is imitated and a Fairy Tale guild is opened in this world, it may be easier to increase the realism of the characters. When he thought of this, Chinyu's expression was still cold and arrogant. Under Dashiki's astonished eyes, he reached out and rubbed her head and said, "Do you want to join Fairy Tale? However, I want to tell you that Fairy Tale is different from the Navy. We just act according to the goodness in our hearts. Freedom is one of the characteristics of fairies. The most important thing is that we don't have a salary. You are the first member." Puff. A splashing sound suddenly sounded, and Bastiu, who was eating the noodles next to him, sprayed a mouthful of old noodles far away. Originally, listening to the first half of Chinyu's speech, he was still righteous. The second half of the words made Bastiu almost laugh to death. If it weren't for Chinyu's face, Bastiu might have sprayed noodles dozens of meters away. But before he could react, the words that came into his ears made Bastiu stunned in place. I am willing to join Fairy Tale." Dashiki spoke hurriedly, subconsciously tightening Shijir in her hand, with an urgent look on her face. It didn't seem like she was joking at all. Dashiki, who had just said she would come to Rogue Town to participate in the recruit assessment, joined a so-called guild without salary in the blink of an eye, and was the first member. This huge gap made Bastiu unable to recover. At least in Bastiu's eyes, the Navy headquarters is still pretty good. "Since you have joined Fairy Tale, I will leave you the mark of the fairy first." Chinyu looked at Dashiki lightly and said, "You can choose any place." "Any place?" Dashiki subconsciously lowered her head to look at the Xialong Bao that had taken shape. After all, there are many people with tattoos in this world. Moreover, many people's clothes are too bold, and the position of the tattoos is also relatively prominent. The most important a little bit, the man looked at it and felt that he liked it very much. Now Chinyu suddenly made this request, which made Dashiki obviously preconceived. Looking at Dashiki, who suddenly thought of something wrong, Chinyu couldn't help but roll his eyes, and flicked her forehead with his backhand and said, "Just leave it on the back of your hand." As he said, Chinyu's right hand was agitated with magic power, and it directly covered the back of Dashiki's hand. Before she could react, a pink fairy mark appeared on the back of Dashiki's hand. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the realism of Laxus's character template has increased by 15%, and the current realism is 30%. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. The ethereal prompt of the system made Chinyu raise his eyebrows, and he felt the 3 newly added Dragon Slayer magics in his mind, which seemed very unexpected. If he had known earlier that establishing an empty shell fairy guild could make the realism reach the critical line of 30% in an instant, Chinyu would not have hesitated and started early. However, this also indirectly shows that the route Chinyu is taking now is correct. Perhaps, as long as Fairy Tale is strengthened in this world, the character template of Laxus will reach the limit beyond the original work. When he thought of this, Chinyu was a little excited. "Is this okay?" Tashiji looked at the fairy tale mark on the back of her hand and was a little overwhelmed. In her eyes, even if there are no benefits to joining a group, at least there must be a confirmation procedure. For example, when joining the Navy branch, you also need to sign several so-called agreements to prove your so-called identity in the future. Now the initiation ceremony is so shabby that it makes people feel like they are being dragged on a pirate ship. Chapter 531 Fate Comes to You. What else do you want? Do you want some hidden rules? Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, "Those who can join the guild are selected from 100. We are taking the elite route. Limited resources should be used on a few people to quickly raise the overall strength. Otherwise, no matter how many people there are, it's just nonsense." At this point, Chinyu looked at the mess that was sprayed by Bastiu, and suddenly lost his appetite and said, "And pay the bill first, we have somewhere to go next." After saying this, Chinyu turned around and left. "Pay the bill." Dashiki was stunned for a moment, and said in a hurry, "Aren't you treating me to a meal? It's rare that this is my first time to join the guild." "First time?" Chinyu stopped and rolled his eyes at Dashiki, saying, "If you want to see other famous swords, pay the bill quickly and follow my steps." I won't care if you get lost. Other famous swords. Dashiki was stunned for a moment, then his eyes brightened up. He quickly took out his purse, put the money on the table, and chased after him. Compared with the famous swords, it didn't matter whether it was the first time that Dashiki insisted on. Looking at Chinyu and the other person who disappeared in an instant, Bastille didn't have time to think about it and quickly followed. However, as soon as he left, a figure sitting in the corner gently put down the tea in his hand, and the face hidden under the cloak showed a teasing smile and said, I didn't expect that I could encounter such a good thing at this time. A Thunder Attribute Devil Fruit ability user? My fruit ability may be able to suppress him. I have rested enough during this period. You two newcomers hurry up and catch up. We are going to start working. After saying this, the man in the cloak also walked out quickly. Following closely behind him, there were two figures wearing cloaks. At the same time, Chinyu took Dashiki to the central square quickly. As the place where the pirate King Roger was executed, this place is considered a tourist attraction and a must-go place for pirates. However, Chinyu did not have the mentality of Luffy to climb up the platform and pretend to be stupid. Instead, he went straight to the weapon shop next to him. If I remember correctly, there are two good swords in this inconspicuous weapon shop, namely Suezu and Sandai Kaititsu. Chinyu has high standards for the knife, but at the moment, improving the realism of the character template and showing off is the fastest way for me. Although the improvement may be limited. But Chinyu will not give up any opportunity to show off. Sir Laxus, do you think there are so-called famous swords in this weapon shop? Bastille hurried over, looking at the broken little shop in front of him, and said, Sir Laxus, if you love famous swords, as long as you join the Navy headquarters, I promise you as a Vice Admiral that I can find you a famous sword that is not inferior to the one in the hands of this girl. At the same time, I can also teach you sword skills. I see that you are proficient in two-color domineering. If you match it with sword skills, your strength will definitely increase dramatically. Looking at Bastille who was talking all of a sudden, Chinyu looked back and said, your conditions are quite good. But it's still not suitable for me. Also, many things are like fate. Just like the Shiu in the hands of this girl, when fate comes, it will be delivered to the door in person. Maybe I can get two if I push the door now. Two famous swords? Dashiki and Bastille couldn't help but be stunned. In this sea, as a swordsman, it is already very good to get a famous sword. Now Chinyu asked for two as soon as he opened his mouth, and he delivered them to the door automatically. Don't treat the famous sword as cabbage on the street. Brother, your joke is not funny. If there is a famous sword in this store, I will eat this door panel. Bastille couldn't help but said stubbornly. Looking at Bastille with a stubborn face, Chinyu patted his shoulder and said, Dasiki, prepare some ketchup for him, so that he can eat this door panel later. I hope it is not made of iron. After saying this, Chinyu pushed the door in first. Looking at the interlayer of the door panel, it was made of iron, and Bastille was shocked for a moment. Is this a crow's mouth? Welcome. Standing behind the counter, the red-nosed boss looked up slightly and continued to wipe the knife with his head down. As an old hand who has been running a weapon store for decades, he can tell at a glance whether it is a sucker. As for those pirates drifting on the sea, it is even more impossible to have anything to do with the rich man. At least, in his eyes, these are all suckers. However, at the moment of lowering his head, the boss suddenly looked up and looked at Shiyu in Dashiki's hand, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Is this Shiyu, one of the 50 good swords, with a small dingsa knife, a white lacquered sword, and a blade like rain flowers? The boss raised the magnifying glass slightly and said in a hurry, it seems that you are a person who knows knives. Although my small shop is shabby, it also has many knives from famous craftsmen. Look at the sharp blades hanging on the wall over there, which are worth hundreds of thousands of baileys. Once you get it in your hands, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. Looking at the boss who was spitting all over the sky, Dashiki was about to say something, but Chinyu spoke first and said, Boss, I only have 100,000 baileys here, I want 2 knives. 100,000 baileys and 2 knives? The 3 people present were stunned on the spot. Bastille couldn't help but say, Brother, with 100,000 baileys, I'm afraid you can't even buy 2 sharp knives. If you really want to buy a knife, I can lend you some baileys. Fate. The simple 2 words were uttered, completely interrupting Bastille's chattering. Seeing that there was no chance to blackmail the victim, the boss's face suddenly darkened, and he snorted disdainfully and said, a poor guy is not worthy of playing with knives, 100,000 Baileys can only choose 2 broken knives, go and choose. After leaving these words, the boss was obviously too lazy to care about it, and continued to lower his head to wipe the blade. Looking at this scene, Dashiki and Bastia couldn't help but be stunned, and there was a trace of embarrassment on their faces. Especially Dashiki, she knew clearly that Chinyu had more than 10 million Baileys on him from blackmail. If you really want a knife, it is enough to pick 2 good knives before there is a famous knife. However, before they could react, Chinyu's face showed a warm smile. Everything he did now was 2 years ahead of schedule. These words and 100,000 Baileys were like the triggering of conditional clues in a game. Only by better integrating into the plot can the chance of getting the famous sword be raised to the extreme. After all, in Chinyu's understanding, any slight change may allow the original world to derive another different parallel dimension. Chapter 532 This is Fate. In the small weapon shop, the atmosphere suddenly became depressing. Dashiki and Bastiu, even the boss who lowered his head to wipe the knife, looked at Chinyu intentionally or unintentionally. Especially the shop owner, when he saw Chinyu walking straight to the corner where the second-hand knives were placed, his heart seemed to be gradually suspended with the sound of footsteps. At this moment, facing that majestic back and the straightforward steps. At this moment, an absurd thought flashed through the shop owner's mind, and before he could react, Chinyu suddenly stopped his steps under the gaze of everyone, and his right hand stretched out directly like lightning. The sudden scene made the shop owner's face change drastically, and he hurriedly said, "Boy, I won't sell that knife, take the money back quickly. 100,000 Baileys, you are not worthy of being a swordsman." The exclamation made Dashiki and Bastiu startled, and hurriedly looked at the purple-black blade in Chinyu's hand, and a strange color flashed on their faces. They are not ordinary people, of course they can see the extraordinary at a glance. Dashiki quickly flipped through the booklet in her hand, but before she could find out the truth, the words that fell in her ears shook her nerves. One of the 50 good swords, the 3rd generation of Kaititsu, this is a demon sword. Chinyu pulled out the blade with his backhand, and the cold light flowed on it, blooming with an inexplicable chill. "You know, this is a demon sword? Then you dare to ask for it, do you know that swordsmen of all generations who use ghost cutlass will die?" The boss's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly explained, "Unless you plan to die, I will never sell you this sword." "Die?" Chinyu smiled playfully. This scene, in the eyes of Dashiki and the other 2, directly touched their nerves. The boss even shouted in a hurry, "Boy, what do you want to do? I won't sell this sword." The hurried words came out, but unfortunately they didn't have time to react. Chinyu's right hand suddenly flipped and threw it directly into the sky. Immediately, in public, he closed his eyes and mourned for Zoro for 3 seconds. This is Zoro's show-off. However, in order to increase the realism of the character template, Chinyu could only politely use it. The sudden scene, shaking everyone's nerves, watching the flying 3rd generation Kaititsu, and the moment when Chinyu closed his eyes and stretched out his hand. Everyone's nerves were almost broken. "Boy, are you crazy? This knife is very sharp. If you are not careful, your arm will be cut off." The boss roared in a hurry. Unfortunately, everything is too late. Even Dashiki and Bastiu, facing this unexpected scene, could not react at all. The only thing they could do was to watch the 3rd generation Kaititsu with a cold blade rolling in the air and passing directly towards Chinyu's arm. Puff! The sharp blade fell straight on the floor and disappeared completely. At the same time, it seemed to be inserted into their hearts, making people feel suffocated. Looking at Chinyu's intact arm, Dashiki and the other 2 couldn't help rubbing their eyes. "Haha, it seems that my luck is better than it. I want this knife." Chinyu smiled playfully. He grabbed the Sandai Kaititsu that had sunk into the floor, put it back into the sheath and said, "Tashiji, choose another one for me." Looking at the absent-minded Tashiji, Chinyu spoke to wake her up. "There is no other way. To get Suezu and maximize the degree of pressure, the most secure way is to follow the original plot. That way, there is a feeling of triggering specific condition clues." Tashiji suddenly woke up, and after taking a closer look at the Sandai Kaititsu in Chinyu's hand, she looked at Chinyu with countless little stars. If it is said that Dashiji felt respect and admiration for Chinyu the moment before, then now witnessing Chinyu's luck test, the feeling is like a little fangirl. The only difference is that she drools when she sees the male god, and can eat with her nose blocked. Now Chinyu opened his mouth, and Dashiji hurriedly responded, Mr. Laxus, wait a minute, I will help you pick a better one now. Looking at Dashiki, who was busy all of a sudden, Bastiu also came back to his senses. A moment ago, he was still questioning that Chinyu was shopping in such a small shop, which was a complete joke. He never thought that Chinyu would not only be able to pick up a rare and good knife as soon as he entered the door. And he also staged a crazy act of luck fighting the magic knife. The most important thing is that it was successful in the end. If you don't trademark see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that this scene is true? Seeing Chinyu now asking Dashiki to find the second knife, Bastiu couldn't trademark help but feel a little uneasy in his heart. Just when he was about to say something, he heard the boss stumble and rush out of the warehouse behind. He was holding a blade covered by white cloth in his hand. Looking at this sudden scene, Bastiu trademark's heart was directly chilled. Thinking back to what Chinyu said just now, an absurd thought flashed through his mind. Is this fate? Bang! The boss tore the white cloth away at once, revealing the hidden blade. The originally wretched and cunning temperament instantly gained a sense of awe and a hero. He grabbed the blade on the table and drew it out with a clang. Under the cold light, the crisp sound of the knife attracted Dashiki's attention. When she saw the blade in the boss's hand, she was immediately excited and grabbed Chinyu's arm. Mr. Laxus, this is 5 gong of good and fast sword, black lacquer katana, small ding's no walk of chaotic blade. Chinyu said lightly. When pretending to be so cool, although it looks like carrying a textbook, you must not laugh. If you laugh, it will be broken. If you break the trick, you will fail after pretending for so long. Well, good brother, not only bet with the knife, but also understand the knife. I didn't expect that in a remote place like the East China Sea, there can be such a courageous swordsman. The boss's face flushed. He shouted at the top of his voice, I am not a good man, but I know that a good knife must not be buried. Although this is a shabby shop, this knife is my gift to the shop. I will give it to you today. The stern voice, mixed with an unquestionable taste, echoed in the shop for a long time and could not be dispersed. Looking at this sudden scene, Bastiu and Dashiki were stunned. When they came in, they still suspected that Chinyu was bragging. What kind of fate is automatically delivered to the door? However, the scene presented in front of them now can be said to have overturned their cognition. In particular, the shop owner who looked wretched and developed actually handed over the famous knife. This made Bastiu's face suddenly sad, and he considered whether to go back and take a look. On a rainy day, the door panel and ketchup are the best match. Chapter 533 Invitation from Baroque Workshop. In the small weapon shop, the atmosphere suddenly became high. Dasuki and Bastiu had never thought that the seemingly wretched shop owner would give away a valuable sword. This scene made them think of Chinyu's words not long ago. When fate comes, it will be delivered to the door. Thinking of this, Dasuki looked at Bastiu beside him with a little pity, weighing the wooden iron door, whether it needs 2 more packets of ketchup. Thank you for your kindness, boss. Chinyu reached out and took the snow without any courtesy. The blade was slightly tilted, and the cold light was like running water, quickly stirring on it. The next moment, a playful smile appeared on Lang Ao's cheek and said, Boss, this is a heavy hero. Recognize a hero. Since the boss is so generous and a fly just happened to be delivered to the door, I have no choice but to show my ugliness once. The inexplicable words came out, making Bastiu, Dashiki and others look stagnant. Before they could think about it, they saw Chinyu move. The crackling sound of lightning arcs was like a sudden thunder. Without any fancy moves, he rushed straight towards Bastiu. Puff! At this moment, the air seemed to be overwhelmed and was directly torn apart. The lightning-fast streak pierced through the void with a posture that was difficult for the naked eye to touch. The sudden scene made Bastiu's expression change drastically. However, facing this lightning-fast attack, he had no way to hide. The only thing he could do was to watch the attack pass by. Yes. This was the only thing Bastiu was thankful for, that this lightning-fast attack was not locked on him. When he reacted, the iron door with steel plates behind him was pierced. Bang! A dull thunder-like collision sound suddenly sounded. The next moment, the violent air wave rolled back like a tidal wave, and the tightly closed door was directly overturned. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves, and they hurriedly looked outside the weapon shop. The first thing that came into view, in addition to the overturned door, was a glimpse of a white wall, which was forcibly blown away to more than 10 meters before it stopped forcibly. However, the originally calm wall surface was completely dented, as if it had been hit by a behemoth. "Old man, what happened?" A sturdy woman rushed out from behind the weapon shop. Looking at the messy shop in front of her, she couldn't help but be startled, and said in a hurry, "Old man, are you crazy? You actually let someone use your heirloom to mess up your store. This is not like you." In the eyes of the woman, this old man, in addition to being squeezed dry by her, has a wretched character that is simply engraved in his bones. He loves to take advantage of others, and even plucks the feathers of a chicken passing by. Yes, it is a vacuum thrust. This is at least the level of a swordsman. I didn't expect that such a good player would appear in Rogue Town. The shop owner suddenly woke up and said excitedly, "You, woman, don't understand what a man's dream is. Giving a sword to a strong man is totally worth it. Don't hinder me. I want to go out and see this battle." Seeing the old man rushing out like a puff of smoke, completely changing his temperament, the sturdy woman was stunned on the spot. Outside, Qin Yu took the lead and walked out slowly. Following closely behind him, it was Dashiki and Bastille. For this sudden scene, the crowd of spectators had already gathered around. However, facing the huge white wall that appeared out of thin air, the people present obviously couldn't see what it was. However, they couldn't see it, but it didn't mean that Qin Yu didn't know the origin of this person. After leaving the noodle shop, this person has been following behind them. If Qin Yu remembered correctly, he should be Baroque Works, Senior Agent Mr. 3. Haha, worthy of being the one who defeated Smoker, with just one thrust, he almost knocked out my candle wall, but I'm sorry to tell you that once my candle wall solidifies, its solidity can be comparable to steel, and it is a defense that even Mr. 1 can't break. A slightly teasing voice suddenly sounded. Soon, the candle wall could be seen, wriggling rapidly like a wave. Finally, in full view of the public, a hole the size of a meter was cracked. Then, a figure in a blue suit walked out slowly. "This is someone from Baroque Works." Bastille's face suddenly darkened, and he said anxiously, "You bounty hunter, what are you doing here?" In the original work, Baroque Works is a force under the command of Crocodile, the 7 warlords of the sea. However, their organizational structure is not that of pirates, but that they are bounty hunters in public. But they are sneaky in secret. Although the Navy does not have much good feelings for Baroque Works, it is undoubtedly impossible to touch them casually without violating the law. Hehe, let me think about it. Isn't this Vice Admiral Bastille of the Navy headquarters? Why are you here? Mr. 3 said with a teasing smile. However, if your Navy can come here, as a senior cadre of Baroque Works, can't I come? Or is it that the power abused by your Navy is enough to prohibit law-abiding civilians like me from appearing in any place? The small voice echoed in the sky, and Bastille was suddenly angry. Facing Mr. 3's provocation, he obviously couldn't refute it. Looking at this scene, Mr. 3's face showed a trace of satisfaction. He looked at Qin Yu and said, "This should be Mr. Laxus. I am a senior cadre of Baroque Works. You can call me Mr. 3. This time I came to invite you to join our Baroque Works and become a member of the senior cadres. Of course, you can also understand that you will join hands with me to move towards the position of President of Baroque Works. You must know that our Baroque Works has a scale of nearly 10,000 people, which is not comparable to any naval branch." The slightly long voice made Bastille and Dashiki's expressions suddenly change. They never thought that this uninvited guest, like Bastille, had the same idea as him, and was actually trying to recruit Qin Yu to join the Baroque Works. At this moment, the only thought that came to their minds when they looked at Qin Yu was, "This is a hot commodity." However, facing the salivating attitude of others, Qin Yu laughed dryly and touched his nose and said, "Haha, I'm sorry, if you let me be the president, I might consider it, but if I were to help a loser like you who can't even develop the power of a devil fruit, I couldn't bear it." Chapter 534 What is the strongest swordsmanship? Can't bear it? The expressions of the people present changed slightly. Anyone who is active in the second half of the East China Sea and the first half of the Grand Line, even pirates, still knows a little about the notorious reputation of Baroque Works. It can be said that once invited in, you will become a senior cadre, which means power and money, and you will not lack them at all. However, now that Qin Yu opened his mouth, he wanted to become the president, which was too crazy. And he also belittled Mr. 3 as worthless, which was even more shocking. After all, anyone who knows Baroque Works knows what the nickname Mr. 3 means in Baroque Works. Good, very good, you are indeed the one who defeated Smoker. You have the courage to look down on me. Mr. 3 said twice with a smile instead of anger. When he raised his head suddenly, a trace of haze flashed in the depths of his pupils, and then he roared angrily. Today, I will see how you, a knife player, can break my iron wall. Candle shackles. Roaring like thunder, Mr. 3 stretched out his hands towards Qin Yu. Endless white candle solution exploded like a frenzy, turning into two huge arms, attacking Qin Yu across the sky. The speed was so fast that it would fall in the blink of an eye in a short distance of dozens of meters. The sudden scene made Bastio's face change, and he shouted in a hurry, Laxus, this guy has the ability of a superhuman devil fruit. The candle wall he casts is comparable to steel. Although you can cast a vacuum slash, it may be difficult to break his defense. Let me support you. As soon as the voice fell, Bastio rushed out in a hurry. However, just after taking half a step, he was stopped by Dashiki who was standing beside him. No, don't hinder Mr. Laxus from fighting. Soon, this battle will end soon. Dashiki spoke timidly, but her face was filled with an inexplicable urgency. Facing this, Bastio was stunned at first. Before he could react, he saw Qin Yu put the snow back into the sheath with his backhand, and at the same time, his body leaned forward slightly, and the whole person was like a cheetah, with muscles all over his body tensed to the extreme. The most unbelievable thing is that in the face of the fast-approaching attack, Qin Yu slowly closed his eyes in full view of everyone. The words that fell into the ears of Bastio and others pried everyone's nerves. Bastio, what do you think of being invincible for a swordsman? What exactly is an invincible person? Invincible? Bastio was stunned for a moment. Facing this sudden talk, he undoubtedly couldn't reply for a moment. Looking at Qin Yu who still had his eyes closed and the attack close at hand, he shouted urgently. Be careful! Bang! The moment the voice fell, two candle tentacles directly pierced through Qin Yu's body. Finally, they hit the heavy floor, and the huge impact force shattered the ground. However, this seemingly sharp blow, at the moment it pierced Qin Yu's body, did not splash any blood. The posture of standing still and diving forward slightly was like a phantom, gradually twisting and disintegrating between heaven and earth. Illusion. He's on the execution platform. Someone exclaimed, and everyone's nerves were suddenly tensed. Everyone's eyes turned and fell on the execution platform. What they saw was Uchiha Qin Yu, who was still holding his sword, holding it tightly in his backhand and walking away, diving with his eyes closed. That familiar voice sounded again, prying everyone's nerves. Bastio, you haven't answered me yet, what is the strongest swordsmanship? The stern voice was unquestionable. Bastio was startled suddenly. At this moment, Qin Yu gave him the same majestic feeling as when he faced his teacher Zifa that day. He subconsciously said hurriedly, only those who have been deeply honed and deeply understood the swordsmanship can be called the strongest swordsmanship. If the strongest supreme swordsman in the world today is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Hawkeye my hawk. The low words, facing Bastio's answer, anyone who had a little knowledge at the scene agreed very much. After all, in the sword path, Hawkeye is like a milestone, standing at the end of the sword path. However, Mr. 3 was obviously embarrassed for this kind of question and answer game. As a senior executive of Baroque Works, he personally invited but was rejected in public. Then, he attacked suddenly, but was ignored and played a question and answer game. This is just rubbing his face on the ground. When he thought of this, a trace of anger appeared on Mr. 3's face, and he roared immediately. Okay, since you are talking about the so-called sword path, today I will see how your sword path can break my absolute defense. Candle Champion Cup. The hysterical roar sounded like thunder. The devil fruit ability dormant in the body was directly detonated by Mr. 3. Endless candles rushed out, entwined on the body surface, forming a transformer-like armor. The moment he raised his head suddenly, the huge candle hand grabbed Qin Yu through the air. However, this time was different from before. The moment the candle liquid broke through the air, it formed a rain of sharp spears that covered Qin Yu. Looking at this magnificent scene, Bastio's expression changed again, and he shouted in a hurry, Sir Laxus, you have asked everything you want to ask. If you really have no way, let me help you. Wrong. Qin Yu raised his head suddenly after a word. The moment his eyes opened, a flash of thunder flashed in the depths of his deep pupils. The next moment, before everyone could react, the crackling lightning, blooming on the body surface, and the words he uttered shook everyone's nerves. The world's swordsmanship is only fast and unbreakable, and the strongest swordsman should be me. Bang! He took a step forward, and the huge execution platform under his feet, which symbolized the end of the life of Pirate King Roger, seemed unable to withstand this surge of power. In front of everyone, it collapsed with a loud bang. Qin Yu, who was originally standing on the platform, took advantage of the air and took the second step directly in the air. Before everyone could react, the whole person disappeared like a ghost. The next moment, the sky was full of golden light, which captured everyone's vision. When everyone woke up, the sound of thunder rumbled. The iron spears that were as solid as steel shot all over the sky, and there was a moment of stillness in the air. The next moment, in front of everyone, like a spider web, it quickly cracked inch by inch and disintegrated between heaven and earth. The sudden scene made people's pupils shrink suddenly, but they didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly looked at Mr. 3. However, the first scene that caught their eyes shook all of them, and even their eyes were wide open. Chapter 535, A Shortcut to Defeat the Skeleton Demon. Bang! The dull sound of heavy objects falling to the ground echoed loudly. The 7 or 8 meter long candle giant, which was said to be comparable to steel, was cut in half. The huge upper body, without support, slammed heavily on the ground, and directly smashed the rock floor. Mr. 3, who was hiding inside, looked at the cold blade in front of his throat, which was a hair's breadth away, and his pupils shrank to the extreme. Hot sweat was sliding down his rolling Adam's apple. Facing the sudden attack just now, the posture was as fast as lightning. His mind still stayed on the moment of the attack. Facing this man in front of him, who was so close and had a cold and arrogant face, Mr. 3's mind flashed the underwear he was wearing today, which was white. He didn't have time to think about it, so he just took it out with his hands. Along with the sound of cloth tearing, a pair of tattered white underwear was pulled out and swayed directly in the wind. I surrender. White represents sincere surrender. You can't kill me. If you really want to be the president of Baroque Works, I can help you take the position of president, but the president has always been very mysterious. If you don't mind, you can be a vice president first. A hurried begging for mercy came out of Mr. 3's mouth. Looking at the senior cadres of Baroque Works who were so arrogant and kept saying that they wanted to press Qin Yu to the ground and rub him. In a blink of an eye, even the bottom line, no, the underwear was torn into pieces and Mr. 3 surrendered as a white towel. The gap between the before and after is really too big. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe it? I thought the battle would last for a while, but the winner was decided by one move. The only swordsman in the world is speed, and I should be the strongest swordsman. The shop owner muttered to himself. Looking at Qin Yu's back, he was shining and became taller in an instant. In front of everyone, he laughed like crazy. It's really a good boy. The heart of a strong man only respects himself. The only swordsman in the world is speed. What supreme swordsman Hawkeye is nothing in front of him. The hurried words echoed in the huge square. Bastio was also confused, and the 5 fingers of the huge shark slashing knife in his hand could not help but clenched. Recalling his subconscious answer just now, he wanted to slap himself a few times. Especially, he was still talking nonsense a moment ago, saying that he would guide Qin Yu to learn kendo. Facing the battle that he had just caught a glimpse of, it was completely a show of skill before an expert. If there was a dog hole here, he would have wanted to go directly into it. Bastio, do you want to fight me with the honor of kendo? Qin Yu did not look at Mr. 3 for a second. The highest level of pretending to be cool is to be unnoticeable and strike while the iron is hot. The sudden words, like thunder, exploded in Bastio's mind. Bastio was shocked by Qin Yu's understated attitude, and then he knelt on the ground with a plop in front of everyone. Holding the shark-slaying sword in both hands, he fell to the ground and said in a deep voice, I, Bastio, am willing to give up my own kendo, and hope that teacher Laxus will guide me to defeat the supreme kendo of the skeleton demon. The stern voice echoed in the huge square. At this moment, it seemed to be infused with magic sound, and it could not be dispersed for a long time. Seeing a dignified vice-admiral kneeling down to a young man in his early 20s and asking for advice in public. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe it? Many people even rubbed their eyes red. No. It should be said that even Dashiki, who was standing beside him, had never thought of it. The moment before, Bastio, who had been saying that he would recruit Qin Yu into the Navy headquarters, took the initiative to join Qin Yu in just half a day. The gap between the two was undoubtedly beyond her cognition. "Brother Bastio, are you crazy?" Smoker's roar came from a distance. Soon, Smoker, who was using a smoke sprayer and rushing at a high speed, landed in front of Qin Yu. Under that gloomy look, a pair of murderous eyes locked on Qin Yu, and shouted loudly, "Laxus, I am now arresting you for attacking the Navy generals and destroying the execution platform in Rogue Town. If you dare to resist, don't blame me for using real strength." The stern words came out. Seeing this sudden scene, the eyes of the spectators present couldn't help but light up again. The play that was thought to have ended was staged again, which was really exciting. However, this time, before Qin Yu could speak, Bastio had already stood up on the ground, clenched the shark-slaying sword in his hand, and said in a deep voice, "Brother Smoker, don't do stupid things again. But you haven't even mastered the armed color domineering, Teacher Laxus, just relying on the elemental characteristics of the natural devil fruit, you can't defeat it. Most importantly, Teacher is the only shortcut for me to defeat the skeleton demon. I hope you don't hinder me, otherwise don't blame me for not remembering the past friendship." Facing the past grudges within Soul Gown. In Bastio's heart, Qin Yu killed the celestial dragon as the Bone King, and he didn't have much complaints. However, when he thought of the gestures that showed a powerful killing move, his heart seemed to be branded with an indelible shadow mark. This time, leaving the Navy headquarters, looking for the so-called new combat power. A large part of it is that Bastio believes that he cannot defeat the fear left by the Bone King in his heart with his own strength. He wants to use the Navy headquarters to tap into a stronger combat power to erase the shadow fear. However, this idea, after seeing the stunning scene with his own eyes, and the attitude of being the only one in the world. The fear in Bastio's heart was shaken for the first time. There was an additional magic voice in his mind, as if telling him that as long as he joined Laxus, who was also a madman, he could overcome the fear in his heart. Looking at Bastio, who suddenly drew his sword against him, Smoker's face suddenly turned ashen. Just about to say something. An inexplicable chill, like a frenzy, swept across the entire square. The sudden scene made people shudder. Some people even had ice crystals on their eyebrows. The houses around were also covered with frost. At this moment, the whole town of Rogue seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar. Feeling the changes in the field, Bastio's face changed drastically. Before he could speak, Qin Yu had already looked at the end of the street in the distance. "I didn't expect that General King Zi would actually wander here, but this way of appearance is a bit cold." Chapter 536, Really Angry. General King Zi. The expressions of the people present suddenly changed drastically. Feeling the bone-chilling cold, they were still cursing. However, when they heard Qin Yu's words, they stopped talking. Their eyes turned in unison and locked onto the tall figure walking slowly at the end of the street. However, before they could react, King Ji, who was walking with his hands in his trouser pockets, suddenly raised his head and blew out a piercing cold wind. The next moment, when his eyes fell on Qin Yu, his right hand suddenly grabbed him through the air. The moment the endless cold air splashed, it turned into a 100-meter ice bird out of thin air. Ah! With the sound of birdsong, the 100-meter ice bird suddenly spread its wings and rushed towards Qin Yu. The speed was so fast that the distance of 1,000 meters was approached in the blink of an eye. Facing this sudden scene, Bastio grabbed Smoker's arm and hurriedly withdrew. He knew clearly that they might not be able to resist the Admiral-level Aokiji. However, Laxus, who he begged to become his disciple, would definitely be able to do it. Not bad. The simple two words came out of Qin Yu's mouth. Originally, Mr. 3 made him wonder if he could try the dragon-killing magic. However, the Aokiji who suddenly appeared now is undoubtedly the best opponent. Hu Ran looked up at the oncoming ice bird. In full view of the crowd, Qin Yu stepped forward without any fancy moves. Bang! The dull sound of footsteps exploded like thunder. At the moment when the thick rock floor collapsed, Qin Yu clenched the 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly. Under the endless lightning, the sound of dragon roar spread wildly in his body. Dragon-killing magic thunder dragon's collapse fist. Boom! With one punch, the void in front of him was like being hit by a heavy hammer, stirring up visible ripples. The lightning that was madly accumulated on the fist exploded like a frenzy, and it punched the ice bird head-on. Boom! The sound of thunder, like thunder across the sky, rushed straight into the sky. In an attitude that was not inferior to any other, the 100-meter ice bird was like paper, and it shattered with a sound. The violent thunder, like a raging dragon, directly smashed the huge ice bird. The bird's body was crushed directly. With the air wave rolling back, the ice crystals all over the sky poured down like a blizzard, covering the entire execution square. However, facing this bone-chilling cold, the minds of the people present were even more shocked. No. It should be said that this scene in front of us has a strong visual impact and a taste of hitting the soul. 100-meter ice bird was smashed directly with one punch. That kind of rough and domineering posture is completely beyond description in words. However, all this in front of us is obviously just the beginning. The moment the ice bird collapsed, the golden thunder magic circle under Qin Yu's feet quickly bloomed. Under the violent magic power rolling back, crackling lightning arcs flowed. The next moment, without any fancy, the sound of dragon roared. The roar of the thunder dragon. Boom! The magic power accumulated in the lungs exploded directly like a frenzy. The dazzling lightning, along with the moment when Qin Yu swallowed and spitted, turned into a golden streak, and rushed straight towards King Ji with a posture as fast as thunder. The speed was so fast that it crossed 1,000 meters in a blink of an eye. Wherever it passed, the street ground seemed to be overwhelmed and quickly broke apart inch by inch. Looking at this fierce attack, King Ji's lazy and slightly narrowed eyes widened slightly, and without thinking too much, his right hand suddenly pressed in the air. Ice Dragon! Roar! The cold wind rolled back, and the power of the endless fruit, in the moment when King Ji's hand rushed out wildly, turned into an angry dragon. Facing the roar of the incarnation of the Thunder Dragon, there was no trace of fancy, and they collided with each other. Boom! The thunder-like collision sound suddenly echoed, and the collision of lightning and ice crystals formed a huge impact force, rolling back to the surroundings. For a moment, the ice crystals scattered all over the sky, making the ice crystal blizzard that originally covered the field even denser. It gave people a feeling of being unable to see one's hand in front of one's face. However, just as this feeling rose, the ice crystal storm centered on Qin Yu seemed to be stirred by an invisible big hand. The crackling lightning splashed, and the magic circle under his feet suddenly opened up to a size of more than 10 meters. The next moment, the lightning exploded all over the sky, and the endless thunder power gathered madly into the void. An indescribable breath of destruction spread out, and the violent and raging lightning dispersed the ice crystal blizzard that filled the surroundings. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. After seeing the Fang Tianji formed by the crazy compression and condensation of the thunder in the sky, their pupils suddenly shrank. Originally, they were in a mood to watch the show, and they were eager for Qin Yu and General King Zi to fight. But now they are really angry. This kind of attack method is simply more powerful than the other. Especially Mr. 3, who just a moment ago was still talking nonsense and wanted to invite Qin Yu to join Baroque works. Now watching this scene, his feet are just chattering. If this attack lands on his so-called iron wall defense, I'm afraid he will die on the spot. However, facing the shock of everyone, Qin Yu obviously didn't take it to heart. The only thing he wanted to do now was to raise his own pressure to the extreme as Laxus. His eyes passed through the sky full of ice crystals, and when his vision suddenly became sharp, his right hand suddenly grabbed the sky. The moment the arm muscles bulged like a rock, there was no fancy at the next moment. He threw it towards Aokiji. Boom! The sound of thunder was endless. The extremely condensed Fang Tianji, which was more than 10 meters long, passed through the sky like a stunning ray. It was so fast that it appeared in front of Aokiji in the blink of an eye. Facing the mighty blow, the laziness on King Zi's face disappeared in an instant. After a sharp flash in the depths of his pupils, he pressed his hands towards the void. The next moment, extremely cold words came out. Ich! Bang! The violent cold air rushed out like a raging tide. Without any fancy moves, they collided with each other in an instant. At this moment, the air flowing in all directions stagnated a little, and the space seemed to be frozen. The attacking thunder dragon Fang Tianji was directly covered by ice crystals. However, this kind of freezing is undoubtedly a reincarnation in the process of being constantly crushed by thunder and repeatedly frozen. Before everyone could react, King Zi suddenly clasped his hands in the void and threw it into the sky. Bang! The frozen thunder dragon Fang Tianji instantly cut through the sky and rushed into the sky. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, it exploded at a height of 100 meters. Boom! The golden lightning flashed like a dragon, and the shattered ice crystals turned into a silver sky. Under the violent wind wave, it turned into a huge, dazzling firework, which dissipated between heaven and earth. It directly covered most of the town of Rogue. Chapter 537 Chinese Wine. Bang! The thunder and ice crystals dissipated, as dazzling as fireworks, shocking most of the town of Rogue. Facing Qin Yu and Qing Ji in the fight, everyone's nerves were tense at once, and they couldn't help swallowing saliva. The first 3 moves of the warm-up can be played like this. What will the next battle evolve into? It is simply impossible to describe it in words. Especially Smoker, who was pulled aside, his face turned livid. His smoke fruit is indeed a natural system, but in the fight just now, his methods were undoubtedly just a show of skill in front of an expert, totally inadequate. If he had really been persistent in causing trouble for Qin Yu just now, I'm afraid he had been pressed to the floor and rubbed hard. Now, the only thing Smoker wanted to see was that Qing Ji could take this opportunity to take Qin Yu down. He could also indirectly vent his anger. However, as soon as this thought came up, he saw that the tense atmosphere quickly melted away like ice and snow meeting spring. The lightning arcs flowing through Qin Yu's body suddenly dissipated. He patted the dust off his body, took out a bottle of wine, waved it at Qing Ji, and said, "Brother, do you want some wine?" Wine? The unexpected scene made the people in the field stunned and unable to react. In their eyes, the next battle was a life-and-death battle. However, Qing Ji's reaction next confirmed that this fight was undoubtedly a friendly match. "If this wine doesn't taste good, I don't want it." Qing Ji shook the ice crystals on his body, exhaled a breath of cold air, and regained his lazy expression again. However, his movements were not slow. As soon as he took a step, he crossed dozens of meters as if the ground was shrunk into an inch. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he appeared in front of Qin Yu in 7 or 8 steps. After taking the bottle of wine, he couldn't help but open it directly. In the world of One Piece, wine is an indispensable thing. Not to mention the navy or pirates, anyone can drink 2 or 3 cups. However, as Admiral King Z, the requirements for wine are undoubtedly higher. "Admiral King Z, why don't you catch him? If you want to drink, our branch has a lot of stocks." Smoker's expression stagnated, and he was the first to lose his temper and hurried forward to say, "Catch him." King Z raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "I have tried my best just now. However, he is not a pirate, and he has not committed any serious crimes. At the same time, this is not the sea area under my jurisdiction." Looking at King Z, who looked as if it was a matter of course, Bastille also smiled bitterly. If it is said that among the 3 admirals, Akainu is overly serious and Kizaru is clocking in for work, Qing Ji is definitely a lazy person. The 3 moves just now were pretty good. Faced with Qing Ji's rebuttal, Smoker was speechless. After all, he was just a small colonel. If it were any other general, he would have already scolded him. "Don't worry, if this kid's wine is not good, I might consider it before taking action." Qing Ji lazily glanced at Smoker, who was full of indignation. Immediately, he opened the bottle cork casually, and a strong aroma of wine came directly to his face. The wine lovers in the field were stunned for a moment. After all, in this world, the cheapest barley wine and the most expensive sake have always been the main ones. This is the first time they have seen a wine aroma that smells unique and fresh, and has an inexplicable meaty flavor. Facing this unknown wine, the eyes of the people present, looking at the glass bottle in Qing Ji's hand, suddenly became hot. Feeling the change in the atmosphere, Qing Ji, who was also a drinker, quickly raised the bottle in his hand and took a sip. The wine that overflowed from the corners of his mouth added an inexplicable mellow aroma to the air. Along with the gurgling sound of drinking, many people were stunned by Qing Ji's drinking. His Adam's apple was also rolling up and down quickly. He looked like he was salivating. Good wine. After Qing Ji drank most of it in one breath, his lazy expression disappeared in an instant, and he stuck out his tongue and made a 360-degree rotation at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the wine bottle in his hand, he said, "The wine is pure and clear, the taste is mellow, and it is mellow and sweet. There is also a pure taste of soy sauce. With the coordination of all the flavors, it is mellow in the mouth and has a sweet and refreshing aftertaste. Although I am not a wine lover, I have drunk a lot of famous wines on the sea, but I have never tasted your kind of wine." "What kind of wine is this?" Facing King Z's question, everyone present felt that this was a knock on the soul. Especially Bastille, who originally loved wine. Looking at the bottle of wine in King Z's hand, which only had 1/3 of the wine left, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in a hurry, "General King Z, Can you give me a taste? I also want to try what is mellow and tasted. I want to too. Smoker suddenly spoke. Compared with Bastille, he is even more inseparable from cigarettes and alcohol. Moreover, when people are drifting on the sea, their heads are in their pants, so there is no reason not to touch alcohol. Looking at the two people who were staring at him, Qingji rolled his eyes and said, "Dream on. But, kid, don't keep me in suspense. Did you buy this wine in Rogue Town? Tell me which shop it is. I'll go and empty it out. When I go back to the Navy headquarters, I can also shut up those three old men." As soon as these words fell, everyone's eyes were fixed on Qin Yu. After all, the aroma of this wine was clearly visible. Even the admiral of the Navy headquarters praised this fine wine. Who wouldn't want to taste it? Feeling the stares from all around, Qin Yu touched his nose helplessly, wondering if he would be attacked by them if he told the truth. Two fists can't beat four hands. What if they attacked him in groups and tore his clothes? That would be a huge shame. However, when he thought that this was a fine Chinese wine, Qin Yu sighed and said, "Sorry, this wine is not for sale. I brewed it myself. You can call it Yubing Shao, which is brewed and steamed with high-quality pork belly." Wine? The people present were stunned. In their eyes, wine can be brewed with various barley, plums, and other things. But the wine brewed with fat meat is not only not greasy, but also so mellow and sweet. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would believe it? "Boy, is this wine really brewed by you?" Qingji was stunned for a moment, and said in a hurry, "How much do you have left? I want it all. I want some too. I want 10 bottles. I want 100 bottles. Brother, how about we talk about agency rights?" Chapter 538 100 million to kill one person. The scene boiled up all of a sudden. Looking at the wine lovers rushing in from all directions, Qin Yu suddenly had a headache. This wine was brewed by his mother-in-law when he stayed in Nine Snake Island. It was only brought over when they met in the Sabayati archipelago. Originally, I thought this wine would not be too suitable for people in the world of One Piece. He never expected that as soon as they met, Grandma Jia had already taken away most of his wine. There were only about 30 bottles of Jade Ice Shao hidden in the Bone King's personal space. Qin Yu did not dare to touch it on weekdays, just to use it to tempt those who love wine at a critical moment. He never expected that a mere bottle of wine would cause such a big reaction. Seeing the figures coming one after another, Qin Yu could not care too much. With the crackling lightning on his body, the whole person turned into lightning and soared into the sky, leaving only a speech that echoed in the world. "Heroes can't resist the threshold of wine, I admit defeat." When the voice faded, looking at Qin Yu who had completely disappeared, Qingji was stunned at first, and then laughed and said, "He is indeed an interesting guy, no wonder even Mr. Garp would make an exception to include him. If I had known that he could make wine, I would have robbed him just now and brought him back to the Navy headquarters, so that I would not have to worry about not having wine to drink in the future. However, a bottle of wine is indeed a little, so add some water and leave it for the three old men to taste." After leaving these words, Qingji did not stay any longer, turned around and walked away slowly. Facing the admiral, he gave such a high valuation. Especially, the jade ice in his hand, which was like a unique product. Undoubtedly, the wine status was directly deified. After all, they couldn't taste the wine, and it was even more impossible to rob it from the admiral. The only thing they could do was to find 3 or 5 friends after eating and drinking and bragging. "In Rogue Town, I have seen what a divine wine, Yubing Shao, is. That is something that even the admirals of the Navy covet. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for increasing the fidelity by 10%. The current fidelity is 40%. The next time you unlock the secret of Dragon Slayer, you need 10% more fidelity. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for getting 500 points of world turbulence value. The current balance is 1603 points. The next time you unlock the random restriction, you need 4397 points." The light and lively voice of the system suddenly sounded. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised. After all, this time he pretended to be so powerful. But he didn't expect that the brief fight with the Admiral Qingji would allow him to get 500 points of turbulence value. However, it is still a long way to go to reach the limit of 6,000. The gap with the Admiral is good enough to be able to compete with the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Once Qingji really gets serious and starts to hang on the wall, Qin Yu is definitely not his opponent. Thief, hurry up and catch that thief. A shouting voice suddenly sounded. Qin Yu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a single-masted sailing ship, which was sailing out quickly from the merchant ships being searched by the navy at the dock. Faced with this sudden scene, the navy obviously had no time to react and could only watch the sailing ship sail away with the wind. After all, in their eyes, who would be willing to believe that someone would dare to steal property at the critical moment of the navy's search? Looking farther and farther away from the dock, a slightly thin figure appeared on the deck of the sailing ship, with half a mask on his face. When the outline of the dock completely disappeared from sight, the girl with long orange hair secretly breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the deck of the ship. However, this relaxed demeanor only lasted for a few seconds, and the next moment she saw the deck of the ship full of treasures. The girl's beautiful eyes smiled like crescents, and then she laughed and said, "I'm really going to get rich this time. I thought that the merchants and pirates in Rogue Town, which is close to the Grand Line, were all difficult guys, but I didn't expect that I could get them so easily. There are at least 5 million Baileys here, and I'm only 10 million away from my goal. As long as I come a few more times, I will definitely be able to collect enough money." At this point, the girl with long orange hair couldn't help but clench her fists. Just as she was about to take off the mask on her face, an unexpected voice suddenly came from the railing behind her. "What's wrong, a dignified little thief? You are so complacent for 5 million Baileys, your ambition is too small. Who is it?" The girl's expression changed drastically, her nerves suddenly tensed, and she didn't have time to think about it. She rolled over and catapulted directly onto the deck. At the same time, he touched his waist with his right hand, and a retracted iron rod fell into his hand and was suddenly pulled behind him. Bang! The dull sound of metal collision suddenly echoed. The long-haired girl looked happy and hurriedly looked back. The scene she saw made her pupils shrink suddenly. The iron rod fell on Qin Yu's arm, like hitting a rock, giving people a feeling of motionlessness. "You, who are you? These are all my things. If you dare to steal my Bailey, I will scream." The girl opened her hands anxiously and blocked the treasure. Seeing this kind of person who values money as his life, Qin Yu looked up and down at the long-haired girl with a good figure, and said, "You scream, I think those guys at the dock will be happy to see you scream for help, and then watch me rob you of something. Of course, if you don't scream, we may be able to make a deal." "What artificial movement, don't come over." A blush appeared on the girl's face, and she quickly changed the subject and said, "What kind of deal are you talking about? Maybe we can really achieve a win-win situation." After a brief fight, the girl clearly recognized the gap in strength between the two sides. "Now there is a delaying tactic, of course, we can't let it go." Looking at this clever little ghost in front of him, Qin Yu smiled helplessly, and reached out to rub her head directly. The sudden scene made Nami startled, and she was about to shake off this familiar uncle. But the words that fell into her ear made her stunned for a moment. "I am a bounty hunter from Fairy Tale. I can help you kill anyone, but the premise is that the price of my action is very high, and it will cost 100 million. 100 million? Hearing the end, Nami, who is very sensitive to the amount of money, suddenly contracted her pupils. 100 million, that is the goal that Nami has spent her whole life working hard for in the first half of her life. It can be said that this time in Rogue Town, she accidentally got more than 5 million Baileys, which was completely due to luck and risking her life. However, the uncle in front of her opened his mouth and said 100 million to kill a person. It made her feel that he was going to kill her. Chapter 539 I have a lot of money and I am stupid. 100 million to kill a person. This is simply an astronomical figure for Nami. No. It should be said that this is nonsense. If she had this money, she would have bought the Caucosia village long ago. As for spending 100 million to hire this guy who suddenly appeared in front of her to kill people. For the miser Nami, it was like digging out pieces of flesh from her body. Moreover, in Nami's eyes, even the naval branch stationed in the waters near the village of Caucosia did not dare to touch the evil dragon with a bounty of 20 million. Not to mention the unknown person in front of her. Facing the evil dragon that had accumulated its ferocity in front of her for many years, it had already left an indelible shadow in Nami's heart. Fishmen are much stronger than humans. What's wrong, don't you want to? Qin Yu smiled and rubbed Nami's hair again. It must be said that if Dashiki is a silly and sweet girl, then Nami gave Qin Yu the feeling of a thorny head and a little pepper. Coupled with the degree of advanced development, it is simply a unique flavor. However, this time Nami obviously reacted and quickly dodged Chinyu's head-patting move. She nervously took a few steps back and said in a hurry, why did you ask for 100 million Baileys as soon as you opened your mouth? Do you know the evil dragon? Also, I don't have 100 million Baileys. If you want to steal my Baileys, I will fight you to the death. Looking at Nami, who was suddenly threatening, she looked completely desperate. For Bailey, with that posture, is she not afraid of being attacked by that X? Why don't you talk? If you are afraid, get out of here quickly. Nami shouted in a hurry. However, the pair of long legs that were shaking and trembling obviously betrayed her thoughts. Although Nami believed that Chinyu was not the opponent of the evil dragon, the sudden attack just now was easily disintegrated by Chinyu. It also let Nami know that she was not Chinyu's opponent. Just thinking that these treasures are related to her redemption of Kakosia village, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and hold this last line of defense. Haha, don't worry, I just like to talk business. If you don't want to, I won't rob you. Chinyu laughed dryly and said, but we can change the way of trading. I owe a navigator. If you join Fairy Tail, I can give you a lot of rewards. As he said, Chinyu casually took out the black gold card he got from Muten and threw it to Nami, who couldn't recover. She was going to refuse, but when she saw the color of the card in her hand, her pupils suddenly shrank. Black gold card, how many Baileys are there in this? For Nami, who has a bounty on her, she has always liked to hide money under the orange tree at home. After all, this kind of black gold card is only available in legitimate official banks and underground black markets. Moreover, people who hold this kind of black gold card must have at least tens of millions of deposits and have good strength. Of course, for pirates, no one is willing to put the money they have worked so hard to rob back into other people's hands. It seems to be more than 10 million? This should be able to satisfy your appetite. Chinyu had already anticipated Nami's reaction. He laughed dryly and reached out to Nami's head. Facing this sudden scene again, Nami was startled at first. She was about to dodge, but was stopped by the words that fell into her ear. She could only bite her little tiger teeth and stare at she protested silently with her beautiful eyes. What's wrong? You don't need to do anything for more than 10 million Baileys. Can't you just touch my head as interest? Chinyu said with a smile, but the orange on your hair tastes good. I'll try it more in the future. Also, if you want to accept my reward, you should leave a mark, the mark of joining Fairy Tail. The mark of Fairy Tail? Hearing about money, Nami's eyes have already turned into Bailey form, but facing Fairy Tail, this unknown group, she is still a little puzzled. More than 10 million to recruit navigators, that's from Rogue Town to Kokuxi village. Now he is forcing her to join, which is beyond her expectations. What's wrong, haven't you made up your mind yet? I have a lot of money and I'm stupid. If you don't want it, I can find someone else. Chinyu looked at Nami. The setting of the Fairy Tail Guild is very strange. If you want to improve the realism of Laxus, the construction of the guild is the most important thing. At the same time, it is necessary to improve the loyalty of members to Fairy Tail, otherwise the mark of Fairy Tail will not respond. All this is due to Mavis in the original work. Otherwise, if Chinyu just accepts people casually, as long as he is willing to throw money, he can accept as many people as he wants. I am willing. Nami clenched the black gold card in her hand. Just now, she accidentally made a deal in Rogue Town, and she still owed about 10 million Baileys. Now, as long as she gets this black gold card, she can get 100 million and redeem Kakosia village from the hands of the evil dragon. As for the time, whether to mix with Chinyu or not, that is another matter. After all, she has done a lot of escape for Bailey over the years. Seeing Nami, who was obsessed with money and promised everything, Chinyu certainly knew what she was thinking. He smiled and patted her head, saying, "Roll up your left sleeve." Left hand. Nami was startled. On her left arm, there was a tattoo of the dragon pirates. If she showed it now, it would be more trouble than gain. Don't worry, no matter who you belong to, if you are covered with the Fairy Tail's mark, you are my family. Chinyu said to himself. Don't forget, I am rich and stupid, I believe no one doesn't like the sponsor. Looking at Chinyu, who suddenly became rich, Nami hesitated for a moment and rolled up her sleeves. After all, in her eyes, as long as she collected 100 million Baileys, she could redeem the Kakosia village. At that time, she would be able to withdraw from the dragon pirates, and she would not have to leave this so-called identity mark. Looking at the arm like white jade, with the hideous pirate group mark on it, Nami's pupils flashed a trace of disgust, and then she said with a righteous attitude as if she was ready to die, "You can tattoo it as you like. But please hurry up, I don't have much time." For Nami, she waited for 5 or 6 years just to collect 100 million Baileys, and now she has collected enough. Of course, she wanted to fly back to Kakosia village. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she saw Chinyu's warm big hand covering her jade arm unscrupulously. When her cheeks were red, she was about to scold the rude person. But she saw that Chinyu had moved his hand away, and the mark that originally belonged to the dragon pirates had disappeared long ago. Instead, it was replaced by the blue fairy tale mark. Chapter 540 The High-Class Navigator. Are you doing magic? Nami couldn't help but be stunned. She knew this tattoo mark very well, and it couldn't be washed away by ordinary means. Chinyu just touched her lightly with his hand, and she disappeared, which was really unexpected. Okay, now you have joined our fairy tale. I have something to do next, and I will meet you after I finish it. Chinyu smiled and patted Nami's shoulder. Hearing this, Nami was immediately overjoyed. For her, it saved her from talking and getting rid of Chinyu. She quickly clenched the black gold card in her hand and said in a hurry, "Then I'll go first. There is a small boat over there. You can sit and leave." Boat? Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. Nami, who was pulling the plank across the bridge, flicked her smooth forehead directly and said, "No need, see you next time." After leaving these words, Chinyu's body was crackling with lightning arcs, and the next moment the whole person turned into a lightning light and rushed straight into the sky. The sudden scene made Nami stunned to the ground. The black gold card in her hand fell to the deck. It took 7 or 8 seconds for her to recover. After confirming again and again that Chinyu had completely disappeared, Nami quickly picked up the black gold card on the ground and clenched it tightly in her hand. When she thought that she had worked hard for 5 or 6 years and finally collected 100 million, Nami couldn't hold back her excitement. She quickly looked at the record pointer and drove the boat to Kakosia village. At the same time, 3 figures gathered at the dock of Rogue Town. The leader was Smoker with a gloomy face. When he thought of what had just happened, it was simply a shame for him. However, according to the Navy's spies, Smoker also confirmed Chinyu's whereabouts. After leaving Rogue Town, he couldn't help but snorted and said, "You ran really fast, but Brother Bastiu and you, little girl, I'm afraid they have been abandoned." "I see you, little girl, what you are holding in your hands is also a famous sword, and its strength is also good. Why don't you join me? I can recommend you to become a lieutenant colonel, and you can receive a salary of 300,000 Baileys a year. This is a good job." During the process of coming here, Smoker also found that Dashiki's physical fitness and agility were quite good. Most importantly, she is the first member of the so-called fairy tale under Chinyu. At present, Smoker can't beat Chinyu in terms of force, but if he can embarrass Chinyu through this poaching method, it is also quite good. But as soon as these words fell, Dashiki held Chiyu in his hand and shook his head repeatedly. I don't need it, Senior Bastiu, why don't we look for Mr. Laxus everywhere? Don't want it." Smoker's face sank, looking at Dashiki with a stubborn face, and said in a deep voice, "Do you think the remuneration is not enough? If you are willing to join me, I can consider raising your remuneration to 500,000 Baileys, or how much he gives you, I will give you double it privately." The low voice was full of urgency. Seeing Smoker, who was planning to defeat Chinyu in a sense, actually did something that he usually disdained. Bastiu shook his head helplessly and said, "Brother Smoker, you don't understand. There is no salary for joining Fairy Tale. If you have to say it, it's probably personal charm. At least, in my eyes, he has a unique personal charm, which is definitely not comparable to ordinary people." Personal charm. Smoker's expression froze. Seeing that Dashiji also nodded repeatedly, he was about to say something when a stern sound of breaking through the air came from a distance. Before they could react, the lightning made a detour in the sky and bombarded the dock directly. "You are here too." Chinyu restored Laxus's original cold personality. After looking at Smoker, he said, "Time is running out, we should set off. I just found a good navigator, but she ran into some trouble." "Navigator?" Bastiu was stunned for a moment, and said hurriedly, "Teacher Laxus, I actually know navigation, so you don't need to go to great lengths to find a navigator. For any navy, as long as they walk out of the headquarters training camp, they will learn some basic knowledge of navigation, among which reading the record pointer and normal navigation are indispensable means. As a person who ventures into the sea, you don't even know basic navigation. Smoker heard this and immediately smelled a chance to turn the tables. However, as soon as the voice fell, he saw Qin Yu directly ignoring him and said to Bastille, "Can you draw a nautical chart, listen to the wind to identify the weather, look at the waves to know the whirlpool, etc.? In the original work, Nami is a genius navigator. Even the evil dragon, who is a fishman and is known as the most familiar with the sea, is envious of Nami's navigation skills. It is for this reason that he used the Caucosia village to threaten Nami. In the later plot, even the legendary Golden Lion Shiki, after seeing Nami's amazing navigation skills, attacked the Straw Hat Pirates and forcibly took Nami away. Draw a nautical chart and listen to the wind to identify the weather." Listening to this, not to mention Bastille, even Smoker and Tashiji were confused. At least, in their eyes, those who know these things are all great navigators. Facing Qin Yu's question, Bastille said a little embarrassedly, "Look, it seems that the teacher has found an old man this time. However, to sail on the sea, this old man is indeed necessary to ensure safety. Although he is a little old, he is still considerate. We just need to take care of him on the way. Do you want to set off now?" Looking at Bastille, who was flattering awkwardly, Qin Yu sighed helplessly and patted his shoulder and said, "Flattery is not suitable for you. Be careful not to hit the horse's leg. By the way, aren't you a lieutenant general? Get me a warship first." "Warship?" Bastille was stunned for a moment, and said with a slightly gloomy expression, "Teacher, I just resigned temporarily with General King Z, so I can't requisition a warship now." Just now, little sister Dashiki said, "Teacher, don't you have more than 10 million baileys, then you can buy a good ship." "More than 10 million baileys?" Qin Yu touched his nose helplessly. At this moment, he really thought he was a bit stupid. He had taken all his money at once. He coughed dryly and said, "I just gave it all away. There are many boats here. Let's just grab one. Or, let's see who is blind enough to let us grab one." Seeing Qin Yu grabbing the food with his mouth full of greed, Smoker, who was standing behind him, suddenly had a dark face. Even his finger bones were cracked. This guy ignored him, a dignified navy captain, as if he were air. Chapter 541 The Dragon Pirates. After a lot of trouble, Bastille had a bitter face and gathered a little from the few small treasuries to change a single-masted sailboat. Under Smoker's murderous gaze, he left the dock. Seeing that Qin Yu and his group had completely disappeared, Smoker couldn't help it and angrily punched the rock beside him. Bang! With a dull collision sound, the rock cracked, spreading out like a spider web, making the surrounding navy soldiers, coolie merchants, etc., look scared and walk away quickly. In their eyes, Smoker lost to Qin Yu, but for them to ordinary people, Smoker is still the gatekeeper of Rogue Town. Feeling the awe from all around, Smoker's frustration was slightly relieved. He snorted disdainfully and was about to turn around and leave. "Smoker, you've fallen." Qing Ji's lazy voice suddenly sounded, "Do you always think that Laxus is ignoring you? But you can't blame him, after all, you are from two different worlds. He is a person who lives on the edge of death and trains himself all the time, and you are just willing to stay in the East China Sea and be a gatekeeper." At this point, Qing Ji looked at the cracked rock and said, "You are here, and you are a local emperor for your whole life. In his eyes, you are all local emperors. As he said, you don't even know the two-color domineering, and you can't be the opponent of that kid at all. I will give you two choices now. Come back to the Navy headquarters with me for new training. Second, stay here and continue to be your local emperor. As the saying goes, vision determines height." The slightly long voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment, hitting the depths of Smoker's soul. After graduating from the Navy headquarters, Smoker applied to come to the East China Sea Rogue Town in order not to be controlled by others. However, as Qing Ji said, as the weakest existence in the four seas, this undoubtedly slowed down Smoker's progress. After all, in the second half of the Grand Line, even soldiers know the world of armament haki, which is completely different from the East China Sea. Tens of millions of bounties are already the ceiling. Feeling Qing Ji's gaze, Smoker's face turned pale. If it was an outsider's evaluation, he could just laugh it off. But as a navy, the highest goal is the Admiral of the Navy. Now being scolded in person by Qing Ji, who is an admiral, is simply unacceptable to Smoker. However, thinking of Qin Yu's cold disregard and the feeling of powerlessness he had just experienced, Smoker's face sank, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I will go back to the Navy headquarters with Admiral King Zi. The next time we meet, I will definitely defeat that guy." "Well, then you pack up and we will set off." King Zi patted Smoker's shoulder comfortingly, and said, "I will contact Marshal Zhang Guo first, and you will meet me here later." As King Zi and Smoker acted separately, two figures hidden in the dark of the dock. After quickly flashing onto a merchant ship, they headed straight in the direction where Qin Yu and others left. 3 days later, not far from Kokuxi village, a single-masted pirate ship quickly approached the Fishman Paradise. When she saw the huge building complex, the outline gradually became clear, and Nami, who was standing on the bow holding a den mushi and talking, was full of inexplicable excitement on her face. "Sister, stay at home and wait for me. As long as I complete the deal with the dragon, I can buy the Kokozia village, and then everyone will be free." Nami clenched the den mushi in her hand, and quickly said this before hanging up the den mushi. Then, Nami did not stay for long, and hurriedly drove the sloop to the Fishman Paradise. In Kokozia village, Nakiko, as Nami's elder sister, heard the busy tone of the den mushi, and her face changed drastically. She quickly opened the door and was about to rush to inform the people in the village, but the dense figures she saw in front of her made her face change drastically. However, Nami didn't know all this. She just wanted to tell the dragon about the collection of 100 million Baileys, and then tell the village about the redemption of Kokozia village. Let the many oppressed villagers say goodbye to the life of hanging a knife over their heads. "We're here. The Fishman Paradise is ahead." After Nami moored the sloop, she clenched the black gold card in her hand and got off the boat. She didn't bring all the 100 million Baileys now. Nami just wanted to get a positive answer from the dragon. She would offer the 100 million Baileys with both hands. Standing on the shore and looking far away, you can clearly see that the huge building is flying with the flag of the dragon pirates. Once upon a time, this was a nightmare for Nami and even the entire Kokozia village. When she thought that she would be able to say goodbye soon, this nightmare shadow, Nami clenched the black gold card in her hand and hurried to the Fishman Paradise. Along the way, as one of the cotters of the Fishman pirates, Nami was not stopped by the fishermen standing guard along the way because of her identity. When she finally stood in front of the tightly closed door of the Fishman Paradise, Nami took a deep breath, mustered up her courage, stretched out her hands and pressed on the door, and suddenly pushed it open. This door was full of fear for her in the past. At this moment, in her mind, everything would change as long as today passed. Squeak! The heavy door was suddenly pushed open. It instantly attracted all the fishmen in the paradise, including the evil dragon lying on the beach chair, laughing unscrupulously, and cast the same teasing eyes as always. "What's wrong, our little cotter of the pirate group? It seems that you came back a little early this time." The evil dragon sat up straight on the beach chair, grinning and said teasingly, "You are not bullied, and you want us to help you out. As a member of the group, this is of course no problem, but asking them to take action will require a lot of money. Are you ready?" As soon as this fell, a large amount of unscrupulous laughter arose in the field. "Nami, our little thief, if you give me 5 million Baileys, I can consider it. After I finish this bottle of wine, as long as I am not drunk, I will go and avenge you. You stinky octopus, 5 million is so little, that's underestimating our ability to make money, at least 10 million Baileys, and do you remember what you are going to do after drinking?" Slash. In the huge courtyard, unbridled laughter rang out one after another. Nami has long been accustomed to the faces of these so-called companions. Usually, every time she came back, she would slam the door and ignore them, run back to the top floor to draw a navigation chart, so as to avoid the enemies who were chasing her. But this time was different. When she thought of Kokozia village and the promise agreement 5 or 6 years ago, Nami was determined to face it. He raised his head suddenly, met the sight of the dragon, and said in a deep voice, "I want to leave the dragon pirates. I have earned enough 100 million to redeem the Kokozia village." Chapter 542 The greatest sorrow is the death of the heart. "You want to leave the dragon pirates?" Aaron stood up with a gloomy face, and his huge body of more than 2 meters and 5 meters was like an iron tower. The shadow cast by him gave people an inexplicable feeling of oppression. The small voice seemed to be filled with bone-chilling coldness at this moment, echoing in the courtyard, and could not be dispersed for a long time. The eyes of dozens of fishmen in the field turned in unison and locked on Nami, as if they had become an invisible big hand, tightening people's hearts. However, when she thought of the safety of Kokozia village, Nami's pretty face turned pale, gritted her teeth and met the eyes of the evil dragon, and said firmly, "Along, this is our agreement. You said that if you can get 100 million, you will let me buy Kokozia village." "Buy Kokozia village?" the evil dragon asked back, and the haze on his face was instantly replaced by a teasing laugh. "Haha, Nami, you are right, I did promise you. But I didn't expect you to tell me so confidently that you had collected 100 million so soon." At this point, the dragon stretched out his rough big hand, pressed it on Nami's shoulder, and said with a smile, "It's just that I need to see 100 million Baileys, but I just saw Lieutenant Colonel Mouse, who seemed to have gone to your Kokozia village. I really hope that you can hide the Baileys and they won't be discovered." The slightly long voice, like a heavy hammer that hit the soul, made Nami's face pale all of a sudden, and she subconsciously raised her hand to slap the dragon. Snap! A dull collision sound suddenly sounded. Without any fancy moves, the dragon directly grabbed Nami's wrist. Looking at the dragon's hideous face, Nami roared hysterically. "Dragon, you broke the agreement, you never thought about letting me leave." The stern voice echoed in the huge courtyard. However, in the face of Nami's accusation, she was undoubtedly answered by the unbridled laughter from all around. The dragon smiled even more fiercely, ripped open Nami's sleeve, and said, "When the mark of our dragon pirate group is branded on your arm, you have no choice." Before he finished speaking, when he saw the mark on Nami's arm, the shape of the mark had completely changed. The dragon and others were stunned at first, and then the laughter sounded like a tidal wave. "Haha, no wonder you can get 100 million Baileys so quickly, it turns out to join this unknown pirate group." The dragon laughed and said, "Nami, I advise you to go back to Kokozia village if you want to fool around here. Maybe you can still see the last side of your sister. Of course, if you think that I am deceiving your feelings, just let the new nameless pirate group you joined come to me for revenge." The unscrupulous words hit Nami's nerves like a heavy hammer. Her already pale face turned even whiter like paper in an instant. When she thought of Belmarie's death because she saved herself. If even her sworn sister Nakiko was implicated and lost her life because of herself. For Nami, this psychological pressure was enough to completely crush the belief that she had been forcibly supporting for all these years. Thinking of this, Nami turned around with red eyes and ran away. Looking at this scene, Krobi, a cotter of the dragon pirates, pouted and said, "Boss Dragon, should we stop her?" "Stop her?" The dragon laughed teasingly and said loudly, "Why should we stop her? Let her see what a nightmare is. If that woman is killed, it can be regarded as a warning to others, so that Nami will completely give up the idea of drawing nautical charts for me for the rest of her life. In the East China Sea, my dragon is the most powerful existence. Boss Along, you are right. Let that girl become a slave of our dragon pirate group. We fishmen are the highest existence." Merciless laughter echoed in the fishman paradise. Nami rushed out of the door, her eyes were already red, and hot tears kept rolling down, rushing towards the Kokozia village on the other side of the mountain. At this moment, Nami wished she could fly quickly with wings. 1,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters. She didn't care about the gravel on the ground, nor the ruggedness of the road. I don't know how long I ran, Nami only knew that her vision had been blurred by tears. Looking at the orange orchard that was gradually becoming clear, there were footprints, a messy path, a broken gate, and scarlet blood spilled on the ground. Nami's heart, as if it had suffered a heavy blow, quickened her pace and rushed straight into the house. "No, noise, sister, you can't be in trouble, you can't be in trouble." Bang! The remaining half of the door was directly knocked open. Nami stumbled and fell to the ground. Feeling the blood on the floor that was still hot, Nami's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. Facing this scene, she didn't dare to check it. She was afraid. She was afraid to see her sister who was killed by her. However, as soon as this thought emerged in her mind, the words that fell into her ears shook Nami's nerves like a magic sound. "Welcome back." The simple four-word swallowing was simply the last straw for Nami. The moment she hurriedly looked up, the first thing she saw was an unexpected figure. "Nami, are you okay?" Nochigo suddenly stepped forward and hugged Nami in his arms. Smelling the familiar body fragrance, Nami's red eyes suddenly burst, and she burst into tears and shook her head and said, I'm fine, I just thought I had implicated my sister again. It's my fault. I knew that the evil dragon would never keep his promise, but I still had to make a deal with him. If I wasn't so willful, you wouldn't have to be hurt. The intermittent crying voice, like a helpless child, burst into tears. The belief that had been suppressed for 6 or 7 years and held on to hard collapsed all of a sudden. This was a pain for anyone. That was more painful than death. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Hoarse and helpless voices echoed in the narrow house. The villagers who had already gathered here, holding various farm tools, had already red eyes. Although they had already heard from Chinyu about the facts that Nami would eventually encounter. But when I thought about it, for 6 or 7 years, I had been carrying the burden of their Kokozia village with my thin shoulders. Nami, who was concerned about the safety of everyone, was now bullied and crying helplessly. That anger and resentment was enough to make people abandon life and death and honor. All this will become an endless hatred. Chapter 543 I'll take you to kill people. I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to take Kokozia village back from the evil dragon. I'm sorry, I killed Bellmeyer. If it weren't for me, she would never have died. I'm sorry to everyone. Nami hung her hands helplessly, raised her head and burst into tears. The sheriff standing behind Chinyu, and even Dashiki, also had red eyes when they saw this scene. This time, if Chinyu hadn't brought Dashiki and arrived in time to drive away Lieutenant Colonel Mouse and others, I'm afraid that what awaits Nami will be a collapse of despair. Laxus, can you help Nami? Dashiki couldn't help saying. As soon as these words fell, they immediately attracted many eyes in the field. Help? Chinyu smiled warmly, stood up straight in front of everyone, and walked slowly towards Nami. Finally, under the gaze of everyone, he rubbed Nami's head and said with a smile, "We are family. As a member of the family, how can you watch your family being bullied?" Having said that, Chinyu reached out and gently wiped away the hot tears that were sliding down Nami's cheeks, then smiled and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to kill people." The small voice, at this moment, echoed in the small room like thunder, and could not be dispersed for a long time. Facing Uchiha Chinyu, these sudden words, the expressions of the people present suddenly changed drastically. Especially Nami, she couldn't help but grab Chinyu's arm, shook her head in a hurry and said, "No, don't go, the evil dragon is the strongest existence in the East China Sea, and they, the fish people, have a unique innate advantage. Besides, there is Lieutenant Colonel Mouse here. If he knows that you have ruined the good things between him and the evil dragon, you will also become a wanted criminal." Bounty hunter? Dashiki was stunned. After all, they are still good citizens now, at most they are bounty hunters. However, they just attacked Lieutenant Colonel Mouse. What if they are put on the wanted list of the Navy headquarters because of the dragon incident? For the Fairy Tale Guild, it will be difficult to move forward in the future. Thinking of this, Dashiki looked at Chinyu eagerly. "Haha, no one has looked down on me like this for a long time." Chinyu laughed dryly and patted Dashiki on the shoulder. "However, your worry is right, our fairy tale is still developing. Then I will go there in a different identity." "Change your identity?" As soon as these words fell, the expressions of the people present could not help but stagnate. The next moment, before they could react, endless black air quickly rolled back on Chinyu's body. The body that was originally more than 2 meters tall, at this moment, changed again. The white bones, the biting cold, and the scarlet soul flame eyes. In particular, the scepter in his hand, like the sound of the soul that hit everyone's heart, stomped on the ground suddenly. When the black fog that was surging out completely dissipated, the long-lost body of the White Bone King first came into everyone's eyes. Looking at the huge skeleton in front of them, the pupils of the people present suddenly shrank. Especially Dashiki, a bounty hunter active in Rogue Town in the first half of the Grand Line. After seeing Chinyu's appearance clearly at this moment, it was all hard to believe. "La, Mr. Laxus, you are the skeleton demon." Dashiki was the first to ask anxiously. At this moment, she finally understood why Chinyu did not let Bastille follow him ashore. Facing the identity of the skeleton demon, as long as the intelligence information is a little bit well informed, you will definitely know what the skeleton demon that shocked the Grand Line during this period of time is. In particular, the killing of the celestial dragons in public in the Sabayati archipelago has subverted the world's cognition. Hey! Qin Yu exhaled a breath of cold air, feeling the long-lost power, and looked at Dashiki. The cold voice also sounded. What's wrong, are you scared? Laxus is me, and the skeleton demon is also me. If you don't adapt, I won't keep you. After the voice fell, Qin Yu's deep eye sockets, the jumping soul flame, stayed on Dashiki for a while. In full view of the crowd, he walked out of the house slowly. That shocking posture, the moment he stepped out of the door, Nami suddenly reacted and hurriedly chased out. This action instantly formed a chain reaction. Whether it was Dashiki or the villagers gathered here, no one could completely calm down. After all, in their eyes, Qin Yu's current posture was too shocking. If it weren't for Qin Yu's rescue of Nyaki Gao and driving away the mouse lieutenant colonel, or he came to save Nami, they had already been scared away by the scene in front of them. However, when they just rushed out of the house, a powerful magic power rolled back like a tidal wave, and the huge magic circle bloomed from Qin Yu's feet at this moment. At this moment, the whole world seemed to fall into darkness. The scarlet blood color became more and more dazzling on Qin Yu's body. The next moment, he clenched the scepter in his hand, without any fancy, and stomped on the ground. Intermediate undead summoning magic bone dragon. Dang! In the void, a huge blood-colored light bloomed like fireworks, and finally formed a huge scarlet magic circle of dozens of meters. Before everyone could react, the huge magic circle opened like a door. Roar! The sound of a dragon roaring like from hell sounded without any warning. The next moment, a huge white bone body rushed out of the magic circle. Yes, it's a dragon. No, it's a bone dragon. The exclamation suddenly sounded in the crowd. Looking at the huge bone dragon of dozens of meters entrenched in the void, exuding a terrifying breath, the villagers present had already fallen to the ground. While trembling all over, their eyes were about to burst, and their faces were more of disbelief. Let's go, I'll take you to kill people. Qin Yu looked back at Nami, and stomped the scepter in his hand directly to the ground. The flying technique directly enveloped Nami, and before she could react, it quickly floated up. The sudden scene startled everyone in the field, including Dashiki. Looking at the strange yet familiar figure in front of her, a trace of struggle flashed across Dashiki's pretty face. Finally, she bit her red lips and said in a hurry, Mr. Laxus, please take me with you. Take you with you. Qin Yu looked back at Dashiki. It can be said that facing Dashiki in another identity this time is also a test. Fairy Tail does need members, but Qin Yu will always make Laxus and Zoolgaun's character template identity unified. Only the last identity is left. Uchiha Qin Yu. Chapter 544 A Crazy and Dragging Way of Appearance. It is precisely because of this reason that Qin Yu will kill the dragon with a butcher knife in Kokozia village. After all, a pirate with a bounty of 20 million and a bounty of 1 billion is a world of difference. When meeting Dashiki's eyes, Qin Yu repeated again, don't you regret it? Facing Qin Yu's soul-like questioning, Dashiki bit her red lips and shook her head repeatedly, you will always be Mr. Laxus in Dashiki's mind. Forever? Qin Yu was stunned for a moment after hearing these words, and then laughed out loud and said, you are indeed a smart man, let's go. As soon as the voice fell, the magic power instantly enveloped Dashiki, and before everyone could react, the giant dragon hovering in the sky, with its huge white bone wings suddenly flapped, rushed towards the Fishman Paradise. The sudden scene made everyone left in the scene startled at first, and then they all looked at the only sheriff in the village of Kokozia. Feeling the gazes from all around, the sheriff looked at the giant dragon figure that turned into a black dot in the distance in the blink of an eye, and said solemnly, it seems that Nami has met a good person this time. However, if others ask about what happened just now, we know nothing. Over the years, Nami has paid enough for our Kokozia village. It's our turn next. As soon as these words fell, the villagers present secretly clenched their fists and nodded in agreement. On the other hand, in the Fishman Paradise, the huge courtyard did not change because of Nami's departure. On the contrary, because of the farce just now, the huge courtyard became more lively. Haha, Boss Dragon, you said, if Nami goes back to Kokozia village and sees the representative of all, what expression would the so-called righteous navy have if they killed her sister? Krobi said with a smile. It can be said that in these years, Nami's existence is simply a place for them to have fun. I think that girl will come back to us crying now, and then yell for us to pay for our lives. Tisk, I think she will kneel on the ground and beg for mercy from us, saying that she will not dare to do it again. Why don't you say that Nami will find the new nameless pirate group she joined to take revenge on us? The scene suddenly became more noisy. Looking at this group of noisy little brothers, the evil dragon smiled grimly and patted Zyoba's shoulder and said, "Why don't you talk? Zyoba, you are still sentimental as before. We fishmen are at the top of the race, and the so-called humans can only be our slaves. No, it should be said that even slaves are not as good as them. If that girl didn't have the talent to draw nautical charts, I would have twisted her head off long ago." Speaking of this, the evil dragon stood up all of a sudden, raised his hands, and said with a gesture like a king, laughing, "What's more, I, the evil dragon, am the strongest existence in the East China Sea. If she really dares to find someone to deal with me, I will let everyone experience what despair feels like." The stern voice echoed in the sky, and it took a long time to dissipate. The fishmen present heard the words and hurriedly planned to cheer and flatter. However, this idea just emerged in their minds, and they didn't wait for them to react. An unusually cold voice fell with a huge projection in the sky. "Are you talking about me?" 5 simple words, as if they were uttered word by word. Falling into the ears, it was like a heavy hammer, shaking everyone's nerves. The huge black shadow made people feel inexplicably depressed at this moment. It was as if an invisible big hand was tightly grasping people's hearts. Without time to think, the fishmen present hurriedly looked up at the sky. The first scene that came into view made people's pupils shrink and their eye sockets almost cracked. A huge body of tens of meters, a grim white skeleton posture. The scarlet eyes that looked down like the god of death. The terrifying figure standing on the white skeleton dragon head, like the emperor himself. At this moment, it shook the nerves of all the fishmen. Before they could react, Chinyu's magic power turned. Floating on the huge dragon and falling. The moment he stepped into the fishman paradise, a piercing cold air swept like a frenzy. Ice crystals spread rapidly wherever they passed, and the swimming pool connected to the sea was also frozen. For a moment, the temperature of the whole world suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees, making the fishmen, who were originally known for their physical fitness, shiver. As the number 1 figure in the pretentious world, Chinyu knew clearly how the Bone King appeared. That should be described as crazy and dragging. Otherwise, it would be a loss of face. Facing the sudden appearance of uninvited guests and the terrifying existence of the huge bone dragon as a pet, the fishmen present swallowed a mouthful of saliva and subconsciously cast their eyes on the evil dragon. At this moment, this boss who was usually boasted by them as the strongest in the East China Sea became their last straw. "Who are you?" The evil dragon's face sank and couldn't help but speak. "Who?" Chinyu looked at the evil dragon coldly and said, "Didn't you say that you wanted to make me despair? Why are you asking me who I am? Originally, if you could keep your promise, I might forgive you for Jinbei's sake, but now I have changed my mind." "Boss Jinbei?" Xiao Ba's expression changed. He never thought that the skeleton in front of him would be familiar with Jinbei, who was almost as powerful as Tiger in their eyes. That meant that the strength of the person in front of him was probably not much different from Jinbei. However, just as this thought came to mind, the evil dragon moved suddenly. With his right hand, he suddenly pulled out a huge shark sickle from the beach chair beside him. With a big step, he rushed towards Chinyu like a tiger. The speed was so fast that he exerted his 20 million strength to the extreme. The distance of more than 10 meters was instantly shortened in the eyes of the fishmen. Before they could react, the big knife in the evil dragon's hand had already made a stern sound of breaking through the air and slashed towards Chinyu. The ferocious roar was endless. "Damn guy, don't mention the name of that coward in front of me, die. Dang." The dignified roar echoed between heaven and earth. However, it was soon covered by the crisp sound of metal collision. The sharp sword slashed with a mighty force, but it suddenly stopped 1 foot away from the skeleton demon in front of him. A slender bone finger, at this moment, blocked the blade like an insurmountable mountain. Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, the hideous shark sickle-toothed sword, in full view of the crowd, spread spider web-like cracks. The next moment, it was cut off. Facing this scene that seemed like a breeze and clouds, an extremely absurd idea suddenly emerged in the hearts of the fishmen present. The skeleton demon in front of them might be stronger than the fishman boss, the sea hero Jinbei, in their eyes. "I take back what I said just now," Chinyu said coldly, raised his scarlet soul flame eyes, and said to the evil dragon lightly, "I am here to kill you. Chapter 545 The Power of a $1 Billion Reward. Kill us! The evil dragon was startled at first, then roared angrily. I want to see how you kill us, everyone, do it! The roar was like thunder, echoing throughout the courtyard. Nami, who was standing on the head of the bone dragon, saw this scene and her expression changed suddenly. Doesn't he need to use this bone dragon, and doesn't he need our help? The evil dragon has a reward of 20 million Baileys, and is the strongest existence in the East China Sea. The hurried voice came out of Nami's mouth. In her eyes, no matter how exaggerated Qin Yu's strength and posture were, they still could not suppress the huge shadow that the evil dragon had buried in her heart over the years. However, as soon as these words fell, Dashiki, who was standing aside, patted Nami's shoulder with a solemn expression and said, Nami, if, in your eyes, a bounty of 20 million is a symbol of strength, then you should take a look at this bounty order first. Bounty order? Nami was startled when she saw the brand new bounty order that Dashiki took out with her backhand. The first thing she saw was Qin Yu's current skeleton demon, with his terrifying posture. However, when her eyes fell on the bounty amount, her pupils suddenly shrank, and her eye sockets almost cracked. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 9 zeros, that is a bounty of 1 billion. A cry of surprise, full of disbelief between the lines. For Nami, who has always been a miser, the amount of Bailey is simply a nerve-wracking thing. It can be said that Qin Yu, who has a bounty of 1 billion, is a huge fortune for Nami. But it is also clear that there is a gap between 1 billion and 20 million. That is a world of difference. Bang bang bang! A series of heavy blows echoed in the fishman paradise below. The shark sickle in the hands of the evil dragon had already been broken into several pieces. Looking at Qin Yu, who was covered with steel-like armed color domineering, standing still like an iron tower, his face was full of disbelief. No, it's impossible. We fish people are the strongest. I want to kill you. The evil dragon roared fiercely. He clenched the 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly, rushed towards Qin Yu with big strides, and swung his heavy fist, hitting Qin Yu's shoulder. Bang! The dull collision sound echoed, and under the impact of the huge force, the rolled-up air waves rolled back to the surroundings. However, looking at Qin Yu, who was still standing in the same place like an iron tower, motionless, in the huge courtyard, the fishman present seemed to be held tightly by an invisible big hand. You, who are you? There should be no such existence as you in the East China Sea. The evil dragon was stunned and roared in horror. However, as soon as these words fell, Qin Yu suddenly raised his head, the scarlet soul flame in his eyes was jumping, and when his eyes met, he said coldly, I said, I am the one who killed you. Also, didn't you always say that fishmen are the most advanced race? Hiding in the East China Sea and pretending to be the king is the biggest mistake you have made in your life, and it is also the key reason why you cannot compare to Jinbi. At this point, a huge magical power, like a raging tide, bloomed under Qin Yu's feet. The blue magic circle bloomed like fireworks. The next moment, before Nami and others could react, the bone dragon had already been frightened and flew away quickly. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. The evil dragon had no time to think about it and quickly withdrew and retreated. What he had to do now was to escape from the sea. As a fishman, as long as they entered the sea, it would be their world. However, this idea had just emerged, and before the evil dragon took 2 or 3 steps, a huge tide of magical power, with a stern and crushing posture, fell from the sky. The huge impact force directly pressed the evil dragon, who was taking a step to escape, to the ground. No. It should be said that as long as the fishmen were in the fishman paradise, they were all pressed to the ground. Super-level magic skyfall. The bone-chilling breath came out, and the sound of magic arrays unfolding echoed like a bell. The next moment, before the evil dragon and other fishmen could react, a low sound of air explosion suddenly echoed. Boom! A huge beam of power seemed to pierce through the sky. The air along the way seemed to be forcibly moved away by an invisible big hand. It was so fast that it descended into the fishman paradise in the blink of an eye. Don't! The dragon only had time to let out a hysterical roar. The next moment, the entire fishman paradise, and even the port with a radius of tens of thousands of meters, was instantly enveloped by the attack. The huge air wave, like a raging tide, quickly spread to the surroundings. The rock layer and the earth were crumbling, and endless trees were directly overturned. Even the Caucosia village, which was more than 10 miles away, was shocked by the earth-shattering explosion. Even Nokikao and others could clearly feel the storm and air waves. Is this the strength of a bounty of 1 billion? Nami, who rode a bone dragon and fled to the distant sea, turned pale. In her eyes, fighting is just like fist and foot kung fu, you punch, I punch. She never thought that Qin Yu made a move and directly wiped out the entire Fishman Paradise, and even the harbor where it was located, from the map. Compared with Nami, Dashiki, who was standing beside her, had the same expression. Originally, it was thought that Qin Yu's battle with Mr. 3 and General King Z as Laxus in Rogue Town was already amazing. However, compared with the scene in front of him, it was directly turned into slag in seconds. I don't know how long it took, until everything returned to calm. The location where the Fishman Paradise was originally located had long been replaced by a huge deep pit. After receiving the order, the bone dragon that escaped to the sea flapped its wings and rushed towards the ruins. When they came to the sky, Nami and Dashiki found that not the entire Fishman Paradise was wiped out. At least, the stone pillars that stood out from the crowd still existed where Qin Yu was standing. Looking at Qin Yu, who was intact under the violent impact, Nami and Tashiji looked even more incredulous. If they were to endure this kind of attack, the result waiting for them would definitely be death. The strength of a billion bounty cannot be described in words. Let's go and meet our guests. Qin Yu stomped the scepter in his hand on the ground. At the moment when the magic power surged out, the whole body quickly flew up in the air and finally landed on the dragon. After receiving Qin Yu's order, the bone dragon let out a dragon roar. The next moment, with a dignified sound of breaking through the air, it flapped its wings and left. For a time, the dragon pirates, which had been dominating the East China Sea for a long time, were completely put to an end. Chapter 546, for example, killing the 7 warlords of the sea. Princess, we shouldn't have followed. That kind of existence is simply not something we can deal with. A hurried voice sounded in the woods. The fear on the cheek hidden under the huge cloak could not be concealed at all. As one of the executors of Mr. 3's mission this time. Originally, he planned to secretly follow these 3 people, to avenge the billion elders behind him, and even the members of Baroque Works, to provide convenience and increase their chances of promotion. He never thought that he would encounter such a terrifying scene. The pirate with a bounty of 20 million Baileys was directly wiped out on the map at the beginning. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe it? When you recall it a little, your spine is still cold. Don't talk, our ship is ahead. As long as we arrive there, we can leave safely. Now the only thing we can do is to pray that Guy doesn't find us. The girl with long blue hair ran quickly in the woods. A pair of long legs as white as jade, even the slender cloak can't cover it. Looking at the gradually clear port through the trees in the forest, the girl's pretty face has a trace of anxiety. Here we are. The girl rushed out eagerly, and when she stood firm, the first scene that caught her eyes suddenly made her pupil shrink. The huge bone dragon and the white skeleton figure holding the scepter shook her nerves at this moment, like the death urging her to die. Princess, run away quickly, I'll stop him. A low and urgent cry suddenly sounded. The man who followed the girl closely, with curly hair hidden under the cloak, directly spit out 2 rounds of machine guns. The next moment, without any fancy, it started to turn. Bang 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 bang. The hot bullets, like a violent storm, fell towards Qin Yu. The sudden scene surprised Dashiki and Nami. However, before they could react, Qin Yu stomped the scepter in his hand on the ground. The cold voice suddenly echoed. 2nd level magic death imprisonment. Puff. The dark mist, like a raging tide, exploded from Qin Yu's body. At an extremely fast speed, it passed the incoming bullets and turned into black tentacles, spreading rapidly on the girl and the big man. Before they could react, their bodies, which had been moving freely, suddenly lost control and could not move. As for those so-called bullets, they fell on Qin Yu's body like rain hitting banana leaves, and finally scattered on the ground. After finishing all this, Qin Yu grasped the scepter and walked towards the 2. You, don't come over. We are members of the Baroque Works. If you dare to kill us and let our president know, you will die. A hysterical roar came from the man's mouth. Facing this terrifying skeleton, the legs covered in the cloak at this moment were simply uncontrollable and trembling like twists. However, facing the intimidation of these words, Qin Yu seemed to be completely unaware. In full view of the crowd, she passed the man and came to the girl. The right hand made of bones suddenly reached down. It directly lifted the cloak covering the girl's head. The sky blue hair fell like a waterfall. The pretty face was pale. However, facing Qin Yu, who was so close, her red eyes and tightly bitten red lips gave people the feeling that she was trying her best to suppress the fear of Qin Yu in her heart, and she refused to let out a plea for mercy or even a whine. When facing Qin Yu's deep soul flame eyes, the slender hand hidden in the cloak suddenly moved. The sound of burning suddenly sounded. The rapidly burning gunpowder fuse, rapid lithe explosives clenched in her slender hands spread. This was her last means of suicide. When she joined Baroque Works, she had already held the belief that if she encountered an unsolvable danger, she would die to prove her determination. However, the burning gunpowder fuse was soon extinguished by the white bone hand as soon as it lit. A bone-chilling voice fell into their ears. "Princess Wei, don't be too impulsive, maybe we can talk." Qin Yu looked at the blue-haired girl in front of him. If Qin Yu remembered correctly, she should be the princess of the desert country Alabasta, Nefertari Wei, who had just joined Baroque Works. As for the wretched uncle next to him, he was the captain of the Kingdom Guard, a Karam. Originally, Qin Yu noticed the two of them when he was in Rogue Town. However, he didn't expect that Wei and Akaram would track this place in order to get into Baroque Works as soon as possible. Qin Yu was still thinking about where the Bone King would settle down. Now it seems that Alabasta, which is occupied by the 7 warlords of the sea and Crocodile, may be a good place. Princess Vivi. Tashiji and the others were stunned. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of them, and the temperament exuding from her body, it is indeed very consistent with the title of princess in Qin Yu's mouth. "You, what are you talking about, Princess Vivi? We are just members of Baroque Works, you, don't misunderstand." Akalam explained anxiously. As a princess of a big country, no matter how weak the country's strength is, it can be said that the identity must not be exposed, otherwise it will fall into the hands of those who are interested and become a bargaining chip. That may accelerate the disintegration of Alabasta. Haha, interesting, it is indeed interesting. Qin Yu extended his skeleton hand, gently rubbed Wei's head under the nervous gaze of Wei and Akalam, and said, "You can deny it, but it will not harm us. I just want to tell you that the person hiding behind Baroque Works is not someone you can deal with." As soon as these words fell, Wei, who was originally very afraid of Qin Yu's skeleton hand, suddenly changed her expression and asked anxiously, You are not the president of Baroque Works, right?" "No way, we have heard his voice, you are not him." After seeing with their own eyes that Qin Yu could sink tens of thousands of meters in radius with just one move, the shadow of fear was clearly imprinted in their hearts. If the person in front of them is really their enemy of Alabasta, then I am afraid that most warriors cannot withstand a casual blow. "Haha, you are really interesting, I like you very much." Qin Yu laughed dryly and patted Wei on the shoulder, saying, "However, liking is one thing, but this time, I came to you to plan a cooperation. For example, kill the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile." Chapter 547 Encounter with Navy Hero Garp. Kill the 7 warlords of the sea. The cold voice exploded like thunder at this moment, shaking everyone's nerves. The reputation of the 7 warlords of the sea, but even Nami who lives in the East China Sea knows a little bit. Not to mention Tashiji and Wei and Akaram in Alabasta, the first half of the Grand Line. "You, what are you talking about? We are not from Alabasta, and we don't need to kill crocodile." Akaram's expression changed, and he argued hurriedly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Vivi shook her head and looked at Qin Yu stubbornly, saying, "Akalam, stop talking. He is not from Baroque Works. I want to know why you are so sure that I want to kill crocodile." That day in Alabasta, Vivi discovered that the dancing powder incident was related to Baroque Works. However, she has always been suspicious of the president lurking behind the scenes. But now that Qin Yu suddenly wants to make such a strange deal, Vivi is undoubtedly more certain of her guess, as well as the clues she has obtained from lurking in Baroque Works during this time. The most important point is that the strong do not disdain to lie. Especially, the ruthless young man in front of him. "Princess." Akalam was anxious all of a sudden. However, he was soon glared at by Vivi, and swallowed the words that were on his lips. Looking at this scene, Qin Yu withdrew his skeleton hand and snapped his fingers. The imprisonment magic that was originally wrapped around them also dissipated. "Haha, it seems that Princess Wei also has the sincerity to continue the conversation. Then, to show my sincerity, I will let the two of you regain your freedom first. Qin Yu laughed coldly and said, but if you want to escape, don't blame me for being ruthless. Sir Laxus, don't worry, we won't escape, but I want to know why you are sure that the mastermind behind Baroque works is Shishibukai Crocodile. Wai Wei relaxed her numb body a little and hurriedly asked. After all, even she and Akalam have spent a lot of effort over the years, but they can't be sure who is behind the scenes. As soon as Qin Yu appeared, he opened his mouth and pointed it out, and showed such a positive attitude, which really surprised them. I guessed, do you believe it? Qin Yu glanced at Wai Wei lightly and said, besides, what you have to do is not to ask me why. Yes, agree to the transaction and cancel the transaction. Also yes, my current identity is not Laxus, you can call me Nzoul Gaon. The stern voice, the words are mixed with unquestionable taste. Akaram heard the words, his face became anxious, and he was about to say something, but was stopped by Vivi. Sirens, I don't mean to offend, but this transaction is too involved. Seeing Qin Yu's unquestionable expression, Vivi gave up asking and said, if Sirens really intends to trade with us, I still need to contact my father to confirm it. So, I hope Sirens can give us enough time to contact Alabasta. As a princess of a big country, she dared to sneak into Baroque works for undercover investigation. Vivi's courage and means are not comparable to embroidered vases. Facing Vivi's stubborn eyes, Qin Yu laughed and said, it turns out that women are not inferior to men. But don't worry, I, Nzoul Gaon, will not force you. I agree to your request. But, I hope you can go with me on the next journey. Go together? Wai Wei was stunned at first. But before she could answer, Qin Yu's soul flame flickered slightly in his deep eyes, and he said, okay, this identity is temporarily over. From now on, I will still be Laxus in your eyes. Don't let outsiders know. The inexplicable words made the people in the field stunned for a moment. Only Tashiji guessed a little, and then saw the huge bone dragon disintegrating like black fog between heaven and earth. The Bone King posture transformed by Qin Yu also dissipated directly in front of everyone, and restored the cold and arrogant face of Laxus. Looking at this face that they had met in Rogue Town, the tension and oppression in Vivi and Akalam's hearts dissipated a little. Soon they saw that a huge warship had circled behind the huge coast. The naval flag flying on it, representing justice, made them stunned for a moment. Whether it was Tashiji or Vivi, they were all people who had been active in the first half of the Grand Line. The huge warship in front of them was a multi-masted warship, a ship that would only appear in the Grand Line. Moreover, people who could own such a warship were definitely important in the navy. Teacher Laxus, I finally found you. Bastiu's urgent cry suddenly sounded. Soon, everyone noticed that on the huge deck of the ship, in addition to Bastiu, there was an unexpected figure. It's the hero of the navy, Vice Admiral Garp of the headquarters. How could he appear here? Tashiji's expression changed slightly. Not long ago, she was most looking forward to joining the navy headquarters. Of course, she knew a thing or two about these generals of the headquarters. Especially, Garp, who is known as the hero of the navy. It can be said that anyone who travels on this sea will definitely know what this means. Navy hero? Akaram's face changed slightly, and he subconsciously looked at Vivi. In his eyes, Garp's appearance was undoubtedly an unexpected change. If Qin Yu's identity as the skeleton demon was leaked at this moment, he might have a chance to escape. However, Vivi obviously saw through Akaram's thoughts and shook her head to reject it. It can be said that in Alabasta, when the people of Baroque works were gradually eroding, she and her father had placed their hopes on the navy many times. Unfortunately, they were disappointed again and again. What's more, if what Qin Yu said just now, the person hiding behind Baroque works was Crocodile, a privileged 7 warlords recognized by the world government. Without sufficient evidence, he could not be overthrown at all. Once that guy's plan was ruined, and there was not enough evidence for the navy headquarters to act, what awaited them was still Crocodile at large. And there was endless revenge from the 7 warlords. Therefore, the only thing Wai Wei could do now was to temporarily enter the stage of transaction negotiation with Qin Yu to avoid unnecessary trouble. Moreover, once Qin Yu's identity was revealed, Wai Wei believed that at this distance, the other party would be able to kill her dozens of times. Chapter 548 A Brief Fight with Garp. Little devil, accept your death. A loud shout suddenly sounded. Bang! With a big step, Garp disappeared from the spot like a ghost. The sudden scene made Tashiji, Nami, and others change their expressions drastically. After all, Qin Yu just relied on another identity to wipe out the Fishman Paradise. However, before they could come to their senses, Qin Yu's voice had already sounded. You retreat. The simple 4 words came out, and Qin Yu's lightning burst out like a tide. At the same time, the observation haki was pushed to the extreme, sweeping the area of 1,000 meters in radius like a tidal wave. Before everyone could react, Qin Yu suddenly clenched his 5 fingers, and under the endless lightning, he punched forward. Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. Boom! A punch was thrown, and the air in front of him was like being pierced, stirring up a large area of air ripples. Garp's figure just emerged, and his pupils were filled with lightning in front of him. There was no time to think about it. The moment the armament haki quickly covered his fist, he punched through it without any hesitation. Bang! The dull collision sound suddenly echoed and rose up. That feeling was like a bolt from the blue. The lightning flashed like a wild dragon, directly shattering the surrounding reefs and rock formations. The violent air waves that were raised even threw Wei and others directly out. However, facing all this, Qin Yu seemed to be completely unconcerned. With his hands suddenly clasped together, the lightning dormant in his body exploded directly like a volcano. If he could get a little advantage, Qin Yu would have only one motto. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. Thunder Dragon Jaw. His fists and 10 fingers clenched suddenly, and at the moment when endless lightning flashed out, his fists seemed to be transformed into Thor's heavy hammer, smashing down on Garp, who had just appeared and was exhausted from dealing with the attack. Witnessing this scene, Garp's turbid old eyes suddenly brightened up, facing the attack that was split down with force. Without even a thought of defense, he clenched his right hand's 5 fingers tightly, and smashed towards Qin Yu's abdomen with the attitude of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of his own. Bang! 2 dull collision sounds echoed again like thunder. The violent fist wind and air waves turned into a raging tide and rolled back. 2 figures flew out from the center of the explosion. 5 steps. 10 steps. 15 steps. When Qin Yu took the last step, the heavy rock at the place where he landed collapsed. It directly affected the area within a radius of 100 meters. On the other hand, Garp also retreated 10 steps and crushed a huge reef. Seeing the 2 people tearing the sky and the earth apart with this move, Dashiki and others present were extremely nervous. After all, the person in front of them was Vice Admiral Garp, a legendary existence known as a naval hero. If they are not careful, they will probably die. However, just as this thought came up, a sudden laugh made them pause. Haha, you kid, your fighting skills are really perfect, and you have a high-level armament haki. At the critical moment, you used Ryu Sakura to offset my punch. You are worthy of being the one I like. Garp laughed. The armament haki covering his body was absorbed into his body like a tide. The original arrogant and domineering aura dissipated all of a sudden. After picking his nose, he said, "Boy, did I scare you just now?" Facing Garp, who had given up the idea of fighting, Qin Yu's expression remained the same, and he said, "Mr. Garp doesn't have murderous aura, otherwise I wouldn't have been warming up just now." Warming up? Dashiki and others were stunned. Even the people on the warship where Bastia was were no exception. It was the first time they saw a junior who dared to say such words when fighting Vice Admiral Garp. "You kid, you are really arrogant." Garp rolled his eyes and continued to pick his nose and said, "Just now I heard from Bastia that you kid not only have great physical skills and devil fruit abilities, but also know swordsmanship. Just now, I was planning to force you to use your sword, but I didn't expect that you kid would dare to fight me with fists. However, this method is against my temper. What do you think of my invitation that day? Why don't you join the Navy headquarters and become a brigadier general? This time I return to the East China Sea to dig out some talents for the Navy headquarters. I have a quota on hand." At this point, Garp lowered his voice slightly and said, "Don't worry, even Akainu can't stop you. At most, we can beat him up secretly." Looking at Vice Admiral Garp, who was disrespectful to the elderly and said secretly, but spoke without any concealment. The confidants behind him suddenly felt helpless. As a Vice Admiral, I'm afraid only Garp can dare to say such a thing. No. It should be said that even the Admiral may not have such confidence. No, I don't like the rules and regulations of the Navy, and the ugly celestial dragon. Qin Yu refused directly. No matter how good the conditions given by the Navy headquarters are, he doesn't like to be inferior to others. At least, as the strongest person in another world, this is not allowed. Haha, I knew you would say that. Garp laughed and said, forget it, I can't do things like being a lobbyist. However, you, kid, the formation you just made can be felt across most of the island. When I passed by, the stronghold occupied by the fish dragon was razed to the ground. It seems that you are really hiding deep. Letting Bastille follow you is also a good choice. Qin Yu has his own ideas about Bastille's existence. At least, he is one of the key chess pieces for Qin Yu to increase his reputation and make the world turbulent. It is for this reason that Qin Yu asked Bastille to follow him. Mr. Garp, the teacher is tired too. If I had known you would toss like this, I would not have brought you here. Bastille smiled helplessly. Just now, he was ordered to intercept Lieutenant Colonel Mouse and take over the naval branch at the same time. On the way back, he happened to meet Garp returning to the East China Sea to be lazy. After learning that Qin Yu was in Kokozia village, he rushed here directly. You old guy, you really blame me. Garp glared at him unhappily and said, however, it seems that during this period of time, I have not patrolled the East China Sea. Not only did the evil dragon appear, but there were also termites in the navy. When I go back, I must sweep it up. Sweep it up when I go back. Bastille was stunned for a moment and said, then Mr. Garp, where are you going now? Where are you going? Garp rolled his eyes and said, of course I'm going back home to see my precious grandson and recruit some talents for the Navy headquarters. Chapter 549 Take the garbage out of the Navy. Ahem, Vice Admiral Garp, this is the 38th time you have used this excuse to secretly return to the East China Sea. The adjutant standing on the deck coughed dryly. Directly, the whole warship burst into laughter. They were used to Garp's excuses. However, with the identity of a naval hero, Sengoku and even the five elders could not do anything to Garp. After all, if Roger is the soul of the pirates, then Garp's existence is the justice that the Navy insists on. Watching this scene, Qin Yu finally understood why Garp always appeared in the East China Sea and could not dig up talents such as Zoro and Sanji. Facing the East China Sea with so many talents, Qin Yu decided not to let them be wasted. Mr. Garp, are you going to go back to see Luffy? Qin Yu said. Garp was stunned and said, kid, you actually know Luffy. As for Luffy's existence, he has always been with the bandit Dodon. Moreover, only a few people know that he has a grandson. Mr. Garp, do you have a grandson? Bastille was stunned. No. It should be said that everyone on the ship was also confused. Looking at the astonished expressions of the crowd, Garp picked his nose, showing a natural expression, and said, just pretend I didn't say it. This kind of thing should not be said. Looking at Garp, who looked as if he could erase everyone's memory with just one sentence, the Navy soldiers present were speechless. Qin Yu had long been accustomed to Garp's personality, and hesitated for a moment and said, this is what Ace told me. However, I advise Mr. Garp to take Luffy to the Navy headquarters when he goes back this time, otherwise that guy will accidentally slip away to become a pirate. By the way, there are two relatively rubbish swords here. You can go to Shimotsuki village and give them to a Navy hunter of Roro Zoro. There is also a sea restaurant with a chef with good leg skills. There is a sniper with good strength in Ziluabia village. You can pack up all of them and take them away. You will definitely become a general in the future. The slightly long voice echoed between heaven and earth. Looking at Qin Yu's appearance of knowing everything, even Garp couldn't help but be stunned. After a long time, Garp couldn't help but say, you kid, you are not from the East China Sea, and you know these people so clearly. Also, don't you need companions? Why don't you recruit them yourself? Me? Qin Yu laughed dryly and said, they are too rubbish. Let your Navy train them, and then I will steal their corners. You kid, you are really a bastard, sweeping the rubbish to our Navy. Garp laughed loudly. But he soon thought of something, stared and blew his beard and said, you stinky boy, my grandson is not rubbish. Just wait and see, the next time we meet, I will bring all those guys with me. Looking at Garp who was really trying, Qin Yu smiled and threw two famous swords to Garp, saying, thank you. For the future of the Straw Hat Pirates, Qin Yu originally only planned to dig a navigator. However, after thinking about it, this group of idiots, road idiots, perverts, and a big talker. Without a navigator, there is a 90% chance that they can't even get out of the East China Sea. Since Qin Yu has always been known as a good person and does good things, I have to do him a favor and trick him again. What's more, establishing a connection here can also play an indirect role in the turbulence of the sea in the future. Provide convenience for Qin Yu to find the large key. Don't worry, kid, this time when I go back, I will definitely take Luffy to the Navy headquarters, otherwise he will be like Ace and not listen to me, his grandfather. That won't work. What, the new captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, is Mr. Garp's grandson? What do you say? I didn't say anything just now. What Ace? He is not my grandson. Mr. Garp, can you not dig out your nostrils when you lie, and your boost, can you not play casually? It is said that Bathdi also needs to stay with Qin Yu's learning. Seeing the dignified Marshal Sengoku, who was known as the think tank of the Navy, being so angry, only his old friend Garp could do it. After more than half a minute, realizing that Sengoku's anger had almost subsided, he took out 2 pieces of information and handed them over. Not long ago, King Z sent information about Wald. He has escaped from the East China Sea and seems to have been picked up by his former subordinates. Most importantly, the pirate ship owned by that guy has a huge ship cannon. Huge ship cannon? Sengoku's expression changed suddenly, and he quickly opened the document on the table. The material, looking at the photo clipped on it, was a ship like a giant island. Among them, the huge ship cannon that was tens of meters long made his face gradually gloomy. Marshal Zhangguo, is there any problem with this? A young major general couldn't help asking. Now General Qingji is rushing back from the East China Sea. Why don't we join forces to block Wald on the sea? That would be easy to capture. Blocked on the sea? Akainu looked gloomy and coldly said, it seems that the new juniors still know too little about history these days. How can such preparations cope with various dangers on the sea? If we can catch the skeleton demon. Looking at Akainu, who pulled the matter to the skeleton demon in an instant, the people present instantly knew that Akainu was still feeling aggrieved for the defeat in the Sabayati archipelago. After all, the 2 great generals joined forces to allow a teenager to escape unscathed. Under the blockade of the Sabayati archipelago, the 3-foot search did not find out the truth. It felt like the skeleton demon had disappeared without a trace like air. Akainu, it's all right. Zhangguo changed the subject and said, there is no news about the skeleton demon now. As long as he doesn't make trouble for the time being, we can also free up our hands and catch the others first. After dealing with the escaped prisoners such as Valder, it is also a good countermeasure to concentrate our forces to deal with him. Chapter 550 The 7 Warlords of the Sea Recruitment Order. The generals present had no objection to Zhangguo's countermeasures, and Lien he nodded secretly. Only Akainu, who was full of frustration, was obviously a little impatient. After all, rumors were flying all over the outside world, which damaged his title of the strongest general. Okay, there are many new naval elites present, but they don't know about the pirates who were imprisoned in the Impel Down prison decades ago. Zhangguo took the lead in changing the subject. He took out a stack of information and said, now, let me tell you first. This time, the pirates who escaped from the Impel Down prison were the world destroyers. 30 years ago, they had a bounty of 200 million. The bounty is now 500 million. Those who have the ability of the Momo fruit are best at amplifying the speed, strength, and physique of the shells by 100 times. 30 years ago, that guy had the ability of the fruit, which increased the power of the huge shells by 100 times. Not only did he attack the navy, but also the pirates, and he even threatened to destroy the holy land of Marijoa. At this point, Zhangguo took out the photo of the huge ship he had taken and said, I never thought that the crazy idea that he couldn't experiment with that day was actually completed by his men within 30 years. With the ability to increase the power by 100 times, if it is equipped with a huge ship cannon that is tens of meters long, what will the power be? I'm afraid that one blow can destroy an island. If Wald really goes berserk, the threat waiting for our Navy headquarters is definitely no less than that of the skeleton demon. As soon as these words fell, the newly promoted Navy generals took a breath of cold air. If the huge shells with a diameter of tens of meters were increased by 100 times again, the size is so large that it is simply beyond description. Once it really explodes, they will probably be dead. At this point, they finally understood what the legendary pirate is. No wonder even Qingji, the admiral, was able to escape from the East China Sea after personally chasing him. Okay, since everyone already knows his harm, then next, we will pursue him and make sure to arrest Wald before he goes crazy. Zhangguo said in a deep voice, I want to know what you suggest. As soon as these words fell, everyone's eyes subconsciously looked at the two admirals present. Although the legendary pirate is a huge military achievement. However, let alone the major general, even the vice admiral is not his opponent. If there is no admiral leading the team, it would be a death. I'll go. Akainu suddenly spoke. Even Kizaru was a little surprised by the sudden scene, and said obscenely with a crooked mouth, "Brother Akainu, I didn't expect you to be so active this time. As for me, I am too lazy to make excuses to shirk." Seeing this scene, Akainu was obviously not surprised. After a cold snort, he reached out to take the information on the table. "Akainu, don't be impulsive." Zhangguo suddenly spoke, causing Akainu's hand to pause in mid-air. Facing all this, Akainu's face sank slightly, and he said, "Marshal Zhangguo, if you have anything to say, can you say it all at once? Deal with it, an old man who is about to die, I can catch him easily." The stern voice, the words are mixed with unquestionable taste. Zhangguo sighed helplessly and said, "Akainu, I know you are eager to capture Wald, and you want to wash away the defeat attributed to the skeleton demon, but I want to tell you that this is not only your personal shame, but also the face of the Navy headquarters. So, this time I don't plan to let you go alone, and Kizaru will also support you. He has the ability of the flash fruit. Once Wald falls into the encirclement, he can't escape without Kizaru." At this point, Zhangguo grabbed another document with his backhand and said, "Also, I have applied for the 7 Warlords recruitment order. Those guys who have been exercising the power of the 7 Warlords for a long time should also contribute." 7 Warlords recruitment order. As soon as these words fell, the faces of many people in the field changed drastically. 7. The existence of the Shishibukai is a special pirate camp established by the world government in order to use pirates to deal with pirates. Moreover, every pirate who can become the Shishibukai is a well-known existence on the sea. Marshal Sengoku, this is too much trouble, and those Shishibukai will not agree easily. Kizaru said teasingly with a crooked mouth. They also have an agreement between the Navy headquarters and the Shishibukai. However, the Shishibukai have the right to refuse these agreements. Don't worry, this time the 5 elders agree that we use the forced conscription regulations. There are still a few people in the Shishibukai who have not completed their tasks for the world government on time during this period, so they must be present. Sengoku said in a deep voice. However, even if they come, they can only have a little deterrent effect. It is absolutely impossible to really make them fight to the death. So, when that time comes, everyone still needs to be alert. At this point, Zhangguo looked at he and said, "Also, you will contact Crocodile later. That guy has not fulfilled the 7 Warlords of the Sea Treaty for a long time. If he doesn't come this time, let him wait for our navy to encircle and suppress him." Looking at Zhangguo, who was rarely domineering, the naval generals present sat up straight. Feeling the atmosphere suddenly rise, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Don't worry, I have found the whereabouts of Crocodile. He seems to be hiding in Alabasta to be a hero." Pirates become heroes. Sengoku frowned and said, "I heard that Alabasta has been suffering from drought for years. It's nonsense for that guy to run away to be a hero. I will inform Garp later and go to see it when I have time. However, as long as Crocodile agrees to come to help, according to the agreement of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, we should not care too much about him and focus all our energy on dealing with Wald and the skeleton demon." As Sengoku's orders fell one by one, the major event that shocked the New World was once again detonated by the legendary pirate. Moreover, this incident was undoubtedly related to the skeleton demon who made a fuss in the Sabayati archipelago. 7 days later, a single-masted sailboat appeared outside the rapeseed port in Alabasta. Looking at the long-lost city outline, Vivi standing on the deck couldn't help but clench the den mushi in her hand. The moment she saw Qinyu's back, a trace of numb shock appeared on her face. "Teacher, I have written down all the 6 secrets you mentioned. I didn't expect that I could adjust the power of the 6 secrets with the help of the paper-painted martial arts body." Baistio held a notebook and looked at Qinyu with a sincere face. During these 7 days, Qinyu was not idle. He dug out the 6 styles of the Navy and the secrets of the 6 styles from Baistio. Then, he learned them all with the 1 key full-level system. The purpose is to further improve his own strength as soon as possible.